validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa, I'm not just living, I'm manifesting.
I rejected a girl and I regret.
Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we're talking about this, that, and everything in between. Yeah, it was a long Sunday. I know y'all watching the game. I got a little bit distracted. I had some stuff I was trying to put together for tonight's show, and it caused me to just walk up in here an hour late. We start normally at 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, but, we started a little bit late. We operate on CP time, but we here 7 nights a week. So make sure that y'all like and subscribe. I see Twitch jumped in. Red Void, first person on the scene. Special shout out to Red Void. I'm the 81 Mr. Pibbs from Twitch. And special shout out to those of y'all that are watching us from Twitter. So we all over the place. Today, we're going to be doing that. These are one of those members only Sundays that's open to the public right now, where we're going to be doing some reaction videos. We're going to be listening to some questions and comments from some of the fans. I did not have as many of them today as I normally have, but I do got enough of them that are in length. We should be able to run a good hour show tonight, in addition to any questions and comments from the fans. So make sure that you guys like and subscribe. If you guys are interested in jumping onto the show in real time and leaving your 2 cents for your friends and family, special shout outs over the age of 18, you can do that by clicking that link in the comment section that just popped up. Approve the mic, approve the camera to put you in my green room. I'll be able to bring you on in real time, and you can say what you want to say to whoever you want to say it. You can respond to the comments that are being put up onto the show today, or you can just, say whatever you want to say to some of your homies. Now, remember, I'm going to remind you guys that we are live. So if you say something that you ain't got no business saying, it is live. And I do not have the motivation to edit it out of the post show. So if I can make a short out of the ridiculous things that people say, I'm more than positive that I will make a short out of some of the ridiculous things that people say. Now, with that being said, this is somewhat of an adult channel, so there's going to be a little bit of cursing up in here. So I understand that if it does slip up, slip out. But I also expect for you guys to try to show each other mutual respect, because this is an open-minded, open mic, open podcast where everybody can say what they want to say with respects to one another. We don't all have to disagree, but we do have to appreciate each other's opinions, such as they are, because it comes from the background of the individual that has that opinion. Moving on, we're going to start going into I got some stuff that's going to be coming up Monday through Wednesday. I'm going to be trying to put that up tonight. I used to put up like 30 days. Red knows about it. I used to put up 30 days worth of shows, but there are so many changes that are happening on a week-to-week basis with Donald Trump in the White House that every time I decide to do a show about something, I got to turn around and change up the show and do a different one based on the stuff that just happened. So, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we're going to be talking about some of the changes that Donald Trump's making, how it's affecting our economy and our decision-making strategies going forward. And then after that, we're going to be talking about some business and finance, ways to make money, save money, invest money, and potentially start talking about some more countries that are good places to go, that are more affordable than America is for those individuals that are in lower income scenarios. If you manage to make yourself a digital nomad, I'm going to start providing you with more opportunities to have better places to go that are more affordable, where you can live off of your computer and do it from another country. Because if you remember that if you are getting paid from outside of the country that you're living in, usually those countries don't tax you on the profits that you make. So if you travel from country to country, you're making money off of your computer, whatever country of origin that you make your money from is usually the country that taxes you. And news to those informations who did not know is that the tax system is a voluntary tax system. So you're only supposed to you're only required to claim and report appropriately your taxes. But if you're going to misdisclose information, that's when you start dealing with tax evasion and tax fraud, when you're not disclosing certain information, but just not putting in the effort to do it. That's not a crime. You could just not. There are a large quantity of Americans that don't file for 2 years, some that don't file for 4 years. The incentive to get a lot of Americans to file during COVID was that they were offering individuals money. So you got to understand that there is a large opportunity for individuals to legally just not say nothing because you ain't got nothing to say and just make your money. Now, that does not mean that the IRS won't determine that you're rich after a while because you start making $500,000 a year, and then they want to start auditing you because you're transferring $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 transfers from place to place. They might start asking questions at that point, but you understand that most of the countries that we are talking about living in have a standard of living of under $15,000 to $20,000 a year, where you typically would be wire transferring money under $5,000 a year, where most banks would not file a suspicious transaction document to the IRS or the federal government if these are transactions that are under $10,000, typically under $9,000. So if you're wire transferring $5,000 at a time to the same bank account on a regular basis, on a monthly basis, then nobody's going to say anything. And if nobody's saying anything, then, the United States is not going to come knocking on your door because they've got a lot of reports from a lot of people that you're making money, but you're not saying nothing about your money. Because really the way it works is that when you work for somebody else tells the U.S. government that they paid you. Then in order for you to get the money that the government would allegedly owe you in returns because you can't afford to pay taxes, that's where the refund comes from, when you've overpaid in taxes. And that's when you end up in a situation where you file taxes to the U.S. government and tell them that you confirm that the amount of money that they claim that they gave you is the amount of money that you're supposed to get. Then they give you your return back. That's really all it is. It's a confirmation system. They report it and then you confirm it. But for those non-W-2 workers, those self-employed individuals, while it's an expectation that you at least file taxes for your businesses in order for your businesses to maintain good standings with the U.S. government, as a person, your individual taxes is optional. So if you want to fly to another country and just forget to file taxes, I mean, until they send you notification about auditing your resources, by all means, you can start making money in other countries and living cheaper. And if you've been oopsing on your taxes for a number of years and they decide to audit you at some point and then try to charge you back taxes on taxes that you know you should have paid, if you're smart with your investments, you've got untaxed, pre-tax capital sitting on the sideline somewhere waiting on the U.S. government to say, come get it. So, and when that happens, you just wire them some money and let them come get it. But beyond that, you know, we're going to be talking about different places to go where we can boost up your earnings and give you guys the ability to make money for you. So whatever happens, it's the cost of doing business. Back to today, though, because that's going to be what's happening on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, because we're going to be talking about some of the new things that just came about over the past 2 weeks. Since the last time we talked about executive orders, because he did more. I can tell he broke records. He's close to 100 executive orders already. He's breaking records. So we're going to talk about the other stuff that he's been doing over the past week and how that impacts the rest of us to help us with our decision-making process. And then after that, some business and finance, and some business and finance in other countries. And then after that, Thursday and Friday and Saturday, we're going to be doing some social improvement, self-improvement, and discussions on relationship improvements. And then Sundays, which is today, we're going to be teeing off on some of these Q&As. So let me go ahead and get this ball rolling with the Q&As. I understand that normally I have this issue with the audio file, so bear with me, guys. We're going to try to make this work. But I can guarantee you that if you can hear it, I can hear it too, some kind of way. So we're going to try to make this work. So let's see what's going on here.
Reddit. A 23-year-old male was talking to this girl that was 22 online for 3 weeks. We met once before and I asked her social media then, and I really liked her. She was so pretty, kind, funny, and we shared a lot of interests. It was just so easy, no late replies, honest about our lives, our past mistakes. We scheduled a date so everything went great. But I fucked it up. I ran into my ex of 2 years and we started to talk and things ended in my apartment. We broke up because of constant arguments about everything at the end. We broke up 1 year ago and I really thought I am over her, but after she left all my feelings came back. I messaged the girl and told her what happened and I can't continue with her. She thanked me for being honest. It was a week ago and I regret it so much. I told my ex it was a mistake and we must end things. She understood. Is there any chance I could continue with the girl, or do you think I ruined it?
Don't think I'm attractive enough to find a good guy.
Wow. Look, we got echoes going on right now. I had to make sure that I could hear it. So yeah, let's go ahead and touch base with that. So you got one girl, you fell in love with the other girl, you trying to move on, and now you're getting back with your ex, and you trying to say, can you fix this? Okay, there's 2 ways to go about this. First, you got to pick which girl you want. Then you got to see if that girl can forgive you for the stupid shit that you just did. I'm just going to say, ladies, because guys do this and women do this too. If one person has somebody who had their heart and they got rejected by that person, the person that get rejected usually rebounds with somebody else. And more often than not, they give that rejected heart to the rebound person. The problem with the rebound relationship is that's not the person you really wanted. That's the person that you're accepting because the person that you really wanted don't want you. Typically, the narcissistic behavior is that the person that you really wanted that rejected you typically circles back around and realizes how good of a person you are because they see you happy with somebody else. Now, sometimes those narcissistic people decide to get back with you to get what they are missing out on, because people don't want to miss out on nothing. Others will get back with you for the sake of destroying you, because they thought that they had left you in shambles, but they realized that they didn't, and they come back to finish you off. So I always say that if it didn't work the first time, don't let there be a second. If you guys are not agreeing with one another, then you guys are supposed to take a time out. That does not mean that y'all break up and go sleep with other people and then get back together. What that means is that y'all stop arguing for the time being, agree that we're going to come back and talk about this in a couple days or a few hours or something like that after we've taken our emotions out of the conversation. And then we're going to start talking to one another on a reasonable and logical playing field and try to negotiate our way through resolving each other's problems. The entire time, you're still expected to be considered in a committed relationship. So there's supposed to be no affairs going on, because if you're having affairs outside of the relationship, you would be the type of person that would be causing the conflict so that you have an excuse to cheat in the devastation of the chaos that is the relationship's current argument. It doesn't take a narcissistic person to know that it is a manipulation tactic for either a man or a woman to start a fight in an otherwise peaceful environment over some petty stuff that clearly could have been resolved with reasonable deduction and cooperation and agreements, where that heated, inflated discussion turns into the type of discussion where y'all can't talk to one another for 2 or 3 weeks. Y'all can't see each other in the same house for 2 or 3 weeks. Y'all blocking each other's phone number and not acknowledging each other's existence for a few days to a few weeks. And during that period of breakup, the person who unnecessarily caused the problem over there sleeping with somebody else. That's those off again, on again relationships. Nah, you don't want to be involved in stuff like that. So I'm not saying it's women. I'm not saying it's men. There's both sides of the fence that happens. So what I'm going to tell you is that if you had a relationship that was worth keeping, you were supposed to work that relationship out. If the relationship is not worth working out, you are supposed to leave that relationship alone for the rest of your life. If the woman left you and you didn't do nothing wrong, in your opinion, because I'm going to tell you, everybody do something wrong. Both sides. It takes 2 people to make the relationship. It takes 2 people to mess it up. So if she left because she was unsatisfied, most of the time women do, and she has not fixed her behavior before she returns, it's not healthy for you to get back into a relationship. If there was something that you recognize that you did wrong and you have not fixed that before she returned, it's not healthy for y'all to get back into a relationship. So never is there ever a positive scenario where y'all fight, break up, do not improve yourselves based on the expectations of your former partner, and then try to get back together with that former partner without ever rectifying the original problem. Because at the end of the day, if that's what you're going to do, where y'all broke up and y'all back together now, y'all could have just ignored the problem and not broke up. If the problem was that severe that y'all had to break up, taking time apart from one another and having affairs with other people before y'all get back together is not going to fix that problem. You're just not going to talk about it anymore. Does that make sense? He said, free Luigi. All right. So what happened to Luigi? Because I could have sworn that Mario rescued Luigi after he rescued Yoshi, after he rescued Princess. And also, I think it isn't Bowser kidnapping everybody. Why? I got a question for y'all. This is a side question before we go on to the next statement. And this is for the Gen Xers, because a lot of y'all young bucks don't know nothing about this. Y'all know Super Mario is about he said Luigi because a hero. Luigi became a hero and took out the dude worse than Bowser. You're talking about Wario or Waluigi, because that's the only 2 other people that I heard about villains in the Mario scenario that was not Bowser. Who else was worse than Bowser? Likewise, though. Oh, Brian. Who's Brian? Does anybody know who Brian was in Super Mario Brothers? Because I don't remember a Brian in Super Mario Brothers. Special shout out to Brian. But here's the thing. For those of you that grew up in that generation with Super Mario Brothers, here's the thing. So Mario is dating Princess Toadstool, right? Now, we're just gonna stick to them two. Now, that's the original Super Mario Brothers video game. Now, Bowser, the bad guy, the villain, supposedly kidnaps the princess and holds her hostage, right? Now, my conflict with this is that Super Mario Brothers 1, I am going to go and jump this dude. Actually, I think, yeah, Super Mario Brothers 1, I am going to go jump this dude, the Mario, because it was a one-player game back then. I think somewhere between Super Mario Brothers 2 and Super Mario Brothers 3, Luigi was brought into the fold. But by Super Mario Brothers 3, Bowser had then took this woman 3 times. The same chick. Now, my question is, why is she so comfortable at Bowser's place 3 times that Mario got to go get Luigi to help him go get Peach or Princess, because Princess ended up at Bowser's house? He said at some point, Peach wanting to be taken. That's exactly what I was about to get at. Because after Super Mario Brothers 3 and Super Mario Kart, you had Super Mario Brothers 64, where if you look, the whole thing, that's Bowser's mansion. That's a big ass house. You got picture frames. That's a whole universe in it. 13-story building, a roof with a cannon on it, a pond in the back. Like, even Yoshi was getting down over there. Come on now. Like, I can understand why she wanted the Bowser, because Bowser had money and Mario was a plumber. Special shout out to all the plumbers. But I mean, if Bowser was rich and Mario was a working class person, the true definition of the story was Peaches was cheating on Bowser, or cheating on Mario with Bowser, and then just claiming that he took her hostage so that she wouldn't get in trouble for the fact that she over there at Bowser house. Now, when was there ever a situation where Mario was with somebody else? Mario ain't never got taken hostage. Mario had to go get back Yoshi. Luigi got taken, snatched up, but like never was there a scenario like she always with the same man. Even look at Diddy Kong. There was a whole nother woman there. Daisy was with Diddy Kong. What Mario just, he didn't catch on. He just allowed himself to be he just allowed himself to be the pawn in that scenario. Now, hold on. Now, let's think about this from a Brothers Grimm perspective. What if Mario is taking Bowser's girl because she keep ending up back at Bowser's house after Mario take her? What if it's Mario, the bad guy, that is taking Peaches from Bowser, and Bowser's just getting his girl back? Because you got to think, she be over there at Bowser house for like 13 levels, 26 levels. It take you a few weeks to a few months to get yourself together to face the final Bowser at the end of the thing, right? That whole time. Here's another scenario, y'all. She ain't never in a cage, right? You remember Zelda? When Link was going to save Zelda was always in a cage, in some type of force field type orb. She was legitimately a hostage. But Peach was never that type of scenario. She was just, yeah, exactly. He was that is a true definition of an incel, because he was just there. And she was camped out. She camped out. She's standing behind Bowser like, oh, Mario, just chilling. They got large sofas and stuff, pillows, an escalator for a stairway to the final boss and stuff. But How many times was Peaches trying to escape? I know when Zelda was attacking Ganondorf and Link got shot, and then they was really fighting for her freedom. Her whole daddy house got burned down in that situation. That's way different. That's way different. I'm just trying to tell you. We got to take the Barbies from the Chads by force. Oh, look, you got Chads now because they used to have Kens. And I was trying to figure out why. Here's another question, y'all. Ladies, answer this question for me. Because children are supposed to be encouraged by their toys, their action figures and stuff, right? So here's an interesting question. Sam, help me out with this. For those of you that grew up with Barbies, Barbie was a successful woman. She had mansion, cars, yachts, and a broke man with just shorts on. Why is it that no woman is behaving like Barbie? Financially successful with a stay-at-home surfer for a boyfriend. What's up with that? Y'all not even adhering to the stereotype. I mean, yeah, they're going after the plastic image because everything is artificial these days, but I mean the behavior pattern. Doesn't it make sense that if you're going to be like Barbie, you're going to take care of Ken? Because it's Barbie's dream house, Barbie's car, Barbie's yacht. What does Ken have? You have Ken in a marine suit, Ken in a tuxedo, Ken in boxer shorts. He says, I wish I could stay at home surfer. Bro, if I was a stay-at-home surfer, I'd be a terrible stay-at-home surfer because I'd stay at home and not surf. I'm just trying to say, like, it's just I try to figure these concepts out, but psychologically thinking, like from a realistic standpoint, financially successful female. And wait, y'all. This is the other part of the dynamic. So this is like a 70s, 80s, 90s kind of thing. So not a lot of y'all know about this, but there was only one Ken until I think the early 2000s. It was just one Ken. And then down the line, they made a black Ken. So then they ended up being two Kens. But Ken was the boyfriend to Barbie, Malibu Barbie, Stacy, the niece, the babysitter. So it's one dude and like 5 chicks and a baby. And it was all in the same family. But everything belonged to Barbie. The fridge, the stuff in the fridge, the couch, oh, don't worry about it. I know. Polly, exactly. And I know about these things because I had an older sister. When I was growing up, I was the youngest. I had the older brother. We had G.I. Joes. We had Masters of the Universe. We had WWF before it became WWE. We had WCW before Nitro came out. We had all of that going on. And we had the good guys versus the bad guys. We had Castle Grayskull, but we only had one Castle Grayskull for the bad guys. So what did we do to get an opposing fortress for the good guys? We did the exact same thing that the U.S. government does. We sent our troops over there, stormed the Barbie dream house, commandeered it for the sake of the war, and then we used it as a base to attack Castle Grayskull. So I know everything that was in Barbie's house because it was a home of operations for the G.I. Joes. He said Cobra couldn't get to the house fast enough. Cobra was pissed off because he had to make his office in the dungeon of the Castle Grayskull. Oh man, and we were reckless because we had Enterprise. Because I know if y'all know about Star Trek back in the day, we had Enterprise. So we had not only did we have the Enterprise, we had the shuttle. So on one side we had the ATVs and the war vehicles and stuff that the Cobra commanders had. We had the the lioness and everything. I forgot all the names of all of the toys that we used to have, but we had so many of them on one side for the bad guys. And in order to compensate, because all the good stuff was on the bad side, we had the Barbie car on one side, we had the Mach 5 over there, we had the shuttlecraft, we had the Enterprise on the other side. So we're trying to bring balance. So you can understand fire photon torpedoes as Castle Grayskull. And you see Legos going across the room. Pew, pew. Oh boy, clean your room was an understatement back in those days. But long story short, I digress. Because we was doing questions and comments from the fans. I digress. But the fact is that what happened to that? Because they made a whole toy line about 5 different women taking care of one broke man, and we ended up with a society where the women don't even take care of themselves. What happened? What happened? You can't blame that on video games, y'all. You can't blame that on video games. Because, hold on, another thing, you want to blame it on video games? In the Sims game, the women cook and clean and take care of the house. So why you can't learn something from the video games? I'm just throwing some shade out there. All right. Let's get back to some of these questions and comments. They got a few of them out here. Let's get on some of these questions and comments.
Woman of color, 25 years old, and used to live in a primarily white, conservative town, so I figured dating wouldn't be best in that area since I'm a minority. I recently moved to be closer
That's
to work,
wrong.
so I now live in a city with more diversity and young people. I thought changing my environment would help, but here I'm virtually invisible. I tried dating
You
apps again,
old.
and I'm having the same issue as before. No one is matching with me. No one is messaging me, even if I reach out first. And it's so discouraging to think that I'm just not desirable. I wonder if people see my race/color of my skin and automatically put a big X on me. I just feel like
Nope.
absolute shit right now because if I look differently, whether it's my race or just attractiveness, things would be different for me. I've never had a guy like me back either, and being in your mid-20s and having this issue, it's absolutely awful and really takes a toll on your self-esteem.
Does it? Oh, welcome to being a man, sister. Hold on. Let me see what he had to say. He said one of my exes would play Sims and invite people to her house, then build walls around them so they would die in her house and get ghosts. Oh, I didn't know that they could do that, bro. I kind of feel which version of the Sims were you playing? Because I feel like I'm gonna have to download that and try that because I did not know that you could make ghosts on the game. I never knew. I always thought like they would get like all malnourished. That's the appropriate word. They would get all malnourished, and then after they like start having the flies surrounding them and stuff like that. Then I'm like, man, I feel bad for them because they redline. Sims 2 or Sims 3. All right, I'm gonna try to find that and download both of them and see which one I can get that to get done because that's what's up. Make me a haunted house. I'm gonna play the game long enough to get me like 2 or 3 haunted houses, and then after that, I'm gonna be tired with it because I just want to see it. I didn't know that was a thing, but yeah, I would just like building back up to great health. I had one Sims game where dude was everybody's father. No joke. It was him and his wife had a kid. That kid lived next door. She was his kid's. I mean, his other wife. That kid had a kid. That kid. It was almost like Lot and his 3 children from Sodom and Gomorrah. Everybody was related to one. It was crazy. I don't know how I managed to maintain, but dude had like maxed out relationships. Look, he said, keep the blood pure. The family tree did not fort. There was just everybody was related to everybody. And the dude, I think I managed to get him to be like the mayor or whatever of the city before I got tired of playing the game. But it was crazy because I was trying to keep all of his relationships like up to par. So all the women liked each other and he was the only dude in the society. I don't know how I managed to keep from having any dudes in the society. Easiest family tree ever. Oh, of course. because you know who your ancestor is, the founder of the city. Everybody came from the same Adam. Biblical proportion. But back to what this woman just said, because she said that she was middle-aged, right? She around 25, 30 years old. She over here being stupid, talking about something. Didn't nobody want to date her because of the color of her skin? That make no damn sense. Sweetheart, ain't nobody dating you because you got a piss poor attitude. It's not because of the color of your skin, because rather you got a good tan or a bad tan or no tan at all. If you got a sweetheart, if you are a compassionate person, if you are generous with your partner is going to favor you. People are not going to like you because of the way you dress and the way you speak, and sometimes your bad habits. So, for example, if I thought you was cute and then you start smoking, hold on, there go Gia. The laugh is so forced. Wait, my laugh is forced? No, man, I'm trying not to cough, sneeze while I'm laughing at the same time. She said the laugh is forced. My laugh isn't forced. I don't force laughs, because usually I actually don't laugh on here because I'm providing you guys with so much information that, I actually did so much research a lot of times before the show that I'm trying to get all of that information out before I have to wrap the show up. And instead of the show being an hour, it ended up being like 3 hours long, because I'm trying to give y'all all of this information, because this and that talks about this, that, and everything in between. So I'll start talking on one topic and end up going into 9 or 10 other topics, and then end up in a conspiracy theory that's not really conspiracy. It's just facts that hasn't happened yet. And then just as sure as it happened, I can so tag the show that I originally produced that information on, and then that show is like, well, I Simpson that situation. I said it before it happened, and then it happened. So now she's gonna say I'm fake. Oh, I love this. I love this. Okay, so since I have a female profile, because this actually could be a 300-pound dude in the basement of his mama's house in Brooklyn. It doesn't even have to be a female. It could just be a photo that he cropped offline from one of those dating profiles and stuck it here so that he could troll. So since we got a female looking profile up here, Gia, let's go ahead and go off of this. You have the profile of a sister. So explain to me, this woman that was just up here, she claims that nobody wants to date her because she's black. I don't think that's the case. She claims that she moved to a more dynamic environment that would be more socially acceptable to her skin complexion, which I think that's ridiculous, because in America, like they'll treat you like shit because you're poor. They'll treat you like shit because you got a piss poor attitude. But we don't have that many people in this country that are treating Americans like garbage because they're black. Right now, really, I think as the trend has occurred as of late, the only thing that Americans are doing are treating non-Americans like crap. So you can be black as long as you're not Mexican, and they're going to treat you like, oh, so I don't understand why she would believe that, but that's what she said. And then she was saying that nobody wants to date her, and she's on the social media sites and everything like that. And she said, no, I'm not. Whatever a confident woman challenges a man is always their response. Well, first of all, you haven't shown me any confidence, and you haven't challenged me yet, because we were talking about toys and concepts from video games just now before you showed up. And then you said that my laugh is forced. So that would then require you to show me what confidence you have as a woman, and what were you challenging? You have to show confidence and challenge me. Challenge me where, though? Where did you challenge me? Okay, so you're telling me that my talking points make no sense because Cobra Commander was in the dungeon of Castle Grayskull when the Enterprise was shooting photon torpedoes in the size of Lego blocks as they flew across the room. When we were talking about how the siblings interacted with one another back in the day, right after we were talking about the concepts of Castle Grayskull, and not Castle Grayskull, the concepts of Super Mario Brothers, where the princess always ended up with the same Bowser, where it was almost like Mario was stealing the girl from Bowser as opposed to Bowser stealing the girl from Mario. So which one of my talking points are wrong here? She says, old man with dated talking points. Oh, okay. So an old man with dated talking points. All right. So if you're challenging me as an old man, then that would inherently make you a jit. And then my dated talking points, because I'm talking about stuff that occurred before you were born, because you're not old enough to know any better. And then you're gonna say that your but where's the challenge come from? What part of my concepts doesn't make sense? Because the most serious statement that I just made was that, okay, so I stumble over my words. How does that not make sense? Should I take the time to speak to you slow enough for your phone to buffer through my statements? Or should I speak normally and tell you what I think from a unscripted, unrehearsed perspective and tell you exactly what's going on? And then likewise, if I am stumbling over my words, let's say that I have a stutter, let's say that I have a lisp, let's say that I have some type of speech impediment. How does that in any way, shape, or form devalue any of the facts that I bring to you? It doesn't. It doesn't. So the last thing that we were talking about of relevance was the comment from one of the sisters that was on the show just now, talking about how she believes that nobody likes her because she's black. And I was just about to sit here and talk about how amazing black women are and how the society does not discriminate against women because they're black. And as soon as I start saying that, you tell me that you are challenging my statements and you're saying that I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, LOL, there is no challenge. So you're not challenging me then, because earlier you say you have showed confidence and you challenge me. And you were saying that you are challenging me on my responses. And I'm trying to figure out, what are you challenging? Because you said that you're challenging the fact that I'm stumbling over my words. And you're saying that I'm an old man with dated talking points. Now, throughout my old man dated talking points, where my talking points make no sense, what part of me saying that a society such as America as it is right now is not discriminating against a woman in the dating field because of her race makes no sense? What part of me saying that more than likely they're going to discriminate against your piss poor attitude, or they're going to discriminate against your age due to the fact that those men that are looking for a female that can reproduce for them, and you reach a certain age where you're no longer able to reproduce due to menopause, would put you into a scenario where you don't qualify for reproduction, which makes you not qualifiable for that particular type of man, but does not mean that somebody won't want you. Somebody who don't want kids might want you. You're going to say, oh, it does. It does how? You say you're biracial. Okay, that's fine. Technically, you're biracial and I'm biracial too. Let's think about genetics here, because 1/32 of your blood has to be minority in order for you to be declared minority by constitutional standards in the United States. Your mother doesn't have to be white. Your father doesn't have to be white. Your great grandparents could be white. If less than 100% of your bloodline is pure, you are a biracial child. Let's be clear about that. Now, if you want to go so far as to identify yourself as a first generation biracial child, where you have one minority and one non-minority parent, whoop-de-doo. But at no point are you saying that just because you've got a lighter tan than everybody else in the room, that you're going to tell me that I'm wrong when I'm telling you that a man is not going to disqualify a woman just because of the color of her skin, that a man is not going to disqualify a woman just because she's dark. He's going to disqualify her because she's got a fucked up attitude, and he's going to disqualify her because she's got too many children already that he don't want to take care of, and she don't want to have children for him. She just wants him to take care of another man's children. They will disqualify her because she's too old to have children. That's the things that I was saying, and you're going to say, oh, I don't make sense. So Joseph just jumped in, and I appreciate you jumping in. Joseph was able to say that I make sense. And I usually make it make sense. That's clearly the motto of this and that, is to make it make sense. And Claude Studio says you have 8 people watching, right? That's not the truth. There actually is way more than 8 people watching. Actually, YouTube has had a problem with being able to show the viewer count. There was actually one time where it showed that there was allegedly only 20 people on here at a time watching, when there was over 5,500 people watching. So as you have to realize that I'm doing a live from the shorts reel, so the people are popping in and out, and the counts are not keeping an accurate count of. But it doesn't matter if there's 1,000 people watching a podcast, 100,000 people watching a podcast, or just 10. What matters is that there's enough people over here watching a podcast and communicating on a podcast that we still have an open-minded, open forum communication. No, you don't buy subs, bro, because if you buy subs, bro, no, the subs are watching the show. The subs aren't communicating with you, dude, if you buy subs. That doesn't work that way. B said, well, there is systemic issues. True, because I will say capitalism is about generalization of wealth, but that is not going to be racial bias. That's going to be social classifications. That's social classism that's going to be discriminating against you. They're not going to be discriminating you against the color of your skin, the way the woman just stated that she felt mistreated because of the color of her skin. You're not being mistreated because of the color of your skin. You're being mistreated because you're poor. Now, he goes on to say there's nepotism as well. And these things seem wealth or lack of it can affect dating prospects. You're right. Because if a man ain't making $100,000 a year, women don't want to talk to him. And if a woman ain't doing right by the man, men don't want to talk to her. So, he says, but did you or do you not buy subs? My crew makes fun of people who buy subs. Oh, well, no. But I mean, if you want to come and make fun of my podcast while we're here talking about, social concepts, then by all means, you can jump in and clown around. Just I request that you keep it reasonably appropriate, because I don't really care about heckling. I don't really care about trolling, but just kind of keep it appropriate. That's all I ask. First Amendment freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want to say. Just don't disrespect the other people on the channel while you do it. She says, I don't care about skin tone. My brother has a darker skin tone. He's still biracial. Okay, so Gina, since you're biracial, your brother's biracial, I'm biracial, odds are Clow is biracial, Sum's biracial, and Joseph's probably biracial too, because all of us came out of the same gene pool where racial integration happened almost 400 years ago. Most of us should have some Irish, German, French, and African American in our bloodline. So technically, all of us are some way, shape, or form a melting pot of biracial, because after those 13 colonies were created, I mean, yeah, we're all technically biracial. But that doesn't change the fact that you said, I don't know what I'm talking about. And I made a clear, direct statement that the woman isn't being mistreated because of the color of her skin. So what part of that was I wrong is what I asked you. Now, some says, I mean, the lack of generational wealth does have a lot of history with race and sex. That is true. You're right about that. Some, I mean, redlining alone. No, you are right about that. Yes, because some individuals were financially distraught because of their lineage. You do have to realize that some people are poor inherently. But an individual that does not want you in our current 2025 society, they're not looking at the color of your skin and saying, oh, you're too dark. Oh, they're looking at like you trashy. They're looking at thoughts. They're looking at she for the streets by the way she dressed. They looking at her attitude. They're looking at, her wild style, world star behavior, do it for the vine kind of behavior that, I don't want that. Dancing on the pole for a career kind of behavior. You got a lot of men that'll look at a woman with too many tattoos and say, that is not wife material. But nowhere do I see a man looking at a woman and saying, you don't qualify because of the color of your skin. Unlike Disney World, that'll say they're not going to hire you because you're white. they just started doing that like last year. That is that those DEI movements that actually Donald Trump just reversed, where, you know, affirmative action starts becoming abused by certain parties that are taking it too far. And it's not even the black people that's taking it too far. It's the same people that took down all of the Confederate people, and the same people that got rid of Uncle Ben's rice and Aunt Jemima syrup, that says, oh, this is for the best interests of black people. Black people love Aunt Jemima syrup. Black people love Uncle Ben's rice. Ain't nobody was complaining about that. Somebody white said, oh, that's racist. Because not a now black person. Matter of fact, more black people would buy Aunt Jemima than General Mills. And more people would have bought Uncle Ben's than Minute Rice. But it's the same shit. She says, no, like my mom is actually white. Okay, ma'am, I understand that your mom is white. But again, you say that I don't make sense. And yet I have gone over a lot of factual information so far, but you have not explained to me what about what I'm saying doesn't make sense. She says, I think we should bring back the Blue Vine Society. Okay. Now you're talking about a topic that we can jump on. Explain to me what about the Blue Vine Society that we should be bringing back. Because that kind of helps us with talking about stuff. Because just telling me that I don't make sense when I'm telling you that like all women should be rejected equally based on their attitude and their demeanor and the way they carry themselves in society, versus men not caring about the color of their skin. Because actually, to be honest with you, more, what is it? I must be saying it wrong. You're saying V-E-I-N. Am I saying it wrong? Blue vein, blue vine. I thought it was blue vine. It's blue vein. I'm saying it wrong. Oh, I just want to say, for all of those that like to be sassy, if y'all ever want to jump on a podcast and say what y'all got to say in real time, y'all can always click this link and approve the mic, approve the camera. It'll bring you onto the show and everybody can see you talk trash to me if you're on the bone to get up there and say what you got to say. There's always an open challenge, because I love when people want to challenge facts, because I never come up here and just start talking trash about folks, because I don't think that's appropriate. I personally believe that we should only speak the utmost truth to one another with respect towards one another, because we all have differences of opinions and we don't have to agree with one another to recognize that you have a reason why you think the way you think and I have a reason why I think the way I think. And usually mine comes based off of 50 to 100 different sources of facts, whereas a lot of other people's information comes from personal opinion that is not backed by facts. And I don't disrespect that, because if you don't have the facts, what you can do, if any time I've ever told you something on this podcast, I can guarantee you that you can go and ask the Google lady and she'll tell you everything I told you and give you at least 10 out of the 20 sources that I utilize to give you the facts that I gave you. Statistical research, historical data, like, because I don't believe, and one of the reasons why I would do that is because there are people that believe that, you know, you don't know what you're talking about because of who you are, your background. You don't have clout. You don't have credibility. You don't have a PhD, so you don't have to have the knowledge to talk about this. You didn't personally experience this yourself, or you may have experienced it. You don't know what you're doing because you didn't do it right for yourself. All of the excuses that somebody will say to devalue facts without actually disputing the facts themselves. You just really put forth effort to devalue the messenger of the facts. But you never bring objective opinions against the facts themselves. So if I wasn't, presumably, according to you, an old generation man speaking outdated dialogue, if I would have been like a younger dude in my 20s saying the exact same thing, would that have validated more all of the stuff that I just said? Because being in my 20s, I would be less experienced in life to be able to make the same statement. But then you would say, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about because I ain't old enough. I ain't been through it yet, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Either way, you would be devaluing the messenger of the message. You would be devaluing the person delivering the facts, but you would never challenge the facts themselves with countered facts. So again, Gia, I ask you, I appreciate you steering us in another direction, but I ask you, where was I wrong? Where did I not make sense? Because that's an open challenge for you. And after I finish with him, I'm going to go ahead and tiptoe into the next comment, because we do have some that we're going to try to get through tonight. Sam says, I would say one of my main issues with liberalism is it takes capitalism, it thinks capitalism can get woke and mostly just attacks superficial issues and avoid fixing real systemic issues. Now, this person is talking sense. This person is talking sense. You are right. Well, first of all, it's not just liberalism. You have liberalism. I'm saying that wrong. Liberalism and feminism that are both believing that you can make a lot of change with biased behavior that is not uniform across all platforms, where certain people are going to be treated differently than other people. And you think that that's going to fix all of our problems, when the systemic problem is the biased behavior amongst difference. However, if everybody was the same, then the shit would be boring and we'd all be pissed off because we would want difference. So if we get similarity, we're going to be trying for change, and if we get change, we're going to be trying for similarity. It makes no difference. And I'm trying to figure out why is that, because think about this: nobody can get a stock anything. If you get custom shoes, you got to get custom shoes, you got to get custom laces, you got to get if you get a car, you got to change it in some way, shape, or form. Very few people ride the stock car off the lot for 5 years. By the time you get it back to your house, you done changed out the floor mats, you done changed out the seats, you done changed out seat covers, hubcaps if you ain't got rims on it, tinted windows, you done changed something about it. You put a custom spin to whoever it is that you are, which actually brings you uniqueness. Some women like to put them big old Barbie eyelashes on their cars where it looks like the cars got eyes like cars, which makes no sense. But they do that to be unique and individual. Now, somebody clown on them because of that, they start having a problem. It is what it is. But yes, liberalism does believe that capitalism can fix everything, but capitalism is just capitalizing on the mistakes and stupidity of other people. Communism actually is more beneficial for the general population of the bottom 99% of poor people, because communism is sharing the distribution of resources amongst all parties, regardless of how much or how little you work for it. Whereas capitalism keeps the capital into the pockets of the people who got paid for whatever happened, where the working class is going to provide the labor force to create the products so that the people can waste their money on the products, so that the top 1% who's getting paid off of those products can keep that money into their pockets. So think about how when they decided to get rid of overtime taxes, which increases the disposable income that you guys would have, that ability to utilize that disposable income, instead of you saving it and investing it, because I've given you guys different places to put it, high interest checking accounts, stocks, bonds, REITs. I've given you Bitcoin and other such areas that you could put your money where your money is making more money for you, so that you can take the dividends from your investments and put that towards your frivolous spending. But most people take their paychecks, which is the principal earnings, and waste that, and then they live from paycheck to paycheck. Now, the bottom 99% typically is more wasteful than the top 100 or the top 1%. The bottom 99% is going to take the extra money that they're getting off of their jobs and buy more stuff, which is going to contribute to inflation. But the person who's selling the product is going to pay the investor. The investor is the top 1% of people who are not working, who are riding on yachts and benefiting from the businesses that they own, that you shop in. So how does, like some said, liberalism and capitalism fix the inequalities in this country that are now starting to become social classism based on economic and financial status? Joseph said, other than Mexicans, I'm Irish, Nigerian. I can't pronounce the first word, but he's a variation of Jew, and everyone is biracial. See, Joseph knows exactly what he's talking about. We all have a heritage. A lot of us can spend enough time and trace ourselves back to Africa or Egypt or Nigeria, but really 8, 9, 10 generations off the boat, bro. Yo great grandmother might have been offered that free Caribbean cruise, and then when they got here, they realized that you got to work to get back over there. There's only, I think, 2 or 3 historically recorded slaves that were freed after 2 to 3 years of slavery before things changed. But those are first generation slaves, because anyone that was born into slavery didn't have that guarantee that after a certain term of slavery that they would be released. So second and third generation slaves were a whole different scenario. And that is one of the reasons why we're looking at, like, when Kamala Harris was talking about giving reparations to the history of slavery. And I was like, bro, think about that. You're really talking about the last generation of true slaves inherited in this country is 1965. So anybody that was born after 1965 is not a recent descendant of slavery, because 4 generations removed is enough where you should have been able to fix something in your life. And if your parents are making bad decisions or financially incapable of making better decisions, and each generation is financially incapable of making better decisions, then your lineage is going to forever be in the mid to low income scenario until somebody becomes a first generation college student, that becomes a first generation successful business something or other, that decides to build generational wealth off of that, so that that is the first generation of generational wealth, where every generation after that can have that Will Smith inheritance, can have that Kobe Bryant inheritance, can have that LeBron James inheritance. But it takes folks coming out of, like, Chris Rock and Chris Tucker and Steve Harvey, out the hood, and then get out the hood and stay out the hood and keep their children out the hood and keep their children out the hood, but they don't go back and get rid of the hood altogether. So Gina said, feminism, please let's not. Man, look, she ain't made sense yet. Feminism is what pushes society forward. That's a lie. Feminism doesn't push nothing forward. I don't understand why men complain about feminism. I'm going to tell you why men complain about feminism. Because women are not uniform about their expectations. Let me put this back up here while I talk about this, Gia, because I'm going to make sure I touch base on everybody's statement today to the best of my ability. People complain, not just men. Logical and rational women also complain about this too, because the expectation of feminist women is that there is social expectations and gender role expectations that are only applied to the men, and women are fluid amongst the masculine and feminine roles, where the women do not have to adhere to any of those roles. There is a lack of accountability and a lack of responsibility involved with that dynamic. And the fact is, while back when women were almost considered property, because you had the liberation of black men first, then the liberation of women second, when you start talking about oppressive historical society in America. And you have to understand, back before women had jobs where their only responsibility was at the house, men were the breadwinners. Men went to war because those men who are the breadwinners were legally obligated to go and defend their country, and those men were the ones that were voting for this country. Then women get the right to vote because all the men are dying at war. Women start going to work because their husbands never came back from war. Now women are fighting for the right to go to work. But you have to understand that feminism that gives women equal access to the workforce does not surrender your obligation at the house. Women are going to say that I shouldn't have an obligation to the house because I'm a woman. But again, women want a masculine man that is a provider, which means that the masculine man is going to be working. The masculine man is going to be bringing home the money. The woman who is not going to be working as much as she expects her man to work is going to be at home more often than she expects her man to be at home. And that woman is expected to take care of the shit around the house. She don't want to take care of the shit around the house because that's oppressive. Then the man is working himself to death 10 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week, and he can't come home, get his back rubbed, get a home cooked meal, get a bath, get some clean clothes. She's not going to help him get ready for work in the morning. All she's going to do is bitch. And then after he goes to work, he's going to work some more so that he can come back and give her money to fix her fake hair, fake fingernails, all this fake makeup. He's got to pay for a babysitter so that she can go hang out with her homegirls. He's giving her money to go hang out so that she can dress like she's for sale while she's out there in the streets, being sexually appealing to other men, which disgraces her relationship to her boyfriend. And your feminism says that women have the right to do this because it's their bodies, freedom of autonomy. Oh, let's talk about abortion and how you have the right to make stupid decisions, get pregnant, but you have the right to kill it. The father who would have took care of the child and would have raised the child up to be a successful person, you don't give that child to the person. You say, it's my body. I can destroy this life before it has a chance to be successful because I don't want responsibility. But what if the dad wants the responsibility? You're not going to say, well, I'll push it out, but I'm not going to keep it. You won't say that. You want to say, no, I don't want to mess up my girlish figure, by giving birth to this child. I don't want to mess up my opportunity with my future prospects by being off the market for 6 to 9 months pregnant. So I'm going to just get rid of it before anybody knows that I was pregnant so that I can get back out there and whore in the streets for a little bit longer until I'm ready to settle down in my mid-30s. But you have to understand, each time that you have an abortion, you drastically destroy future chances of having a pregnancy in the future and having a successful birth when you do decide that you want to have children. This is why we say that feminism is a problem. We don't have a problem with women having the right to speak. We don't have a problem with the things that women say that make sense. What we have a problem with is the double standard that is being stated by people that are calling themselves feminists. But here on this podcast, everything that I tell you makes sense, because if I take a man out of that situation, put a woman in that situation, take a black man out of that situation, put a white man in that situation, take a rich man out of that situation, and put a poor man into that situation, the expectations for the outcome of that situation is supposed to be the same no matter who's standing in that position. That's called uniformity. And I'm a man of uniformity. As I treat you is as I expect you to treat me. As I get treated in society is as I expect you to get treated in society. If I say that if somebody step on my J's getting punched in the jaw, it don't matter if they 3'5" or 6'8", they supposed to get punched in the jaw. It's not a statement of, oh, I'm only going to hit you if I think I could beat you up, because then you are discriminating against individuals where you're going to mistreat individuals that you feel like you have an advantage over, and then submit to individuals that you feel like you have a disadvantage over. And I'm not that kind of person. If you can't say that you're going to strike down anybody that step on your J's, you shouldn't strike down nobody that step on your J's. Just call it an honest accident. Let the shit go. Get you some scuff remover, because it ain't that real. It's really not that important. It's really not that important. I come to find out you could punch somebody in the face and owe them $4,000 in a civil court. You don't really need to do that stupid shit. But just for the sake of uniformity is uniformity. Because I can ask you some questions about your ethics and your morals, and I can tell you that you're going to say some stuff that isn't uniform, and then I'm going to ask you from a uniform perspective some pretty outlandish stuff. But technically, especially if we start getting on the concept of the value of life, I can start talking to you about some stuff that'll make you want to stop and think twice about what you got going on. Now, Sam says, well, also capitalism will also need an underclass to exploit. Exactly right. So I'm socialist. Oh, look, I love the fact that you are socialist, because we had a gentleman jumped up here before that was anti-socialist, and I just had to let him know that somebody who's anti-socialist really just hates the situation that they're in, because they don't want to put any effort into changing their situation, and they're going to blame their society instead of taking first-person accountability for the shitty situation that they allowed themselves to be in. Because if your country is the problem, move out of the country. He says, I don't want a capitalist leeching my labor value. I agree with you, bro. He says, do you practice socialism? She's all right. So she's calling him a lie. There's nothing Jewish about him. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I caught up with that comment. What do you mean there's nothing Jewish about Joseph? Is there nothing Jewish about his name because his last name is Hernandez? Because you have to also understand that Judaism versus Jewish, you have a practice that is a Jewish religion. That's a bunch of pale people with long curly hair that wears a little hat at the top of their head, that don't work on Saturday after sunset, that does a really good job of counting your taxes. And then you have the race of Jews that dates back to like Israel and Jerusalem in the biblical times. And that description of an individual could be me, you, him, because actually my mother's mother was a Jew, and that's technically how lineage is passed down from Jewish expectations. Do I practice Judaism though? Of course not. Of course not. Have I been to a synagogue or two? Yes. Sam says, well, I don't work for capitalism and trying to start a worker corp. Now, are you what kind of worker corp? Because they call those unions here in America. But if you're trying to start a corporation where individuals, I'm getting down to that comment. I'm trying to understand like what kind of company you're trying to do, because they have those businesses that hire labor pools is what they call them, is the companies that hire a bunch of people that need a job, and then they contract themselves with a bunch of companies that don't have enough employees, and then they just send sub help to manage those places, which is a very good way to help the at-risk community maintain employment. Because if your ass can't come to work on time on a regular basis, you just get jobs as they come. Do whatever they ask you to do. Now, Gina says, if you wasn't given what you were promised, that doesn't matter. Oh, I hope that all women believe that, because if you don't get what a man is supposed to give you, then it don't matter. You just got to take whatever the fuck we got to offer. Y'all tell us to accept y'all as y'all are. Y'all need to go ahead and accept the men as they are, instead of expecting us all to be 6'4". You know, why can't you just take a man that's like 5'8" or some shit? Take a man that's 50 pounds overweight. He's got a good job. He'll take care of you, drink your bath water and shit, cook for you, clean for you, and work 2 jobs. Why can't you just respect the man for the way he is? The one that can do for you what you could do for yourself. Because I tell y'all all the time that a man that's on your level is not a man that elevates you. A man that's on your level is a man that can do for you what you could do for yourself. So if you live a $50,000 a year lifestyle and you marry a man that can keep you on a $50,000 a year lifestyle, that's the man that's on your level. If you on a $50,000 a year lifestyle and you're dating a man or trying to date a man that's on a $100,000 a year lifestyle, man, you are beneath him. But hypergamy theory is that, look at that, I got a lot of people calling me right now. Hypergamy theory is that women like to date men that are more successful than they are. Women like to date men that are smarter than they are, physically more fit than they are, and taller than they are. And here's the hypocritical and double standard, because you want a tall man, you're 5'2", so a tall man is 5'4" to you, and 5'5", 5'6" is really tall for you at 5'2", because really when you're 4 to 6 inches taller, you're already looking up. But you want a man that's 6'4", so you put 6-inch heels on at 5'2" to be 5'8", so that you could be just a little bit taller, to be close to the height of the 6'4" guy, who actually isn't really interested in the short girl. He would be okay with the 5'8", 5'9" girl at 6'4", and that's why you're putting on those stilettos, so that you can get that 6'4" guy. But the 5'6" guy's got money. You don't want the 5'6" guy, but you want the guy that makes $100,000 a year. 6'4" with $100,000 a year. There's less than 1% of men that meet that category. Oh, hold on. Joseph said, "I.A. Jolie, the fuck." I just want y'all to understand. I can prove it. And I agree with him. What the fuck, Gina? What the fuck? I can see why you're sitting with a dusty bookshelf that these weird sunglasses at night. Oh, I love that. That's my drapes, Simple Simon. That's not a bookshelf. That's a curtain, woman. If you was able to see through the CGI in your face glasses, I can show you that that's not, this ain't no bookshelf, girl. I'm sitting in front of a window. I just thought that would look nice instead of just having some black, because men don't put flowers in the background. But yeah, I kind of got my little Mr. Rogers shirt on with my tie on and my collared shirt on. And yes, I'm sitting here with my prescription sunglasses staring at you so that I can read all the words that are on the screen, which is some of the times I can't tell right from left when I'm looking at some of this stuff. But I can make out most of the words that are on here some of the time, because I got y'all in a little bitty ass box on one side of the screen, big ass screen in the middle, gigantic soundboard on top of that. Then I got the other soundboard over there to make sure that you heard what I heard. And then I've got this entire section at the bottom to pay attention to each person that jumps into the podcast and make sure that they're over the age of 18 before I bring them onto the show live. So a lot of the times I can't see all this. So I wear my glasses so that I can see the text, which are prescription glasses on my driver's license, ironically, which, by the way, that means I can have 0% mirror tint on my front windshield as long as I fill out the permit in the Department of Motor Vehicles. So, yes. And I like what he said. I wear my sunglasses at night because my future's so bright. No, I wear my sunglasses at night because they're prescribed to be in a well-lit room. I'm supposed to wear them at all times. And fact is, Gia, these glasses cost more than probably you do, because I spent almost $1,000 on these, and I actually had to get 2 of them at the same time. And they're not cheap. They're not cheap. Every time I go get a prescription filled, they're not even covered on the insurance. I got to pay $100 for the eye exam, and then I got to pay another $1,000 to pick up the glasses each time. They're more expensive than Ray-Bans. They're more expensive than the Dre's. They're more expensive than the Michael Kors. I think my glasses is probably more expensive than the whole outfit you're wearing right now while you're talking to me on the podcast, just so that I could see you. So when I tell you that you look like you bringing some drama to the mission, I can tell you that I'm seeing clearly now, because this is some expensive vision now. This is some expensive vision. Joseph says real feminists are attractive. Real feminine women are attractive. Modern feminists aren't. So what he meant to say, and I'm going to clarify that, feminine women that adhere to the feminine roles of being a partner and a companion in a relationship are more attractive than masculine women. Yeah, we are sexually attracted to the tomboyish behavior like Aaliyah from back in the day, or J-Lo, or Mariah Carey or something like that. But we ain't really dealing with somebody who's not even willing to cooperate with us being successful. You got to understand that men aren't looking for servants and women. They're looking for partners and companions. And since they're looking for partners and companions, if my goal is to be a millionaire and your goal is to date a millionaire, your ass is supposed to be helping me become a millionaire so that I can share my millions with you. That's what we're looking for. Between that and you dropping us a bunch of babies, that's it. That is it. And there's a shit ton of compromise in there, because I'll cook and clean and babysit the kids while you sleep, as long as you're going to give me kids and help me be successful. But what we find is women with their hand out that want a man that's already a millionaire to pay for her standard of living so that she ain't got to do shit, and then come back and start talking shit to us if we don't have that type of standard. Most of the minority men are not going to be millionaires at birth. It's going to take them 2/3 of their life to become millionaires. And once they become a millionaire, ma'am, you're going to be in your mid-30s, and you're not going to be as valuable to him, because you're not going to be able to produce children that well. I could tell y'all the story about the man that lived to be 130 years old during slavery that had 209 children, which means he had at least 20 to 30 baby mamas like Nick Cannon, and he would be able to have all of them females because them females wasn't giving him no nonsense. Modern day times, average woman wants to have between 1 and 5 children, usually 1 to 3. So if a man wanted to have 20 children, he would need 10 girlfriends, 10 baby mamas. Y'all don't want to share the man. Y'all don't want to share the man because not because it's the right thing to do for monogamy. Monogamy is because most of the men are poor. And because most of the men are poor, the women who get that poor man doesn't want that man's resources to be divided between multiple households, because he doesn't have enough money to pay for himself and her. So she doesn't want him to take money that could be going to her frivolous spending and put it towards taking care of another child in another household. That's why women want men to be monogamous. But truth be told, ladies, while you want a man to be monogamous, the other problem that you have is that you want the man to be exclusive to you, but you clock out 15 times out the month talking about something. Your back hurt, your head hurt, your neck hurt, you tired, your stomach hurt. It's that time of the month. All these different excuses you coming from when a man needs physical and emotional intimacy from you, you're not going to give it to him. Then you're going to give him the silent treatment. You're going to shut him out because you're having a hissy fit, your temper tantrums, all the stuff that goes on out of the month. You might be nice to him 1 week out of the month, really, if you really think about it. Ladies, really think about it. Like you point out every time he makes a mistake. You don't say nothing when things is good, but you always point out every time he make a mistake, but you never tell him anything positive about himself. That's your man, though. You ain't never got nothing nice to say about him in public, though. That's your man, though. If you disagree with him, you embarrass him in public and disagree with him. Even his woman don't got his back, so that makes him a complete failure in life. But he stick with you until you get tired of him, and then you leave him and take half of his assets, and then you want to say that it's something wrong with the men because the men believe that they got the short end of that stick. Sweetheart, let me put you in the man's shoes real quick before I read the rest of these comments. This is 2025. You have the right to egalitarian treatment. So, ma'am, why don't you find a man from the first date, pay for him, pay for all the dates, pay for a standard of living, take 1/3 of your income and buy an engagement ring, take $100,000, pay for the wedding, and then support that man for the rest of your life while he potentially sit at the house and do absolutely nothing besides play Call of Duty and Madden and don't even watch the children. He got the children over by a mama house. You doing all the work, and you do Barbie syndrome. Remember we was talking about that Barbie earlier? Why don't you do that then? Why don't you take a man that's living in his mama's garage right now and just put him up and take care of him for the rest of his life? Most women are going to say, oh, hell no, I don't raise no men. I don't raise no children. I ain't his mama. Why? Feminists will say, oh, well, if he ain't successful, he ain't shit. But you want to be treated equal to a man. Equal to a man means if I can get a broke woman that ain't got nothing going for, you can get a broke man that ain't got nothing going for him. Why does he have to be a Fortune 500 man in order for him to qualify for you? Then again, let me ask you something, Gia. How do you rate yourself a 10? Because most women call themselves a 10. You call yourself a 10? I just really want to know, because I can tell you right now that nobody on the face of the earth, not even myself, is a 10. Really and truly. Because if there's anything about you that you know you need to change, anything about you that you know somebody else wish you would change, that means you're not perfect. That means you're not perfect. 10 means that you're perfect. And a 10 means that there's nothing about you that needs to change. And if there's nothing about you that needs to change, then that means you have no room for improvement, which means that if there's something about you that I don't like and you think you're a 10 out the gate, then that means that is complete failure out the gate. Because if I don't like it, you're not even willing to change it. But here's the other problem that women are going to have. So this woman that gave this comment a little while ago was talking about like she's having trouble with finding a man. You want a man to bow down to your authority, submit to you to prove his loyalty to you. You feel like it's oppressive for you to bow down to him. This is why we say feminists make no sense. If you're not willing to submit to your man, why do you expect your man to submit to you? If you're not willing to be obedient to your man, why do you expect your man to be obedient to you? If you are not willing to take care of a man that don't got no job, why do you expect the man to take care of you? You ain't got no job. If you are not willing to pay the cost to be the boss, why the fuck are you telling people what to do? Equality is different from uniformity, because equality means that you have equal access to the resources. Equal equity means that you have equal opportunity to receive the same benefits. It's a little bit different. Equality means that both of you have the same opportunity to see the game over the fence, even if you're not tall enough to see over the fence. Equal equity means that you have the same height, where somebody got to provide you with a couple boxes so that you can see over that same fence so that y'all can both watch the game. Equal access to the game is equal equity. So yeah, we have a problem with feminism. And she says, so you want women to be masculine? No, we want women to stop being masculine. We want women to stop trying to pretend like they're men. We want women to stop setting standards for themselves to be considered a 10 by gauging themselves based on their expectations of what they want a man to be. A woman that says that what I bring to the table is my education, my career, and my looks. You ain't brought shit to the table, because a man don't want your money and a man don't want your degree. A man wants your cooperation and your participation. You have non-tangible, that means non-monetary effort that you put into the relationship to make the relationship successful. The man has financial obligations that makes a relationship successful. He does have effort that he has to put in, but he's primarily expected to put money into the relationship. You're primarily expected to put in effort into the relationship. What you want from him costs him money. What he wants from you costs you effort. That is a symbiotic relationship. We want women to get back into the feminine role and be symbiotic to their man, where they are valuable to the man because the man benefits from the woman's existence beyond sex, the way the women benefit from the man's existence with his financial status and his resources beyond sex. That's what we're saying. We want women to get back in line. That's what we're saying. We don't want you to conquer us and then take our paychecks and say, oh, that's an equal relationship. Because you wouldn't want a man to conquer you and take your paycheck and call that an equal relationship, right or wrong. Now, again, you told me when you first jump on here, Gia, that I don't make sense. Now, I want you to just tell me, when did I stop making sense? And anybody else that's in here, I'm going through the comments, so I'm going to catch up with y'all. But please let me know when I stop making sense on this podcast, because I do got a few more comments on here. I think I can run this like 4 more hours straight before I get to all these videos now. She said, yeah, women aren't property. No, women aren't property, but women stopped being partners in like 2010. So now women ain't shit. And a lot of the times there are some great women out there. Before I go any further, there are some great women out there. There are women that'll take care of their man after their man lost his legs in the war. There are women that'll take care of their man after their man caused some health issues. Women that'll take care of their man after their man got into a car accident. But this young generation of females is still in the dating pool, that ain't married to their man, that ain't loyal to their man, that ain't dedicated to their man, is looking for men that got it, but they ain't willing to contribute shit to it. Let me ask you again, Jill, what the fuck do you bring to the table? Don't talk about your career. Don't talk about your education. What valuable about you can a man benefit besides sex? And I'm going to give you time to respond to that as I get down these comments here. Nothing. Special shout out to Nothing. He said, bro, that's the first comment he threw out there for the day. Sam said, the condemnification, that was not condemnification of everything. Exactly. She said, okay, so what? So she's not catching on. Women have their children. So what? No, women have another man's children. Let's get this straight. Half of the child comes out of you. The other half of that child to come out of you is me. Half of it is yours. The other half of it is mine, because it took 2 chromosomes to come together to make that damn child. And half of the chromosomes, the X chromosome, come from the woman, the Y chromosome and the X chromosome come from the man. So whether or not the child is a female is because of the X and Y chromosome from the man. Whether or not the child is a man comes from the X and Y chromosome of the man. You determine whether or not you kill it or not, but the man determines whether or not it's a boy or a girl. And if the child comes out, you put him on child support, regardless of whether or not you will even allow him to have access to the child, which is very hypocritical, because if you decide to kill it, he can't be a father. If you decide to keep it, it becomes a free paycheck for you, but he still can't be a father. So no, women don't have her child. She has his child. It's their child that he also in this generation wants, because I can tell you that 80s and 90s babies is the last generation of children that are going to grow up without their dads, where the men don't want to be there. 2000, 2010, 2020, the men wanted to be there. They just wasn't allowed to be there. And the women ain't helping the situation by bringing the children to the daddies. That's why they had to pass that law, July of 2023, that gave all the fathers more rights to their children. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, the same way they made laws for the children, for the women, when the women didn't have jobs, and they had the divorce laws that made the men pay the women so that the women had a standard of living after they divorced the man. The country only makes laws that are necessary because the situation is not fair. So when the country starts making laws for single fathers to be better accessibility to their children, that means that the country is recognizing that the women is bogarting the damn children. Now, you're going to say that men ain't shit from back in the 40s and 50s, and that's why they put up divorce laws where women get paid off the divorce. You're going to say that men ain't shit. That's why the women have no excuse for a divorce. You could just get a divorce because you don't want the man no more. But we can also say equally that the women is bogarting the children, because if the government's got to start making laws to protect fathers' rights, then that means that the women are not sharing the children with the fathers. Not because the fathers ain't trying to be there. She says that I sound ridiculous. You ain't never explained where have I been ridiculous? Somebody jump in on that. She said, men love women that's ambitious. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. Men do not. You do not. You're a woman. I can tell you right now, from a man's perspective, a man does not love a woman that is solely selfishly ambitious. Men love women that do have goals and do have expectations. They are realistically accessible. But men love a woman that is going to be cooperative with his objectives, because his objective is going to also include her objective. So if she wants to be a lawyer, he'll pay for her to go to college. But if he got to quit his job so that he can go and be a doctor, she's not going to pay for his college. And here, she's talking about back when I was talking about the abortion thing. Oh, yes, it's our bodies. Exactly. Selfishness. It's one-sidedness. It's feminism. That's why we say it doesn't make sense. Without women, you won't exist. Actually, that's not altogether true. Because look at the LGBTQ community. You say without women that humanity wouldn't exist. We have asexual species that self-replicate. There isn't a male or female gender. So actually, without men, society wouldn't exist. So, actually, truth be told, ladies, we need you as much as you need us. But at the same time, you're making it seem like the women are better than the men. And I keep trying to tell you that if you're coming from that concept that one group or species or gender is any way, shape, or form less valuable than the other, then again, you're coming from the same biased mentality that the last comment was on the show when she thought that nobody liked her because she was black. She said, since when did hating women become popular? Men don't really hate women. We hate their attitudes. We hate their fucked up and controlling attitudes. Is this man married? If I was married to 3 women, would that change my position? Would that make me any less right? If I was divorced, Would that make me any less right? If I was single and never married, Gia, would that make me any less right? Because these are statistical averages. Because I've actually done about 4 shows over the past month about these particular topics where there's statistics involved that shows that this is a common practice amongst our society. I even went all the way back to the history, all the way back to 1861 in American history, when we were talking about the progression of the Black community versus the progression of women in this society versus the progression of Black women in this society. I've gone through all of it. I do the show 365 days a year, 366 on a leap year, and I do research on my show before every show. That's why even though I'm supposed to start at 10 o'clock Central Time, sometimes I start a little bit after that because I'm still piecing together all the information. She says, all people against capitalism are 99% broke and want handouts. Special shout out to Tahoe, OG, triple OG, double. I got to sit on that one for a second, bro. I ain't even got nothing to counter that because truth be told, anybody who's complaining about the system that is set up, because you got to remember, the country was made for the 13 colonies. So if you was sailed in on a ship after the 13 colonies was created to build the economy as property of the economy, the Constitution wasn't made for you. So whether you're Irish, whether you're Black, it doesn't matter where you came from, Africa, Nigeria, China, Dominican Republic, Brazil, wherever you came from. If you wasn't part of the 13 colonials from Britain that made this country, the Constitution wasn't made for you. But since the Constitution was written in a fashion where all human beings are considered equal-ish in this country, you can utilize the laws that are created for a system that wasn't made for you to make yourself successful. So you should never be in this capitalist country complaining about what you don't have when you have not put any effort into getting more. You also can't sit in this country and talk about what isn't fair to you when you're not willing to change your decision-making process, take first-person accountability for the situation that you're in, and hold yourself responsible for the stupidity that you allow to be around you. Because a lot of times, your future is destroyed because of the stupid stuff you did when you was a kid. A lot of the times, your future is destroyed because of the stupid stuff you allowed your friends to do when you was a kid. You got felonies when you was a kid. You got arrested when you was a kid. You got put on probation when you was a kid. Now you can't become that Fortune 500 person that you wanted to be. Now you can't become that president that you wanted to be, that government agent that you wanted to be, because your criminal record from your childhood prevents you from qualifying for that. Where you could have been anything that you wanted to be in life had you behaved as a child and made the appropriate decisions as a child and chased your dreams towards an adult. So the reason why the bottom 99% that complain about capitalism has a problem and they want those handouts is because they're not really trying to apply themselves and they want a free ride, which is why. So I don't know why people hated Trump, but then jumped on a bandwagon when the man was offering out free money like Bill Clinton, but ain't nobody tried to give Bill Clinton a second term. Just trying to tell you. Joseph said that he's from an area of Jews, I still can't pronounce it, Ashkenazi Jews. I think I'm saying that wrong. Are a Jewish population, which is a race, originated in the Rhineland region of Germany during the Middle Ages, which is a race which is around the 10th century, which means, Gia, that he can be Jewish and Caucasian American and Hispanic descendant with that Hernandez on the back of his name there. And the only reason why you would assume that there's some Hispanic in Hernandez is because Hernandez is not an English last name. Hernandez is a Latino last name. I'm half German and Black American. You are not Jewish. So because you Ancestry.com your heritage, Gia, you're going to challenge this man's heritage. That make no sense. That make no sense. Now, you told me that I don't know what I'm talking about on the podcast, but you just talk left field out your behind and trying to tell this man that he don't know where he came from. He know the history back to the 10th century. Sweetheart, you probably couldn't tell me what your mama was doing at high school. Here's a question for you, Gia. What's the age difference between you and your mama? Don't say 16 years. because that's going to make me say all kind of stuff. And y'all already know what we thinking. If there's a 16-year age gap between you and your mama, Gia. This man talking about his heritage going back to the 10th century, and you sitting over here talking about I'm half German and I'm half black, and that's why men don't like black women. No, that's not why men don't like black women. It's a bad attitude. That's why men don't like black women. Some said worker corp is where the business model is democratic and workers vote for upper management instead of having an authoritarian model with an owner that leeches. Oh, so it is like a union. It is like a union. It's just the union model done in the structure of the entire business. That makes a lot of sense. That'll be a pretty sweet business. At least the employees wouldn't be pissed off. She says, "Oh, it doesn't look right. Take them eyelashes off. It'll look right." They don't. All right, let's see what's going on. Less 1,000 less. Be real. Who $1,000 less? Help me understand. That don't even make sense. Again, Gia, you don't never say nothing that makes sense. Tell me when I don't make sense. She said, Gia, I'm sure you're not half German and half black. Well, I can't say that, bro, because looking at her profile photo, she might be. She could be, because I know I'm half German. Well, not half. I'm not going to say half. That's a bold-faced lie, because I got German, Jewish, Indian, and Native American in there. It's just there's so many in there. It's not like a half. It's like a fifth. But 1/32 is not 1/5. Is that black is a color? True. So is negro. Black is a color. Is African American? Well, it's not necessarily African American, because if you're born in America, you're an American with African descent. And he said race is not genetically based, and black is not in human DNA. He's right. That's because pigmentation. Actually, black is just described is a descriptive factor for the colorization of your skin, which is the pigmentation of your skin that is coming from the melanin that you are allowed to absorb radiation with. So it's like, I guess, the difference between suntans and I think people of dark skin color have the capabilities of also getting a pretty sweet sunburn. So, I mean, it just prolongs the ability to be exposed to the sun. I know if I go out there and pick some cotton, I'd probably get really dark like I used to do. But I stopped buying aspirin bottles, so I don't have to do that anymore. And then she's going to say gross. Okay, she don't make no sense. Special shout out to Nikki Love. First time she's jumping on here. Women want a provider, a protector, and leader. And if he can't lead for one, can't for many. Okay, I understand that. I agree with that. And also, if you want a man that is going to protect you, you got to follow instructions. So when he tells you to sit down and shut up, you're supposed to sit down and shut up. Women want a man that's going to lead them. So when a man say, bring your ass on, you're supposed to come here because you're supposed to follow your leader, right? And then if you can't follow instructions, you don't deserve a man that's going to protect and provide for you. Is that fair? Because in order for a leader to lead, the followers must follow. In order for the leader to lead, in order for a king to be considered a king, that means that the kingdom's got to follow the authority of the king. In order for a man to be a leader, the woman has to follow the authority of the man. If the woman is not going to follow the authority of the man is not a leader. Even if he has leadership skills, a man is not a leader if a man cannot lead the woman in his relationship with that woman. If the woman wants to be a leader, then a woman is going to have to be the authoritative figure that has all of the responsibility in a relationship. If you're going to take over the masculine role, forcing the man into the feminine role, then you need to lead, but he should not be paying for your leadership. You should be paying for your leadership. Since the females have placed the financial role, uniformly speaking, on the masculine party in a relationship, when the women decide to become masculine, they need to take over the financial role. I'm only being uniform about it. I'm not sitting over here playing favorites. I'm not over here trying to split hairs. I am being uniform about the situation. You set the par for what you expect men to be. Then when you take over the man's role and bully him out of his position, you got to take over those responsibilities. So since women have abandoned all feminine roles, and the only thing that they do now is smile and have sex with their men, really and truly, once you become the masculine alpha woman of the relationship, the man is supposed to be exactly like Ken. He's supposed to just sleep with you and sit in his boxer shorts and play fight night all night. Don't cook nothing, don't clean nothing, just get some sex and just stay at home. She said, I'm glad that women are becoming more aware of this foolishness. I am glad that women are starting to become more aware of this foolishness too, because the more women that recognize that the mentality of the feminist woman is skewed outside of the favoritism of women, then the more women that'll start becoming more cooperative to men, where those women will not be single women in their mid to late 30s, mid to late 40s with 40 cats because they can't find a companion. You're not finding partners. And the reason why men are going after younger women is because the younger women haven't been corrupted by the mentality of society. Middle-aged women have been corrupted by the mentality of society. Women have dated selfish men that then mistreat the women, and then the women end up becoming selfish. And then those women, after becoming selfish and damaged, now want to find a good man that's generous, but she's selfish. She wants to find a man that's going to adapt to her expectations, but she's not going to adapt to him. She wants a man that is going to blend into her operation, but she's not going to blend into his. Help me understand that. Why is that the dynamic? So, all right. So what? And then men have become the females. Okay. Special shout out to Nikki one more time. The men have become more feminine because men are raised by women, and women do not raise men to be men. Women raise men to be subordinate to women, and then women are looking for masculine men. So if you want a masculine man, you have to do two things. You have to treat your boys like men, respect your boys like men, teach them how to be leaders. And then when they get old enough to start leading, you follow their leadership so that when they take what they taught by their mama out into the universe, they can be leaders while they're respecting their women and appreciating their women and validating their women. But they need to be taught something that they're not taught by mom. Is these women that are unworthy of a man, how to see that toxic woman, how to see that narcissistic woman, how to avoid the woman that's not right for him, the red flags that'll turn a good man into a bad man because this toxic woman just came up and corrupted her good son. Men will teach a man how to be prepared for the bullshit. Men will teach a man how to protect and provide. And men will tell a man that you shouldn't even be in the dating game, because if you can't afford to take care of yourself, you can't afford to take care of her. So why are you trying to take her out on a date? Women are not going to teach each other how to be wives. Women are not going to teach each other how to support a man's agenda. Women are not going to teach each other how to cooperate with a man's operation. Women are not going to teach each other how to aid a man in his financial success. Let me tell you how back in the 60s and 70s, men used to bring their paycheck home and give it to their women, because this was before the internet. This was before auto pay. This is before online banking. So the bills got to get paid while the man was at work. He brought his whole paycheck home, gave it to his wife. His wife balanced the budget. His wife paid all the bills. His wife took care of the kids. His wife took care of the husband. His wife made the husband's clothes, make sure the husband had shoes. The man didn't even know what kind of clothes he wore. He just wore whatever his wife gave him and went to work. A man looked kept when his woman took good care of him. You knew that that man was married, because he looked way better when he was married than what he did when he was single. Now, these women don't do shit but take your paycheck and run off with it. You give a woman $1,000, that's it. But a woman of value, if you gave her $1,000, she'll bring you back $1,100 and the receipt, because all the bills got paid at the same time. You got to understand. You go to the Philippines, she'll balance your budget. She'll take care of your parents, your mama and your daddy. She'll look after the kids, take care of the dog, build a washer and dryer, rebuild the car, put together all the furniture from IKEA. But America, it's hard to get an American woman to take your TV dinner out the freezer and put it into the microwave. Now y'all gonna say that the men's soft. The men's soft. But the men are going to self-preservation tactics become soft because the women are masculine. But guess what? While women are okay with dating women, heterosexual women are okay with dating heterosexual women. Heterosexual men are not okay with dating heterosexual men. So if you start behaving too much like a man, you stop being attractive to men, heterosexual men at least. You might be able to pick up some of the feminine men, And that's what women are looking for. When a woman wants a man that will blend into her authority, she's looking for a feminine man and then claiming that she wants a masculine man. But you have to understand that a masculine man that's a protector and a provider and a leader is not taking your shit. A masculine man is going to be standing there telling you, while he's looking at his non-negotiable expectations for behavior, he going to tell you what you will and will not do. And if you don't listen to him, he going to get rid of you. If you don't have the kind of man that is aggressive about it and force you to do what he tells you to do. Now, where were we at? She said, no man got the ability to hold up the roof for a family anymore. And no woman got the ability to keep the house stable while the man is going to work. Not one woman in America today that is single now, not the wives, the single women right now, got the capability to be wife material from the first date. And not one female that has stepped up over here talking about how men ain't nothing, got the capacity to take a man that is trying to make it and make him successful. But every woman wants a man to support her ambitions and support her ability to be successful. She will get with him uneducated and unemployed, and she will divorce him with a successful promotion in her CEO job. But every man that gets with the woman got what he got, and when she divorced him, he got half of what he started with when he had her. Not one woman on the face of this earth has ever left a man more successful than what he was when he met her. But every woman that leaves a man better off than what she was when she found him. So ladies, y'all got to ask yourselves, what are y'all contributing to these relationships when y'all can find a man and do absolutely nothing to improve him, walk away and destroy him? He half of what he was before he met you because you took it all from him. But he had to build it all by himself before he got with you, because he wasn't worth nothing to you until he made all that. So he made 2 times more than what he needed to make so that he could qualify for you, so that you could take half of it and go get with you a Chris Brown that's going to break your collarbone and throw you down a flight of stairs because he rich. Make it make sense, ladies. Make it make sense. Gigi said, boo boo, the same thing happens in the animal kingdom. Yeah. Why wouldn't I call myself a 10? Why would you call yourself? Oh, yeah, I explained that because nobody's a 10. Her profile pic looks all right to me. It do look all right. Photoshop. It do look all right. But you know something? Hold on, some, because I'm catching up to y'all. Y'all put some of these comments up like 20 minutes ago because I was going on a rant. I'm still catching up to y'all. But look at this, some. You said her profile picture look all right. But I put the link in the comment section, Sam. I said if she wanted to, she could have been able to click that link, approve the mic, approve the camera. She could have jumped up here and she could have showed us what she looked like today with her hairnet on and with her robe on, chillaxing on the cell phone, sitting on the couch right now, eating popcorn. You know what I mean? She could have jumped up here. Every time I jump on a podcast, I'm in a suit, but she could be like with her little wife beater on and, you know, with the boy shorts on and stuff and sit here on the podcast and talk. She talking about how I'm stuttering over my words. I'm more than positive that the dialogue that she would be utilizing would not be as filtered as the text that she's putting up here. But I can tell you that it is an attractive photo. Is that what she really looks like, though? I don't know. She said, I personally feel there's nothing about me that I need to change. That's not true. That's not true. I can tell you right now, just by looking at your photo, if that is your real hair, ma'am, that is not your natural skin complexion. You did put on a little bit of foundation and a little bit of highlight up there. I know you got you some mascara on to give you some fuller eyes. You got you some lipstick on. So that's not the real natural you. Okay. Your chest sag, so you got the bra holding it up. You got to understand, if it ain't perky, it's supposed to be, if it's at your belly button, it's supposed to be sagging at your belly button. That ain't where it's supposed to be. If it's up here at your chin because you're wearing something to hold it up at your chin, you're modifying your actual appearance. That's a change. If you have to change anything about you, you are not perfect. These prescription glasses in and of itself says I'm visually impaired to the magnitude that I need corrective lenses, which means I'm not perfect. My hair ain't even on fleek right now, girl. I need one of y'all to braid me down. I'm not perfect. You might not like my style of dress. I'm not perfect. I have no blemishes on my face, but you might prefer that I shave my facial hair. If there's a change that somebody that's looking at you think that you can make, that would make you a little bit more appealing to them, you're not perfect. Your 10 is not your 10 to you. Your 10 is your observation from society. If society would dictate you are a 10, then you're a 10. If society would find a flaw in you, then there's a flaw in you. Because I said to you earlier, I said to you about a half hour ago when you made that statement, that if there's anything about you that you feel like you should change, or anything about you that you know somebody else wish you would change, then you're not a 10. She said, even if I do, it's still perfect. No. Even if you have something about you that needs to change, you're not perfect. God bless you. Exactly, Nikki. God bless you. Because look, I agree with her. You need Christ. You need Christ. Because ain't no way. Exactly. You like men to bow down to you. That's not, if you want a masculine man that is a leader, God is not going to, but no man that is masculine leadership potential is bowing down to a woman that is supposed to follow his lead and submit to his authority. Not saying that men won't submit to women, not saying that men won't bow to women, but it is a double standard, which is a feminist concept, that a woman wants a man to bow to her, submit to her for the sex, so she's got all authority over the relationship, and he's paying for that. He's renting this girl to be oppressed by this girl, and that is supposed to be equality. Make that make sense, Gia? You cannot want a leader and a provider that bows to you, that submits to you. No king submits to his kingdom. The king rules his kingdom. No government submits to its people. The government rules and dictates its people. The authority figure does not submit to the dependents of the authority figure. It's not a round robin scenario. This isn't paper, rock, and scissors. But you have to go find you a feminine man if you want men to bow down to you. Right? She said, or get laid. Exactly. Yeah, they got to bow down to you if they want to get laid. But that also means that you're not looking for a masculine man, because what you want is to find a masculine man so that you can break him with manipulation. And then now that you've made him submissive, you're bored with him because he's no longer the masculine man that you're attracted to. Then you're going to leave him for a masculine man that hasn't been broken yet, so that you can break him. And you're going to keep doing that until you get into your mid-30s and no man wants you no more. That's the mentality of the type of women that men need to avoid. Because if you were looking for a masculine man that's going to protect and provide, then you need to submit to that man. Sam said, I like Jesus. He was a commie and bashed the rich. Oh, look. Oh, see, I love this, Nikki. Y'all always do this. Preach it, sister, period. Go ahead, girl. Y'all condone negative behavior amongst each other, but y'all never promote positivity amongst each other. Y'all never say, girl, you need to cut that nonsense out. You need to go ahead and stand by your man. Y'all remember the old saying that behind every strong man was the old saying in the hood used to be behind every strong black man was a strong black woman. But the old saying is, universally speaking, behind every strong and successful man is a strong woman, because she supported her man. She had his back. Before he could fuck it up, she would catch him. The way Michelle took care of Obama. And look, I pointed this out. I did a whole show about this because Michelle is in social justice. And in order for her to control social justice, what does she got to do? Make her husband the president so that she becomes the first lady, which makes her the leader of her field. So now she can make all the changes that she wants from the top of the ladder. Instead of fighting her way up, she made her husband president so that he could give her the position to control everything she wanted to control. That is how women are supposed to live their life. They are supposed to make themselves successful by making their partner successful so that they can share in the success with their partner and have all the control that they got by helping their husbands get to where they want their men to be. Now, why don't y'all preach that shit? Why don't y'all preach partnership? Why don't y'all preach loyalty? Why don't y'all preach dedication? It's all about oppressing a man, dominating a man, talking shit about a man, and then discarding a man after you've devalued the man, but then you're looking for a man that has yet to be broken. Sweetheart, if y'all break all the men and you only got like, what, 28 or 30% of the men that are still single, 50% of the black men have single or never been married, and you're breaking all of the men as you encounter them, by the time you get 30, look at your body count, 20, 30, 50, 100, 200. The percentage of women to men is usually 1-to-1, 18-to-20, and it starts becoming 2 women to 1 man the closer you get to 30, and 3-to-1 the closer you get to 50. So when you think about, there's about 50.1% of women in the United States and about 49.9% of men in the United States, and you've destroyed 60 men in your career. If you look at a body count of 60, you destroyed 600 men in your career if your body count is 600, and you're going to say that you are destroying more men that you break up with than the average ratio of men to women, and you're trying to say that you can't find a good man. Well, if y'all stop fucking over the men, you'll find some good men. I tell the men on a regular basis, if you want a good woman, you got to stop condoning the negative behavior of women. You got to stop condoning the scantily clad outfits. You got to stop condoning the OnlyFans. You got to stop condoning the stripper pole dancing and all this other stuff, the twerking in the street and all this other stuff. You got to stop condoning them showing off all of their assets on social media and in person. You got to start condoning that wholesome woman that you're looking to marry and not condone anything else, because as long as you condone negative behavior, you're going to build a society that is attention seekers, that is going to utilize negative behavior for self-fulfillment, and then they're going to incorporate that into a daily routine, and then all you got is a bunch of thoughts. No housewife material, no business successful wife material, no partnership wife material, no lifelong relationship wife material, because everybody's trying to get the most body counts that they can get. The women are trying to get a higher body count than the men, thinking that the more experience she has, the more he'll enjoy her in the bedroom. But you're supposed to be more valuable than sex, ladies. So it don't matter if you're good in bed if you're resourceful everywhere else. Because most of y'all are like, watch your paint dry anyway. Why y'all got to get a body count of 600 if you're just going to lay there and take it? I don't get it. Special shout out to Carl Broughton. It's Carl Broughton jumped up here, first comment of the day from 35 minutes ago. I'm gonna catch up to these comments, y'all. I'm gonna catch up to these comments, I promise. He said God made Adam first to serve God. Preach the Bible, brother. He said God made first. Okay, and out of Adam, he made Adam a helper to help the man to serve God. And that's the truth, though. So if the woman is made from the rib cage of the man, then the woman is supposed to be helping the men. So why the fuck are the women not helping the men? Now, here come Nikki talking about some men want to be the prize now. Sweetheart, men have always been the prize, because what you have to understand is that in order for a man to spend 3/4 of his life to be what you are looking for in a man, and you consider that man a catch, that is a prize. Literally. If you take away the smile and the sex, positive attitude out of the equation, I got at least 4 women in the comment section active right now. Not one of y'all can give me 5, 10 things that you do that a man can benefit from that is not financial status, your education, and sex. But you expect from a man financial success. I'm a $100,000 a year man with 5 businesses, financial success. You expect to be 6 foot tall. If I'm 6 foot tall, I'm meeting your expectations. You might expect me to be a certain age. If I'm in that age group, now I qualify for you. Now that I qualify for you, you have to qualify for me. So my expectations for a woman needs to be met. If you don't meet those expectations, now the man that you want doesn't want you, but the man that you don't want wants you. And those are the women that says, I'm single by choice. No, you're single because the men that want you, that would give you the world, you don't want. And the men that you do not qualify for, you chase after. And then you throw away all your inhibitions to get that man. After you didn't had a nice affair with that man, it's fun for him to play around with you. And then when he gets ready to get serious, he don't keep you. He goes and gets the woman that he wanted because you didn't qualify for him. You were good enough for a good time, but you're not good enough for a wife. You obviously never heard of Lilith. Yeah, but Lilith don't change nothing. We all come from a woman, so you make no sense. No, the first man didn't come from a woman. The first man came from the dirt. And she said, without a womb, no man. And without everything that you're, look, everything that we touch in your cell phone, the laptop we're talking on, the Wi-Fi, internet, electricity. I can't think of anything that a woman has created. The hair rollers y'all got, the makeup, lipstick, the fake hair that y'all got, all that stuff was created by man. Fingernails, all that stuff is created by man. The entire societal infrastructure was created by men. The cars that y'all idolize so much, created by men. Jewelry that y'all idolize so much, created by men. The edge control, keeping your weave down in this photo, created by men. So I don't understand what y'all trying to make it seem like women are better than men. Because again, on this podcast, we've never said that the women are better than the men. We just said that the women have unrealistic expectations because you want a man that is a leader. You want a man that is a provider. You want a man that is more successful, that is more capable, more physically fit and all this other stuff. But then you want him to be submissive to you. How can you want somebody that you believe is better than you in every aspect of life to bow down to you? That's like me saying Donald Trump should bow to me. What kind of bullshit is that? If he got what I don't got, I should be bowing to him. Likewise, ladies, if you're picking a man that has what you don't have, you should be bowing to him. A wife is quite literally property. Special shout out to Chad. Special shout out. Oh, Chill Toad 666. Special shout out to Chill. He jumped in. I caught up with your comment, bro. He jumped in and dropped some fire on y'all ass. Women are the most important thing on the planet. Life. Okay. Carl says God is. Okay. Men can't carry a child though. Hold on. Okay, so women are not the most important thing on the planet. Okay, but women are not the least important thing on the planet either. Men need women as much as women need men. Women just don't value the men that they need. They just devalue them and demasculate them so that they can manipulate the men into doing whatever they want, because women actually receive so much unnecessary validation from society with comments and unnecessary compliments based on the scandal clad outfits that they wear, seeking attention, seeking validation, seeking confirmation. They basically dress like sluts so that they can get all those compliments on social media. Men don't do that. Take this podcast, for example. As there's nothing attractive about me on this podcast. I've got a sweater vest on, or a sweater on, like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, if y'all familiar with that back in the day. Tie, button down shirt and shit. The closest thing to hip or cool or swag is the glasses that I'm wearing on my face. And the fact is that there's nothing attractive about this podcast. The only reason why people are on this podcast is because I'm either making it make sense for some or controversially objected of by others. But you're not here because I look cute. But if one of you ladies was the host of this podcast and we were all on this podcast, we would be on this podcast just watching you sit here in the comment section, not talking at all, just looking attractive in an attractive dress. Because you do not have to do anything to get validation. Just show up. A man has to say something of value, have to do something of value, has to be something of value in order to get validation. And he doesn't even get validation. He actually gets devalued and demoralized and mistreated and demasculated against as he continues to be successful. Women don't compliment men for the sake of. You won't even admit that I've made sense over the past 2 hours, but you will admit that you've been here for 2 hours. For some reason. Now, Again, I'm going to say women are equally as important as men. Women are supposed to create the children with the aid of the men and the women are supposed to take care of the children together. The women are supposed to do more of the nurturing and the men are supposed to aid with more of the educational side of things, because the rationale and the logic come from men and the emotional support is supposed to come from women. The emotional support that men need is supposed to come from women, and the financial support that women need is supposed to come from men. And the fact is that if everybody got in line and did their roles and respected each other, we would not have feminism. He said Gia bad though. Well, I mean, again, that is a pretty decent photo that could have been photoshopped. Gia says that men don't carry children. That is wrong. That is wrong. Men do carry children. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And wait for it, y'all. Wait for it, y'all. We carry the children while you sleep. We carry the children while you awake. We carry the children to court. We we come get the kids on the weekends. We carry the kids. We carry their ass to school. We carry the kids. Don't talk about we don't carry no kids. We carry the kids now. Y'all let us carry the kids. We carry the kids. If y'all stop aborting the kids, we be carrying the kids all the time. You do 25% of the work. Sweetheart, y'all do less than 25% of the effort in a relationship to be successful these days. Do you know that a 50-50 egalitarian relationship requires 50% of something to be done and 50% of another thing to be done? If you expecting a man to be primarily the breadwinner of the whole scenario, then you're supposed to be primarily the helper of the scenario. So while he bringing in most of the money, you're supposed to be doing most of the effort that doesn't take money. So everything, cooking, cleaning, laundry, getting him up for work on time, getting his bath ready, making sure that his affairs is in order, getting his appointments together. If he's a self-employed person, you're supposed to be working the books for him. You're supposed to be balancing a budget for him. You're supposed to be helping him with the loans and the approvals and everything to that effect. You're supposed to be helping him with business and finance and investing and stocks, because he's out there making the money. You're supposed to be taking the money that he makes and doubling that shit. You're supposed, if every time he bring back $1, you're supposed to flip that into $5. And then take $2 for you because you did that. But if he bring you $1 and you make $5 out of it and keep $2 for yourself, he got $2 extra and you got $2 extra, and that $1 he brought home paid for the bills. Now that's a valuable woman, and everybody's still getting theirs. Why the fuck y'all don't be like that? Why the hell does he got to give you his whole paycheck, pay all the bills? You keep your paycheck in your pocket. Don't do shit for him. Don't do shit for the baby. Don't do shit for the house. You keep your whole paycheck. Both of y'all making $50,000 a year. Y'all living a $60,000 a year lifestyle, and your whole paycheck going towards absolutely nothing, when you could have been putting that $40,000 a year into a trust where both of y'all would have been getting $5,000 a month in dividends returned off of that trust as beneficiaries of that trust, where y'all could eventually quit y'all jobs, because each one of y'all will be making $10,000 a month off the stock option, because your half of the money will be going into the goddamn stock market. Why the fuck y'all don't do that shit? Y'all say y'all more valuable than the men. Y'all are more of a financial burden to the men than you are valuable to yourself, as you say that you're more valuable to men. And then here's the thing, ladies. If you are valuable to the men by bearing children, and then you are going to choose to kill the children, aren't you killing your value? That means that you're worthless to the man. If he wants more children and you're getting abortions, you ain't shit, because he wants a legacy and you're not trying to give him that. No, women raise men to be girls so bad. The men don't want to be girls so bad. Men want girls and can't find them because all the women are masculine. You are so dramatic, sweetheart. Today is the least dramatic day out of my week. I'm wound down. I'm going to be wound up tomorrow when we talking about all this bullshit that the president just did over the past 7 days. I might get more hype tomorrow and the day after. You telling me I'm dramatic. The only thing dramatic about this is that not only have you not been correct about anything that you said, you have not provided any factual information to default any of my statements. You have just devalued men across your comments. And I'm going to let you stay in the comments and continue to do it because you're doing it in a respectful fashion, but you have yet to provide any information to offset any of the facts that's been put out here. She says, you would never understand how it feels for a human to grow inside of you. I would hope not, Gia, because the only men that should be able to understand how it feels for a human to grow inside of them are men that are in prison. Plain and simple. Now, Carl, back to Carl. Special shout out to Carl. He's still swinging in here. Women should realize that they were created to help Adam to serve God. Women were supposed to be helpers, and women are only valuable to men when they are helpers. And since men are only valuable to women when men can protect and provide, women are only valuable if they're willing to cooperate with men. So if you're not willing to cooperate, then you're not girlfriend material, which means you're not wife material, which means that you belong to the streets. We're not changing the dynamic. I never said that you're supposed to be barefoot and pregnant at the house. I said you're supposed to be helping, which means that if he tell you that he needs you to do something, you're not supposed to talk back to him. You're supposed to get it done. Think about this, ladies. From the first day that a man meets you, he asks you what you like, what you want, what you need, what can I do for you? How can I help you? The whole 6 months to a year of y'all relationship, he always asking these questions. If he forgot, he gonna ask you again. At some point, you expect him to know, figure it out. But when the fuck have you ever asked him questions to a man? I asked y'all over an hour ago, what do you bring to the table for a man? Besides sex and your education and your financial status, what do you bring to the table for a man that a man wants? You can tell me what you want from a man, but you can't tell me what a man wants from you. You tell me that you're wife material, or you would assume that you're wife material, but you ain't said shit that's wife worthy. Let's be real, y'all. Let's be real. I already know that I got to be making 6, 7, 8 figures a year in order for you to say that I'm worthy of your time. But what do you know that you got to do to be worthy of my time? Make it make sense. He will never understand how a great woman lifts and is important. Ma'am, y'all have not said nothing that a great woman would do, because I've seen great women. I just told y'all about Michelle Obama. I mean, we could talk about Hillary Clinton. She stood by her husband. I forgot Donald Trump's wife. She stood by her husband. There are 3 women right there, billionaires, millionaires, fantastic women that stood by their men, and some of them men ain't shit. Now, again, with the average 99%, bottom 99% of women, ladies, what are y'all bringing to the table? I don't understand where y'all believe that y'all are the great woman that lifts a man and is important to a man, because you cannot tell me what men need. And I am 30 minutes behind on the comments, and you have taken 30 minutes to not tell me what men need, because this comment was posted at 12:10. It is 12:55. That was 45 minutes ago, and you still have not told me what men need that you bring to the table. Chill said, be grateful. Bless. Be grateful, girl. You would never understand how it's mentally challenging growing a human inside of you. Sweetheart, you don't understand how it is mentally challenging for us to grow a human in front of us. You don't understand how it is mentally challenging for us to educate a selfish and stubborn adult that actually picked me to teach her shit. You want a man that is a leader, which means that he's going to provide you with guidance that you're supposed to follow. You want a man that's going to be a provider. That means that he's going to give you stuff that makes you his dependent. So you're telling me, here's the dynamic that you're putting a man in right now. You want to be his dependent since he's your provider, right? So imagine this. Y'all know what it's like. Well, some of y'all know what it's like to be single mothers. You're telling me that your child is supposed to tell you what to do and you pay all the bills. That's what you're asking men to do. Because your child is your dependent, and you're telling me that your 6, 7, 8-year-old child is going to tell you what the fuck they not going to do and how you can't tell them what to do, and they a bad bitch and they can do whatever because they grown. Now, back in my day, your ass would have been out on the street talking to your mom and daddy like that. But I'm just saying, as an example now, that behavior is the same dynamic as a woman telling a man that she chose to be her representative. You chose him. Now, I'm not putting women in their place talking about some y'all belong beneath a man. You're telling me that you want a man that is, in your eyes, better than you, a leader of you, a provider of you, which makes you his dependent, and you're going to boss him around. That don't make no fucking sense. Now, now out of all of that, your mental instability for having that child, if y'all understand how much trouble y'all go through mentally giving birth to children, why don't y'all just keep y'all damn legs closed until y'all get married? Why do y'all got to get out there and get a higher body count than men? And then y'all want to say that it's y'all's bodies so y'all can do whatever y'all want to do, and y'all destroy y'all puberty or purity at puberty. So at 14, 15, 16 years old, y'all throwing it against the wall like that little girl that had a 25-man train in a high school. I don't know what the heck that little girl was thinking. She'd have went to the high school and got serviced by 25 people in her school. You was not going to be able to attend that school. Everybody going to be making fun of you. And then if she get pregnant off of that, you could expect her to get an abortion. But no. And that right there, that one action would be what, 10, 15 episodes of Murray trying to find out who the daddy is, 25 different dudes on the same day. And this child was like 15 years old. She'll be a parent at 16, not know who the daddy is, and got to put the entire student body on a paternity test. These are the mistakes that women make. And then women say, well, y'all should accept us for who we are. But as a man, I still got to be a Fortune 500 person. I still got to be highly successful. And however many children you didn't abort, I got to pay for them so that I could get your attention. And that doesn't guarantee me that you will actually produce children for me. That just means I'm taking care of somebody else's children. Now you're going to, oh, well, you know, the children have a right to, you ain't thinking about that when you're trying to kill them. Make it make sense. The double standards don't add up, ladies. I just want to sugar mama. Get to stay at home and suffer. Look, hey, I'm sitting over here talking about they need to bring that Ken and Barbie back, bro, because I mean, if these females is going to be so masculine, bro, they need to go ahead and just really jump on the take over the whole role and pay for everything. She say, speak to God about your hate towards females since he made us receivers and we will continue to be. But sweetheart, you are a receiver. But you got to receive the delivery, and the man is supposed to be delivering. And when you telling us to speak to God, and we're gonna speak to God about what? We're gonna tell God, hey, you built us a helper that ain't helping. You built me a helper, Lord, and you ain't helping. Lord, give me the strength to deal with this shit. This that baby boy stuff going on right now. You understand? We sit over here suffering right now. You understand? Look, and the people in Dubai, actually, the citizens of Dubai got more money than the citizens in America, because America got 99% poor people. Dubai don't got that many poor people over there. But the people in Dubai, one man got multiple wives. Each wife got an allowance. The women are aiding the man in his success, which means each one of them women get a Nick Cannon paycheck. And the more women there are, the less time she got to spend with that man out of the month. Think about it. There's 30 days in the month on average, 28 days on February, 4 weeks out the month on average. If he got 4 wives, you only got to see him 7 days out the month. You still getting paid for the whole 30 days. Now, why y'all women don't want a job where y'all get paid 30 days worth of salary for 7 days worth of work? You could tag somebody else in because it's the wrong week for you. You can't, you could be wife number 1 and tag in wife number 2 because your stomach hurt. Or tag in wife number 3 because he won't do something that you ain't down for. You could tag wife number 4 because he want to go do an activity that you don't feel like doing. And the man is still fulfilled and you ain't got to do it. Y'all don't want to share though. But you want that man to deal with the fact that you don't want to do nothing that he likes. He's got to do everything that you like. You don't want to do anything that respects him, values him, or validates him, but you want him to praise you like you're a god when there's supposed to be no other god idolized before the first Lord. Then you want him to pay your standard of living. And if he fails to do any of that, you're going to leave him for another man that you expect to do more than the last man without ever improving your involvement in any relationship that you're in. Think about this, ladies. How y'all single right now? How many relationships that y'all have been in that have failed? And then I'm gonna ask you another question. What is the one key factor that is common in each one of those relationships? And if you don't say it's you, misdirected, I'm just saying. First person accountability. You can't be in 10, 20, 30 failed relationships and not recognize that you're the common factor that needs to improve. And then she's sitting over here, hypocrite, hypocrite, hypocrite. Okay, I love that. Now, one thing you won't do is diminish the role of women. Well, we can't diminish the role of women because the role of women are supposed to be helpers to men. Women are diminishing the role of women because women have eliminated the female role and it's fighting men for the masculine role. While you're fighting men for the masculine role, nobody is performing the feminine role. Nobody's performing the female, the woman role. Everybody's trying to do the man's role. Everybody's competing for the man position. So, ladies, y'all are diminishing the role of the woman because you fought for liberation. You fought for more responsibility. You didn't fight for equality. You fought for the right to not only do what you do at the house, but also go out and get a job and work too. That's what you fought for, because you were prohibited to leave the house and go do what you do outside of the house to make money. So now that you have the right to do what you do outside of the house, now you feel like you don't got to do nothing at the house. But that's what your position was, to help, not to lead. Your position was never to be a co-leader. And you don't even want to be a co-leader. You want to be led. Y'all said that about an hour ago. You want to be led. If you want to be led, then that means that you follow and obey. That is the default status of a person that is led. If I want to be protected, then that means I got to follow the instructions of my protector. That's what that means. If I have Donald Trump's got a security team, these men tell him when to get up, when to sit down, when to go, when to come, when to answer the phone. It's time to leave. When he got shot at, let's go. You can't even stay and shoot back. Got to follow instructions. Their job is to protect him. By default, he listens to his protector. And he's a billionaire. Y'all women want a man to protect you. When he gives you instructions, you listen to him. Now, show me how that's devaluing you as a woman. I'm only telling you that in order for me to fulfill my role as a man, you have to fulfill your role as a woman. Now, everybody get into your Bible. It's the key to living a decent life and having an eternity by having your name written in the book of life. Now, before we go further, Carl Broughton, I just want to tell you that Corinthians 1-31, if they read that every day, it is also in the Quran, and they can get their shit together because their asses ain't acting right and they ain't paying attention to the word. And since they ain't paying attention to the word, they confused. And because they confused, they're misguided. And because they're misguided, they're misguiding the next generation. They're misleading the next generation down the wrong path. And while everybody's going down the wrong path, they believe that they will be saved by a man that is going to put up with that bullshit. But no man is going to go into the den of sin and grab a thought and turn her into a housewife. We have stopped becoming Captain Kirk since 1986. We ain't doing that shit no more. Y'all looking at 2024, man, ladies. Y'all want a man gonna look. This is a business proposition right now, sweetheart. Y'all not about to sit over here and just jump on the bandwagon and just get a free ride. If you're not contributing to the success of a man, you ain't getting shit. That's why prenuptial agreements have started to become rampant right now. That's why men are not even really trying to date women no more. They're going to rent them, like the Raleigh theory. They're going to rent them and then send them back home because, I mean, the couple $100 that we got to give you for a good time, we get the good time, you go away, and now you're not giving us a headache when we're not dealing with you for the good time. If women brought a man peace by being a helper, then she would be earning her keep. If you find a man with potential and work him into a financial success, then he would be successful because of you. If you don't want a man that's not successful and he is only successful because of you, then that means that you are not the reason why he has what he has, and you don't deserve nothing he got. Think about that. She says, why does that offend you? Oh, it don't offend me. He said, no, women actually don't need men that much. No, women need men more than what they think they do. They just don't want to validate the fact that they need men. Women need men just as much, if not more, than men need women. And you do take to take more people. Okay. I don't know what that one was about. You do to take more people. Women need men and always have and will. That's true. I like how they talk about handouts while your landlord takes half your income doing nothing. Tell me about it, bro. Oh, special shout out to Another Walk. First comment of the day. He said, lies. We need to work together, especially in these times. Hold on. Let me put some of these comments up here, y'all, because I was over here looking at hers. He got hers. Chill said women need men and always will. And Sam said they talking about these handouts while landlord takes half the income to do nothing. And Another Walk says that lies, we need to work together, especially in these times. And it's true, because here in America and Florida, it takes a two-party income to make $72,000 a year on average. That was a 2024 statistic from February 14th, which was about 365 days ago. There's going to be another statistic coming out over the next week or two that I'll be able to update. That's probably going to say that y'all have made more money over the past 12 months, where it's not 72, it's like 75 or 78,000. But a two-party income making 75 or 78,000 is roughly $40,000 to $45,000 income matched with a $30,000 to $40,000 income, where both of y'all are low-income individuals. It's just that primarily the man's might be making more money than a woman, not because men make more money than a woman, because women choose men that make more money than a woman, which means that if you're going to divide that into a two-thirds scenario, he's making 40 and she's making 30 something, and that's the family income right there. But she's his boss and all of his money is going into the house. That make no damn sense. That's not equal. If the shoe was on the other foot and she was making 40, he was making 30, he was spending all her money on the house and taking his money and paying for himself, y'all would say that ain't fair. Make it make sense, ladies. Men need women or no human, right? And women need men or they broke as fuck. Look, if ladies' night didn't exist, y'all wouldn't go to the damn club. If men wasn't paying for women's food and drinks and stuff when they went out because women dress like whores, then y'all would not be getting nothing at the club. Y'all would be broke as fuck. If men wasn't giving women so many free gifts that they don't deserve because they dress like sluts, then I can tell you what, that the women would not have nothing. Most of the shit that y'all got because men gifted it to y'all because y'all were attractive. Most of the stuff that y'all are flaunting right now is from your experiences dating a guy that was hoping to hook up with you, that didn't hook up with you, but bought you all of these nice things along the way. Y'all stack all of these nice things from men in the friend zone that y'all put into y'all closets, and then y'all wear it whenever y'all want to. No woman says, oh, I buy more stuff for the men than the men buy for me. But then again, no woman says, I'm not even going to let him buy nothing for me. He's going to buy a stock option instead, because that stock option will make more money than that outfit. All people are equal except those slaves and you worse than Ivan, bro. You come sideways left field stuff. During times like this, it's gender wars. I mean, gender wars can spike up from time to time. But, you know, I didn't start this for gender wars. It just turned into a gender war because one of the comments that showed up on the show, the lady was talking about nobody want to date her because she's black. And I said, no, nobody want to date you because you got a fucked up attitude. And then a black woman jump up here trying to swear to God that that men ain't shit because they don't like black women. And she should know because she's half black. And that just destroyed the whole conversation. We the snowball stand. And because I promised y'all that I'm going to do the best I can and reach each one of y'all's comments, I'm playing catch up with all of the comments because I'm at 12:15 and it's 1:11. So I'm like an hour behind on comments, but there ain't that many comments. I just got to read them quicker. Is that some dumb doing nothing? If it's so easy, why don't you own the property you rent? Well, you know what, Chill? That do make sense. A lot of people are starting to get duplexes and fourplexes and they're renting out the extra spaces. And truth be told, if you get if you have an apartment complex and you sublet the apartment, you just got to have a contract with your landlord that allows you to sublet. She says, the media has enslaved us to believe all we need is the government. No, that's not true. The government did not. The media doesn't make you believe that you need the government. The y'all believe that y'all need the government. The media make you believe that the people run the country by selecting government officials that represent your beliefs. The government don't give a fuck about you. And the 501 rich people that share the same seat that's supposed to be switched over once every 2 years, that 501 people don't give a fuck about what's going on with your day-to-day life. They don't even know who you are. There are 365 million people in this country being run by 501. And they don't know what everybody wants and needs. All they know is that they are paid to do some stuff. And as long as they satisfy the person that's paying them, they keep a job 2 years from now. That's it. The people make the life that they are living in, and if they stay unsatisfied with the life that they're living in because they're not putting any effort in changing it, then they're not going to make changes. Exactly, Chill. That's not even true. Carl, teach them something. Hold on a second, y'all. I got this one person over here that's about to make me do some other stuff. Give me just a second, y'all. I got y'all some backdoor scenarios going on over here. We got to release the hounds. You motherfuckers over here acting a fool. Lord have mercy. All right. So, look. They made a mistake. Then it came over to Montgomery Burns' house. I had to release the hounds. All right. So Carl said men do need women just as much as women need men, but they need to act like women, not act like men. Exactly, Carl. I was saying that long time ago. And yes, it is. Some dumb Chill said, I wasn't born into money and rent a house. Oh, yeah, you're right. Most of us don't get born into money. But if you make the right investments, I showed you guys 5 or 6 times on the show a while back that if you guys invest in certain stock options, if you guys shave off some of your frivolous spending, if you guys invest your discretionary funds into dividend returning capital, because you've got stocks that you can buy and hold that does not give you dividends, and you have stocks that you can invest in that you can buy that will give you dividend returns, where as long as they hold your money, they'll send you back a paycheck. That those are the type of stocks that they're called cash stocks that I would encourage you guys to get into. Blue chip cash stocks that are ones that have been around for more than 10 years that would put money into your pocket. I showed you guys how there are over 8,000 financial institutions in this country where bank accounts and credit unions where you could put they have incentives right now where you could put up to $500 into a checking account and get 5% interest back on that money. You can open as many bank accounts as you want across the country, and you would be able to each one of them put a little under $500 in there. It'll give you 5% interest on your money every year. You could take the interest off the top and continue to open more bank accounts, or you could take the interest off the top and start investing it into stocks and bonds. So each time you spend $200 to $500 on a girls' night out, or each time you spend a night out with the bros and you spend $200 to $300, you could have opened up a checking account for free, put it into that account where you would have got a 5% interest off that money from the time you put it in there to the time you take it out, where your money can make money for you. That could be the foundational opposition for your emergency fund. And then once you build up enough capital, you can redirect all of that money into a higher interest account that's giving you 20% interest, where I've given you 5 different REITs. One of them, the most profitable one, is Orchid Island REIT, I think is what it's called. You can find that on the Stash app, STASH. It's 18.64% interest, and right now it's valued at $8.09 a share. They just gave out 12 cents a share dividends in January on the 31st, and they're about to do another declaration in 2 days about the dividends they're going to give to the February, because it's monthly dividends. So if you're getting 18.46 or 18.64% interest on your money, off $1,000, you're getting $180. All right. So $18 off of every $100. Out of $1,000, $180. That's not a lot of money, but until when the money starts stacking up, when you start talking about $10,000, he's talking about almost $2,000 paid off. When I remember I told you about the woman that's keeping $40,000 in her pocket, if you're getting almost $2,000. For every $10,000 she's not spending in her household, she's got $40,000 she's not spending in her household. That's $8,000 a year of dividends return on her investment if she would have been investing that shit in the stocks instead of wasting it on entertainment. That's the reason why men get mad at women. She said at the end of the day, men have to follow women. That's incorrect. At the end of the day, a woman cannot want a man to lead her by following her, because that's not leading. Again, this right here, these are the kind of statements that are the feminist statements that don't make any sense. How do you want a man that is going to lead you if you expect him to follow your lead? By clear definition, you do not want a leader. You want a follower. You want a simp. You want a paymaster. You want a walking ATM, because you want to be in control of him and you want his assets and resources at the same time. That is not a female model. That is not a feminine model, because a woman that wants a leader and a provider will respect her man and obey her man and follow his instructions. Because just like when you go to jail and you get appointed an attorney, and that attorney tell you what to say and what not to say, because he is elected to represent your best interest, when you pick a man, he is supposed to be representing your best interest. So instead of picking a man that wastes a bunch of money on you, you pick a man that prioritizes your best interest. You pick a man that is going to invest in stuff that can make money for him, so that he's got more money on the back end, so that he's got more time for you while he's still making money on the back end, and you got everything that you want and need. So you are supposed to be trying to help him make more money. So if he at work and the stock's starting to crash, you supposed to move the money. You are supposed to be a helper. You're not supposed to take the money and put it into an escape fund so that when you get tired of his raggedy ass, you can leave him and have stable income. You're supposed to find a man that's not a raggedy ass. You're supposed to be looking for your Obama. That way you can find you a successful. Look for your Johnny Cochran, your Jesse Jackson, your Martin Luther King, your Al Sharpton. You're supposed to be looking for your successful man, but these successful men didn't start successful. They worked their way up to successful. I haven't found too many men that I've named that are successful that didn't have a woman behind them that was helping them stay successful. But that was when women back in the day was being successful. Y'all cannot say that because traditional women in the 70s supported men, that women in 2025 support men. Y'all don't give a shit about men. Look at what y'all saying about the men in the comments. Y'all ain't said one positive thing about men in the comments. All the men in the comments are talking about how the men should be on an equal foot with the women. And all the women are saying in the same comment section that the women should be on top of the man. The men should be underneath the foot of the woman. And that's equality. Make it make sense, ladies. He said, cool anecdotes doesn't change the facts. Most money come from, most money come from men. The media wants men and women in a constant war to eliminate the human consciousness. No, ma'am, that's not true. The media don't want men and women in a conscious war. Women want men and women in a constant war. The media. Okay, let me tell you how the media works. The media works in two ways. The media is going to provide information to individuals. Entertainment typically passes a message, or at least it used to back in the day. Sometimes entertainment in modern times don't even give you a message, but usually entertainment is supposed to be passing a message along. Music used to be a way to communicate, passes messages along, coded messages. Now, make it make sense, because you want to ask the Google lady, go back and double check it. But the negative side of media is to keep society divided, because you're easily controllable if nobody cooperates. The reason why 5 cops can beat up one man in a neighborhood of 300 people is because everybody else is afraid to protect that man. The reason why 5,000 police officers can stop 500,000 rioters is because those 500,000 people are afraid of what will happen to them individually if the 500 police officers or 5,000 police officers get a hold of them. Society keeps us divided. back when black people had a black Wall Street, back when black people had a common goal because they were oppressed by the non-black people, black people took care of one another. We're stronger together. Gangs, the red and blue team was created as like a community watch scenario. It wasn't just going after the ops because they wore different colors. It wasn't knocking one another off at the traffic light because that's the ops with their Glock switch or nothing like that. They were policing their city and keeping their neighborhood safe because the police wasn't protecting their city. Media keeps us divided, which is what keeps racism or social classism, because actually you have internalized racism where black people mistreat other black people because of the complexion of the color of your dark skin. So you got your light dark, your dark dark, your super dark dark, your super light light, your red bones, your yellow bones, blurples. But again, we talked about this a couple hours ago. The differences amongst each other is the reason why things are an issue. Because instead of us accepting each other's differences and recognizing each other's differences and finding value in each other's differences, we try to devalue everybody that's different from us, then put ourselves on a pedestal and make it seem like we're better than everybody else. But that doesn't make sense. And then Nikki says it's all in our eyes, hidden in plain sight. Yeah. But ladies, y'all the ones that's coming out there ass backwards with the shit, talking about some men need to be submissive to y'all, but y'all want a man to lead. You can't ask for a submissive man to be a leader. Masculine men do not submit and submissive men do not lead. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that y'all belong in a certain location. I'm going to tell you right now that y'all are supposed to be a helper. Y'all are supposed to be a partner. Y'all are supposed to work with the person that you choose. But then I'm also telling you that he's not supposed to be beneath you if you want him to be on top of you. He's not supposed to submit to your authority in order to give you instruction if you want him to lead you. You understand? The captain of the ship is the captain of the ship because the captain tells the ship where to go and the ship's crew gets the ship there. If the crew is telling the captain what to do, then the captain ain't the captain. The inmates is running the asylum. Now, Carl says, sorry, men don't follow women. And that's true. At least not the masculine men. You got some simps, you got some incels that'll submit to women because they thirsty and chasing sex. But, you know, the men that are not swayed, the emotionally intelligent men that are not persuaded by the ideology of sex is not going to be controlled by women. Those are going to be the men that are going to be devalued the most by women because women are insulted by men that do not submit to women. They will devalue and demasculate and try to break the will of those men and break the spirit of those men instead of supporting those men the way the women used to support the men in slavery when the men were getting beat to death for their women. You wanted a man with a strong spirit back then. Now you want a weak-spirited man so that you can control him and manipulate him. Grab him by his shirt, threaten his life, hitting on him and stuff. I tell y'all all the time that women are more abusive than men, and women are going to say, no, they're not. Women are going to say that men are more abusive than women. That's not true. Men don't report abuse because if men report abuse, they go to jail for hitting her if they hit her back. They're going to jail. If she hurt herself hitting him, he's going to jail. Men don't report abuse all the time. There's a small percentage of abuse reports from men because men are masculine. They're supposed to take that shit. When you hit him when you're upset, when you hit him when you're mad, when you hit him when you're scared, when you hit him when you're happy, when you hit him when you're showing affection, that's all physical abuse. A man can't slap you because he's having a good time. I mean, yeah, he can smack you on the butt during sex, but I mean, a man can't just come out of nowhere and just pimp slap you like Bernie Mac because he's having a bad day. That's abusive. But you could throw a drink in his face. You could slap him in the face. You could slap him 4 or 5 times. He bet not hit you back. That's abusive. But y'all say y'all not. In all species, women are pursued to procreate. But that does not make women more valuable than men. That means that women are more desired than men, which is why men are treated like garbage. But when men stand on their non-negotiable expectations for behavior, women have a lot more responsibility that they don't like, which is why women start to devalue men. Chill says, go to school. Stop blaming everyone else. Exactly. Yasmin do. Who the hell is Yasmin? Who the hell is Yasmin? Yasmin, your home girl? He said, get a job. Stop leeching from other laborers. Exactly. Exactly. Eve wasn't created first. Tell him, bro. Landlords are a bunch of bums. Nah, I got to disagree with that. Landlords are not a bunch of bums. She said most landlords rip off the government. That's not true either. The government wasn't designed for poor folks. The government was designed for big business. The government was designed for the rich to stay rich and the poor to work hard. Now, because working class wage is modern day compensation for slaves, because the amount of money that the master used to pay for the slaves is the cost of wages for the labor force that they had at their plantations. That is the working wage of the human beings that we have right now. We also have slavery in the form of community service. We also have slavery in the form of volunteer work. We also have slavery in the form of internships, unpaid internships, because it's all free labor. The only difference is that you have the right to walk off the job whenever you want to. They just renamed it and put a pretty bow on it. It's still the same. The rich get richer off of the backs of the poor, and the poor got to take that shit until they find a way to make themselves rich. Now, landlords, property owners, they had to find a way to get money so that they could make money. They were good business people. They found a way to utilize a piece of land to generate revenue. Now, those of you that have to pay rent, you just got to pay rent. That's just what you got to do. But if you own a piece of property or several pieces of property, you understand that you worked hard to get that. And now that you got it, you deserve to not have to work and do anything else, because your job is to get paid off of the land that you bought. And if you're not trying to expand on that, then you're just living life. It is what it is. It says every species perform for their female counterparts. I need to marinate on that. You're justifying the negative behavior of women because most male genders peacock for their females to procreate for reproduction. But you forget that the lioness, the female lions, hunt for the king of the pack, and he defends the lioness from invaders. But she go out and get his food. Help me understand that, ladies. You can always find a metaphor to justify your inability to earn what you get from men, but you devalue the men that you get it from, and you claim that that makes us equal. And this is funny because you want a man that's overly qualified for you so that you can tear him down to call him equal. But a guy that's already equal, you're going to tear him down and say he's beneath you. But after you leave these men, 50, 60, 100, 600, 1,000, your body count, that's how many men y'all destroyed before y'all decided to settle down. But the ratio of men to women is almost 1-to-1. So if you destroyed 60 men in your life, and you can claim that you didn't, but if you left him, you destroyed him. Okay? Now, because most of the time women are going to say he left me because I ain't shit. They're going to say I left him because he ain't shit. But you destroyed him, and you left and went and got you another man. You are destroying 60, 70, 80 times more men than the ratio of men to women. And then you're claiming that you can't find a good man. But the men, some of them there's more good men out there than there are bad men. And with more good men out there in the beginning, initially at least, than there are bad men, it makes no sense why you're going to run a train through all of the men in society, destroy most of them emotionally, psychologically, and then say that you can't find a good man because some of those good men you had in your back pocket in the friend zone, where they was paying for your standard of living, getting you babysitters, watching your children, treating them like they was his, never had a shot with you while you were sleeping around with other men. Y'all got to think about what y'all be doing out here, ladies. That's right, chill. Tell them, bro. Buy some property, bro, boy. Leeching on resources and public authority. Nah, I wouldn't say leeching, because at the end of the day, business owners, real estate investors, they don't have to leech off of the government. The people that are leeching off of the government are the individuals that are on Section 8. Where taxpayers is paying the U.S. government for the U.S. government to pay for housing programs, to pay people who don't go to work to make enough money to pay for their own house. Now, for those of you that are counting that as a blessing because you need more money, you don't have enough money, you working double overtime, you don't make enough money to pay for your house and all your kids, you're going to say you're not leeching, you're doing the best that you can, and the government that is helping you get by, and you greatly appreciate the shit that you get. But look at these comments now, they're reckless. The ones that do usually get divorced, yep, tell them again, Carl, says broke boy with no property. Keep trying to validate your handouts, bum. Go ahead now. Tell them. Better hope your landlord renews your lease before you're homeless. Y'all reckless up in here today. No security. This man makes no sense. Figure it out. Gigi girl, he just needs female attention. See, there you go. I technically don't need female attention. I want female attention. Go look for female attention. But the female attention that you two are offering is not the positive female attention that men look for. He definitely doesn't make any sense. Now, here's the funny part. Both of y'all claim that I don't make sense. Over the past 3 hours, y'all been here with me not making sense, and y'all have not been able to one time do two things I asked y'all to do. Point out where I don't make sense, and then two, show me what y'all bring to the table that make you valuable to a man besides your sex, your income, and your education. And y'all ain't done that yet. I'm still catching up with the comments. I'm 45 minutes behind on the comments, which gives you 45 minutes to think about what makes you valuable to a man. I asked you that question over an hour ago. I'm 45 minutes behind in the comments, and you have not shown me your value. Both of y'all, Nikki and Gia, y'all have not shown me, expressed to me at all what you do that a man values, what a man needs that you provide besides sex, because your education and your income is not what a man wants or needs. I don't pay a landlord because they should get a job. He gonna get evicted doing that shit. And because you are too broke. I don't wear a false eyelashes or fake hair. Okay, but go back to that makeup that you're not talking about right now. Go back to that push-up bra that you're not talking about right now. Waist trainers, butt lifters, high heel shoes. The high heel shoes is all it takes, sweetheart. You got fake fingernails. That's it. Artificial. Some says, LOL, I make good money because I don't have leeches on my labor. Look now, that's how we about to make money for us now. I'm legit. Lee have German, indigenous, and Black American. All right, now y'all be trying to make it seem like now you the one that told me that I was stuttering over my speech, and you over here giving me incomplete sentences, trying to make it harder for me to read this shit. I know your thumbs is hurting because you're typing on your iPhone, sweetheart, but you got plenty of time to edit that shit before you hit send now. Normally the podcast got to catch up to my dialogue. I got to catch up to y'all. You got plenty of time to edit your text before you put it up there now. He said, why you crying about landlords then? I don't know why he crying about landlords. Cutting consumerism in half for most Americans. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what they're going to be doing to get rid of consumerism? Everybody's going to have a robot working for them. The whole U.S. is under economic pressure, and we're on YouTube chatting about females. You know what's funny? Because this podcast talk about finance and business and stuff like that on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And we're going to be talking about a lot of that tomorrow. So all of y'all make sure that y'all like and subscribe, and make sure that y'all dive in, because we're going to be doing this again same time tomorrow. We're going to start off close to 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, which is about 11 o'clock Florida time, about 7 o'clock California time, while California's still burning to the ground. And we're going to be talking about business and finance and politics and governmental pressures. We talk about all kinds of stuff. But today was supposed to be our members only, open to the public show where we was doing reactions and comments to some of the comments that the fans give on the show. And I think we got through like 2 or 3 of them before y'all went nuts on the comment section. And I gave y'all my word that I was going to try to follow y'all comments as long as they was appropriate and entertain conversation with y'all. But y'all talking about the females, we was actually supposed to be talking about like relationships, social improvement, personal development. But y'all are trying to make it seem like women are the best thing since sliced bread, which sliced bread was made by men. Y'all are trying to say that women are better than everything in this world that was created by men. And then the Bible say that women was created from men. So there again, even women in and of themselves came from men. And then you're going to say that men are not as valuable as women. And all men are saying is that you're not less valuable than us. You just need to get your ego off the table and stop trying to make it seem like you're better than men when you're looking for men better than you. Make it easier for you to find a man if you stop believing that you're so much better than the average man. There's probably 45% of men that make less than $100,000 a year that would meet your expectations and give you the kind of lifestyle that you want. But because they make less than $100,000 a year, y'all don't want them. The other 56% of men that are making over $100,000 a year are going to be the kind of men that are going to beat the shit out of you, cheat on you with other women, have a woman in different states, women in different countries. Yeah, you'll get trips around the world, but his stepchild is the woman that cheated on you. Y'all married for 10 years and the child is 6. That's what y'all look for. I ain't never said that men are the best thing on the earth. All I'm saying is that y'all as women are supposed to be partners to the men that y'all choose. You're saying women hold the power. I'm glad you said that, so you can stop blaming men for your failures as women. Because if you hold the power, then why the hell are y'all sitting over here not being successful in life? Y'all do want to hold a lot of power by controlling sex, which is why y'all manipulate men and utilize sex as a tool to control men. But you have no more power in life than a man does. The only difference is that a man is going to cooperate with you more than you're going to cooperate with him. That's really all it is. It doesn't make him less valuable than you. It doesn't make you less valuable than him, but you would have a more successful and healthy relationship if you stop being so damn selfish and egotistical and start being a partner. Cooperate, communicate, negotiate. It's part of business. She says black is a term for a ethnic group that was created here in America. No, ma'am, that's wrong. That's wrong. Actually, black came from the color black, which was identified as negro in other countries. That was then turned into nigger from other countries. That only identified the pigmentation of the skin color of the individual. Now, once that phrase that was actually created in China, because they were some of the first ones to do the slave trade, even though the British was some of the first ones to colonize Africa. And black people had slaves back in Africa because when an African tribe conquered another African tribe, survivors of the war became slaves of the victor. When the slave trade started bringing them to America, because again, Dominican Republic is from the slave trade, Brazil is from the slave trade. So, you know, all of the dark colored individuals all across the world is part of the slave trade, the route of the slave ships. And when they came to the United States, that's what they were called when they got here. They weren't named that in America. It was used as a derogatory term in America, but no, it wasn't created here in America. It was just the identification. It's an adjective. It's just used in a derogatory term. But the funny thing about it is that once it started being used as a derogatory term, African-American people started using that word as a derogatory, as a identification or classification method to take the sting out of the derogatory term so that they wouldn't be as offended by being called that. So now less educated individuals call each other nigger all the time. But you should not identify yourself as that. Women should not identify themselves as bad bitches or hoes. You don't want people to call you something. You shouldn't identify yourself as that. So the N-word should die with racism. Social classism should take over. Women should stop devaluing themselves by saying that they bad bitches and sassy bitches and you go girl. None of that. If you want to be identified and respected for your skill set and your knowledge, you should not be sexualizing yourself for your society. You want to be valued for what you can do. Again, you have a 45-minute lead ahead of me. Tell me what makes you valuable. What do you do taking sex off the table so that you will not be idolized in a derogatory sense? We're going to take sex off of the table. What do you do that makes you valuable to a man that is not your education and is not your career choice? Because an uneducated woman could be just as valuable to a man as an educated woman. A broke, unemployed woman could be just as valuable to a man as a Fortune 500 woman. The attitudes are going to be different. So what do you bring to the table? Here we go. She says, kings can't be kings with no queens. That's a damn lie. What you mean kings can't be kings without queens? In a patriarchal society, a king can be a king just because a prince can become a king because the king died and not have a queen at all. Likewise, in a matriarchal society, a queen can inherit the throne from the queen without having a king in the kingdom. In a patriarchal society, a queen cannot become a queen without first marrying a king. In a matriarchal society, a king cannot become a king without marrying a queen. We are in a patriarchal society in the United States. There is matriarchal inheritances where some women pass down their inheritance to their daughters. But the country is primarily a patriarchal society, which is why women blame the men as controlling stuff in this country after you guys just said that the women hold the power. How is it a good old boys country and the men run the country when the women hold the power? And if the women hold the power, why are the men being accused of oppressing the women if the women hold all the power? Y'all confused. No women are supposed to lead. No women are supposed to lead men. Well, all right. Y'all find men that want to be led by women. And hold on. Let me ask you a question though. Y'all know Kamala Harris owed billions of dollars after that campaign trail, right? Now, financial decisions that she made. How would you feel about her leading your country if she tanked her financial deficit of her personal campaign? How do you feel about her leading your country if that's what she did with her campaign trail? What do you think she would have did with your country's budget? I mean, yeah, all the black folks over 65 years old would have got $1 million, but all the rest of us wouldn't have got nothing. and if you was born in 1965, you like 65, 70, 75 years old. So if you 59 or under, she wouldn't have did nothing for you. And you know what that would have done too? All of the non-black people would have been pissed off at all the black people because some of the black people would have got $1 million, which would have caused a racial divide in this country. Let me see that hairline, Jen. Look now. Let me see that weave split, Nikki. Hold up. There are a lot of divorces. The reason why is because usually women always aren't content in what they have. They should be looking for what they can do for God together with their husband. Carl is the only one that speaks sense right now. Special shout out to Carl. I'm trying to figure out why y'all making it make sense. She's like, that make no sense. I don't understand, girl. Y'all blind. Younger females will leave at the second of a red flag. Younger women will leave as soon as his check don't deposit into the account fast enough. Let there be a delay in his paycheck. Y'all out the door. These gold digging something or others. Back in the 60s and 70s, women could not even open a bank account by herself. You dang right. And them women had more financially successful men back then. I don't know. They lost. When I have children / boys, then they would never have this mindset. And that's why all the boys will be raised as feminine females. Y'all are making femboys because y'all are not going to raise any of your men to be masculine. You're going to raise your boys to be feminine. You're going to raise your boys to be submissive to women. You're going to but the thing is that you're not doing this for the best interest of your boy. You're not going to raise your boy to be a strong man, to be a protector and a provider, to be independent and self-sufficient, and then find a woman that will aid him in his success. You're going to raise your boy to be bitches. Then all of the women in his generation are going to say, I can't find a strong masculine man. The masculine men are in their 50s and 60s. I can't find a masculine man in my age group. But your mentality is the reason why y'all not finding those masculine men, because women 20 years older than you had the same mentality that you are, and the 20-year-old boys that are in your age group right now got the same mentality that you are planning on raising your boys to be like, because you're not trying to raise them to be strong. But you know how you set a good example when you're raising a man to be a man? When you are with your son and you are with your man, and you are supposed to respect your man the way you want your son's woman to respect him. Plain and simple. Now, you want your sons to be treated like shit by women? Treat your man like shit in front of your son. Because think about this. Any man that wants his daughter to be respected, appreciated, and valued as a woman when she grows up, that man is going to have to start respecting and appreciating and valuing women so that he can show his daughter what a man is supposed to behave like, so that when she finds a man not acting like her daddy, she know that that's a red flag, because my daddy wouldn't treat me like that, so I'm not going to let you treat me like that. Now, equality, Miss Ma'am, never said one. Oh, Drewski, shout out to Kanye. Diddy time. Shout out to Kanye. He did that. Here we go, Carl, with the sense. A good woman and decent woman is God-fearing women. If not, you are setting up yourself for a future of divorce. Look, now, preach the gospel. A God-fearing man will respect and provide. A respectable woman will obey her husband that is protecting and providing for her. You're not going to try to put a man in a position to be submissive and subordinate and then a leader and an authority figure when it's convenient to you. He's going to always be a leader. He's going to always be a provider. He's going to always be an authority figure that you have to always respect and abide by, since you chose him to be the leader and the provider, not because it's the man's place to be in charge of you. It's because you want him to be in charge of you. When you said you wanted a leader, that's how that works. If men said that they wanted women to provide for them, then men would expect women to pay for shit. If men said that they wanted women to protect them, then when a woman says, get down, you're supposed to get down or lay down, like they say in the hood. Nah, what Bean said, state property, get down or lay down, motherfucker. I'm just trying to tell y'all now. He said, well, yeah, because the Philippines is a third world country. This is not it. You are right. The women in the Philippines got way more self-control, self-respect, self-dignity, and they value themselves. They value their husbands. They value their families. They put their husbands first. They are the epitome of the traditional feminine woman that men look for in America. Can't find it, but they look for it. And then y'all are saying that men ain't shit because the women in the Philippines Now, I know a lot of y'all that say that the women in the Philippines are what the men are chasing after because the men are too broke to afford the women in America. I've been telling y'all it ain't true because it costs $2,000 for the man to get there, $2,500 once he buys his passport, $1,000 to $2,000 a month to stay there, $5,000 to $10,000 a month to pay for his house back here, $2,000 more to come back. He got to pay $2,000 to bring her, $2,500 for her passport. And then if they have not given her American citizenship, he gonna be paying for trips back and forth. That's $4,000 round trip just for her, $8,000 round trip if they flying together. His ass ain't broke if he's dating a woman in the Philippines. If a man is dating a woman in the Philippines, it's because he don't want your ass. American men don't provide comfort. That's your job to provide comfort. It's his job to provide financial security and protection, physical protection and financial security. It is the woman's job to provide comfort. That's why I keep telling y'all are raising female men. Men are not supposed to be comforting to women. Women are supposed to be comforting to men. Y'all are supposed to be the man's peace. She said, black men don't provide comfort. Then she said, Nikki for sure. Tell him, Carl. A masculine man will be out working to provide for his family, right? And their comfort. No, sweetheart, you provide the comfort for the man. You are looking to be a sugar baby. You trying to find you a sugar daddy that's going to sit there and pay for your standard of living so that you ain't got to do nothing. Special shout out to Joycelyn. Please tell me, Miss Galaxy, she about to make some common sense for some of these young girls up here talking out their behinds. Because I'm sitting over here trying to tell y'all that the women in the 60s and 70s and 80s were so much more efficient, more capable and competent women that put more effort into the success of their relationships and their families. And those women back in the day did so much more, which is why they got 40, 50, 60-year marriages that started way back then. And now the relationship is 1 year, 5 months, 6 days long. That's the average relationship now. So if you dating somebody right now in 2025, odds are you're going to be broke up. Y'all going to be dating somebody else by 2027. In 10 years, you'd have 5 relationships, 6 maybe. Talking about I do long-term relationships. Tell me when the last time you dated somebody for 10 years. Now, Jarson says it depends on the age, in my opinion. Kane, special shout out to Kane. Preach it, brother. Gina says the man provides comfort to women in 2025. No, the men do not provide comfort to women in 2025. The men provide financial stability to women in 2025. The women are supposed to provide comfort to the men in 2025, but the women do not want to be comforting to men in 2025. They provide hell and damnation to the men in 2025. That's why the women stay single in 2025. The women that stay married are partners and wives and cooperative. And in no way, shape, or form less than a man. They're just more successful in their relationship because they're dedicated to the success of their relationship, not dedicated to the success of themselves. He said, and the ones that do, I appreciate them. Oh, yeah, of course, because you appreciate the men that give you everything that you don't have to reciprocate for. You are going to you have value in free stuff from a man that you don't have to do nothing and you don't deserve. As long as you ain't got to put no effort into it, you down for it. But let you be in the situation where you were supposed to contribute and kick out, you would be in a bad spot. You wouldn't know what to do with life. Carl says, and a good woman, when the man provides for her needs, would have a beautiful meal cooked for a man when he gets home. And I'm going to add to that, Carl, because they will also have his bath ready, bed made, clothes ready for bed. She have his clothes ready for him when he get up for work in the morning. If he missed the alarm clock, she going to wake him up. She going to help him get his tie together because women used to know how to tie ties back in the day, not spread their legs. Then she going to make sure that the house is taken care of while he gone. Repairs is done. Take the car to the shop. She makes sure that the solar panels is acting right. The children is ready to go. The kids is dropped off at school with their school lunch. She done packed the lunch for the man. Let's talk about a regular woman that is going to be the traditional valued woman that a man wants. I'm still waiting on y'all women, 45 minutes behind. Now, these are comments from 12:30. It's 1:57. It's 2 hours ago. I gave y'all a challenge, and y'all ain't never showed me y'all worth. There 2 of y'all came through here, 3 women so far, 4 women right now that's in my comment section. And I asked y'all over 2 hours ago, besides Miss Joycelyn, that is making it make sense up in this bitch. I asked y'all, what do y'all bring to a table that a man can value besides sex, money, and education? Y'all ain't said nothing yet. Gia says a real man has no problem providing for women. Yes, but a real man does not pay for a woman that does not belong to him. A real man does not waste his money on that's called tricking, sweetheart. A real man does not waste money on a woman that does not value, respect, or appreciate him. A real man does not invest in a woman that does not invest in him. A real man is not supposed to put money anywhere that is not inside of his household and his relationship. Okay. Get him, Kane. And a real woman can shut her mouth with. All right, Kane. High five. Special shout out to Kane. Kane 954. A real woman can shut her mouth and listen to what a man has to say. And look, there's another thing, because I know a lot of women don't want a man to tell them when to shut up. But a lot of times there are situations where a man has to tell a woman when it's time to stop talking. If she don't like it, they had one woman on the show complaining when a man would grab her arm to let her know stop talking on this topic. He would grab her leg to let her know it's time to stop talking on this topic instead of telling her to shut up outright. Women don't like that. They don't want to be controlled or in any way, shape, or form feel like they're being dominated. But if you out of line, it is your man's point to tell you stop before I have to beat these people up because of what you're saying. Now, at the same time, a woman like, look, I'm going to tell y'all again, Michelle Obama. Remember when she was on Saturday Night Live? She ain't said shit. She ain't disrespect herself. She ain't degrade herself. She wasn't twerking on the show like Kamala Harris out there doing the campaign. She wasn't out there twerking, shaking her behind or nothing like that. She stood there surrounded by the CIA and just smiled. She knew when to speak. She knew when not to speak. She done did some public speeches. Lovely voice. Did story time and everything like that. But she knew when it was inappropriate to say something, and she never said nothing bad about her husband. Hillary Clinton, whose husband cheated on her, never said nothing bad about her husband. Never said nothing bad about her husband during the campaign. Donald Trump's wife, he paid $135,000 for a hooker. His wife never said nothing bad about him. Never did a press conference about him. But let a man take one of y'all broke women to the Cheesecake Factory. Y'all about to stream live and talk bad about his ass. You have not even earned his respect, much less shown him any value. And you, he took me to the Cheesecake Factory, broke ass. Why? Make it make sense, y'all. Nigga said a real man will realize what it comes with to be a female. We hold most of the household and world together. No, the fuck you don't. Hold on, Nikki. Hold on, Nikki. I'm about to go in real quick. Let me tell y'all how much y'all hold the house together. And I'm going to start with all the man-made shit that man done made because y'all don't hold shit together. Let me start. Hair dryer, curling iron. I'm going to start from the bathroom and work my way forward. Shower curtain, towel rack. Y'all ready for it? Washing machine, dryer, because y'all don't do shit. Microwave, dishwasher, Shark vacuum cleaner, Roomba. Hold on now. Y'all got wrinkle-free, starch-free, stain-resistant clothes being made now so that y'all don't got to get the stains out of nothing. Y'all don't got to iron nothing. Y'all don't got to get the wrinkles out of nothing. What the fuck is y'all holding together? Then you're going to say that you hold the world together. The leaders of this country are men. There are women in political power. They're like the women in Louisiana that's castrating all the men. Literally, they passed a law to cut all the men's balls off. Now, That's one state. Could you imagine a woman running the country with that kind of mentality? Castrating Chinese government. That's not how things work. Now we got a man in power. He's about to buy TikTok that's going to put $1 trillion of profits into investors. But a woman would have killed all the men off because they don't value their men. Because y'all don't value the women. Now, I asked y'all what make y'all valuable to a man, but y'all do not value men. And y'all been on this podcast for 3 hours. Make it make sense, y'all. Now, Gia said, Carl said, Gia, yeah, but it works both ways. I don't agree with it though, Carl. I don't agree with her because I believe that the women that are valuable, the ones that are partners, are the ones that hold the household and the world together. But those are not the women that have the mentality that they're going to control a man, that they're going to be dominant over a man. Those are not the women that believe that they are better in any one shape or form than a man or the partner that they choose to be their man. I believe that those are the women that are humble to the expectations that they know their role. They know what they're supposed to do in a relationship based off of what they expect to get from the relationship. And as a result, they do what they need to do to accomplish their goals. Those are the ones that are valuable. But again, ladies, I'm still looking at y'all 2 hours behind in the comments, and I'm trying to figure out what y'all bring to the table. Y'all ain't said shit. Y'all still talking about how a man is supposed to, in some way, shape, or form, be submissive to a woman, and y'all are defining what a good man should be. I asked y'all what a good woman is supposed to be, and y'all can't say shit. I asked y'all supposed to be good women. I asked y'all what y'all bring to the table to make y'all valuable women, and I am still waiting on the response. Now, a man that doesn't want to see his woman look good is insane or is insecure and a child. Okay, so a woman is supposed to look sexually attractive to her man with him. A woman is not supposed to parade herself off and be mistaken as a prostitute or an OnlyFans girl, dressing with overly tight clothes, showing off all of her assets and her cleavage and her crotch shots and butt shots and all this other stuff. Got other men thirsting for her. She's not supposed to have other men lusting for her. She's taken. She's off the market. She is not supposed to dress like she's single because she's not single. She's supposed to be wearing baggy clothes. She's supposed to be wearing loose fit clothes. She's supposed to be covering up everything that she is keeping sacred for her man. You wouldn't want your man going up into a yoga studio full of women with his dick hanging out. Why do y'all got y'all crotch hanging out? Come on, ladies, be real now. Here we go, Jocelyn. I mean, you have shades on and it's dark. Where is it dark though, Jocelyn? It's light. I got light reflecting off my glasses. I mean, I could put a backlight on right here. You believe that because it's nighttime outside of my house that I'm not supposed to wear tinted glasses inside of my house? I know you weren't here a few hours ago when I told y'all about these $1,000 prescription glasses that I have to wear because of light sensitivity. But okay, you say we need eyes to see the souls. Let's see this, mister. But with all due respect, ma'am, I would, but I can't. It's medically prescribed. I'm not supposed to have these glasses off in a well-lit room. That I've actually had 3 or 4 doctors over the last few decades tell me that, which is why my glasses keep getting more and more expensive every year. Gia says, I have no problem with cooking, washing clothes, but I'm not going to shut up. No. And that's why you're not a 10. Because if you're ever in a situation where you disagree with what your man just said, you're not supposed to make him look bad. You can keep that disagreement to yourself until you get in the car and tell him why the fuck you said that stupid shit in front of them people. You don't have to do that to him in public. You could wait until y'all are just the two of y'all and you can voice your disagreements with him. Don't put me in that kind of situation again. But you're not supposed to, I don't agree with nothing he just said, girl. He done lost his motherfucking mind. He out there by himself with that shit. That is the devaluing behavior that disgraces your whole relationship, because you have to understand that if you picked him and he ain't shit, you ain't shit by default because you picked him. Likewise, y'all say that these men are insecure with low self-esteem and all this other shit. If he is devaluing himself and his low self-esteem gets him to get a woman that's beneath him because he doesn't have enough value in himself to get a woman that's worth him, and you the woman he chose, then that means that you're less valuable than what you thought. This is based off of your description of the man that you chose. Now, let's see your eyes and hair. Let's see your eyes and hair, sweetheart. I know these headphones look crooked because we done bust the headphones off because I got a big ass head. You know what they say about men with big heads, right? They wear big hats. I know the headphones is fitting crooked and stuff. You want to see my hair? Come braid me down. Society is a scam. Society is not a scam. Society is what you make it. It's not based on illusion either. He says, Gia, all a man is looking for is a woman that also provides for his needs too. Carl is making sense. Special shout out to Carl. Whoo! I need you to come back to the show more often than not, Carl. We live 7 nights a week, same time of night, every night of the week. We usually kick off the show closer to 10 o'clock. I need Carl back here when we be doing these social discussions about how these females don't be treating men right, but they be expecting men to do everything that they say. We be trying to help y'all be better candidates so that y'all can find men, because the older y'all get, the less desirable y'all are. The older we get, the more desirable we become, because it takes 3/4 of our life to be financially successful. You are what a man looks like when you are an 18-year-old virgin that does not have any mental or emotional trauma. And you become less of what a man wants the more you get out there and date men, sleep with men, have babies for men, get traumatized by men, get emotionally destroyed by men, and then have a bunch of babies by men. You become less and less what a man wants the older you get and the more active you are. So you start off as the perfect example of what a man wants. And the more you make bad decisions, the less desirable you are for a man. A man starts off as not what a woman wants. And all of the decisions the man has to make makes him the kind of man that a woman wants. It's inverted. It's my natural skin complexion and it's my real hair. That's lipstick. Don't tell me that. No. You think, look, all right, Gia, you think that you're gonna get away with that? I'm gonna tag you. Me and you after the show, and I'm gonna be like, all right, bet, because you could have jumped up on the live. You sitting over here making it seem like this your real you. You could have clicked that link and showed me that pretty face that you got so that I could see that's real you. Let me hear some of your sassiness, girl, because I know with the way you're talking in these comments, you come out the same type of neighborhood I came out of. You just like the Denise to my CJ from San Andreas. I understand, sweetheart. You remind me of some of my kin folks. I ain't saying that you're not cute. I'm just saying that not 100% of you is all natural, sweetheart. You got some blush on this. You got some rouge. You got you some lip gloss. You know, you got some stuff going on, sweetheart. You can't tell me that you just roll out of bed looking like that. You roll out of bed, you hit the shower, and you just took that photo. That's a goddamn lie. Only a man gonna do some shit like that. You're gonna touch it up a little bit. He said, this man makes no sense. You ain't never pointed out where I was wrong. I got 2-3 men on the podcast saying the same thing I'm saying, but you ain't never said nothing that made me wrong. My chest sag. Yes. And look, ladies, all women's chest sag at some point because y'all perky in y'all early 20s, and the older y'all get and the bigger they get, the lower they get. After y'all have children, milk them a little bit, the lower they get, the less fill they have. Some of y'all actually pay to get them filled back in. Talk about some run flats. Yeah, run flats on the chest. I'm trying to tell y'all. I wouldn't want a man bowing to me. I just want him to love me. See, I told y'all Jocelyn be making sense. Jocelyn be making sense. No, I actually had them done. Oh, so they was sagging, but then you filled them in. So they're fake now, which again leads us to the fact that you're not perfect, because if they was sagging and then you filled them in and now they're not real anymore, even if they are perky, you're not 100% natural. You're still artificial. I told you that 2 hours ago that oh God, over 10 grand for the top, y'all. I need some. I got to drink a beer on that. Yo, I had to drink a beer on that. Miss Ma'am, you said you spent over 10. That's $5,000 a titty. Okay, $5,000 a titty. Now, I just want to point out that, in all honesty, that you could have invested $10,000. I told y'all that quite a few times. Y'all could have invested $10,000 into a stock that would have been paying you $2,000 a year, where you could have reinvested that into that stock, and within a few years, you could have been making $500,000, if not $1 million a year, off of $10,000 for the top, y'all. The bottom might not even be as big as a top. She might be top heavy, y'all. And the fact is that $10,000 for the top, it looked good, but it's just an ornament. It don't do nothing. It don't produce no milk or nothing. So now a man want an all-natural woman. He ain't looking for no BBLs. He looking for an all-natural woman. You not an all-natural woman. Now, again, I asked y'all what y'all bring to the table. She just went from, if she was a 9 or a 10 or a 7 or 8 because she pretty in the face, she just lost 1 or 2 points right there. She lost 1 point for the attitude and 2 points for the fake top. I would have took a flat-chested woman that was all natural before I take an artificial woman that got double D's. Technically, you look like you would have been better with a B or a C cup, but I'm just saying, you would have did good with an A cup too. We good with that. Men don't complain about. Women think that a man not gonna accept them because they don't have a certain. We take you big, we take you small, we take you with a big top, no top, small top, muffin top. We don't care what kind of top you got. We take it whichever way it go. Another walk. He back here again. I appreciate it. He says, I like the way Jocelyn thinks, and my 10 is 10 to me. That's what matters. You need to go sit down, girl. He said 10 is 10 to me. He probably never seen a 10, so it's a little foreign to him. There we go with demasculating a men. Truth is, though, it doesn't matter how many 10s that I think I've seen in my life. I have to recognize and realize the fact that if I don't think you're a 10, you're not a 10 to me. And your looks doesn't make you a 10. Your attitude, your behavior, your ability to cooperate with your man make you a 10, because a man isn't a 10 just because he looks good. A man is a 10 because of how he treats you. A man is a 10 because of how much he can provide for you. A man is a 10 because of how much he's willing to and capable of protecting you. A man is a 10 because of how much he's willing to and able to protect and provide and care for his children. A man is a 10 because of how compassionate he is with you. So there's more to it than just looks. Looks wise, you're not a 10 because most of you is fake. But when you think about the whole totality that is you, you're not a 10. You're a 10 in the making. Well, I can't say you're a 10 in the making. You're like an 8 in the making, because, I mean, you're still artificial. You got a bad attitude. Carl says, wife's body belongs to her husband, needs a husband's body belongs to his wife. Okay, that's true. Unless they're praying where both of their wife belong to God. That's true. Obama is a fraud, just like all of these governors. Yeah, but Obama gave us an educational system that was paying $6,000 a semester for all of my MacBook Pros. So I don't understand what you're talking about with that. That Obama was just seen cuddled with Jennifer Aniston. And that man spent 4 years in the White House without having one scandal. Men are trifling. Wow. Special shout out to Ducko for dropping the first comment in there, but he gonna jump in when the girls say men are trifling. Okay. Men are inconsiderate and women are selfish. Men are inconsiderate and women are selfish. So she says, not every woman is attention seeking and insecure, but y'all up here doing a good job riding the wave. She says, it will come back and bite you. Oh, yeah, that's true, bro. Most women show out and show up for their man. Most women that have respect for their man and have respect for themselves and have respect for their relationship is not getting out there looking like no thought. talking about, I'm a bad bitch. Look at me. I'm sexy. Oh, I'm cute. With your crotch hanging out below your skirt kind of stuff, with your butt cheeks hanging out in the back, ain't got no room for no pockets nowhere, got your artificial top hanging out on top of your top. Nah, that's not attractive. It's lustful, but it's not driving a level of respect for you. Your appearance is going to have other men flirting with you while your man is at the bar trying to get you something to drink because you're thirsty, and you going to entertain that conversation, which is disrespecting your man. Now your man coming back from the bar with the drinks, and now he got to shut down this other man who did not know that you was taken. Instead of you dressing respectfully, ain't no man trying to flirt with no businesswoman thinking that she gonna throw it up against the wall. She said most women, hold on now, okay, and then, yep, Carl said nope, smart Carl. That's wild to me, that body count thing. You know, the smaller one gets. Oh, oh no, you know, the more the smellier one gets. That is true. That is true. They do emit odors now. But the truth is that Jocelyn is right now. I know y'all ladies don't think about how important that body count is, but that body count is more. Women think that men are insecure about the body count, but the body count goes a whole lot further than what y'all think. Because if you have the more sexual partners you have, it's not about the sex. Some men, it's about the sex, but it's not about the sex. You have sex with a man that you've opened yourself up to physically and emotionally. When that man breaks your heart and destroys your emotional stability, sometimes that negatively damages your mental state. Each time you open yourself up to a man, you end up losing more and more of your emotional stability and losing more and more of your mental stability. This is why you're emotionally insecure. This is why you need more validation from your man. This is why you need more recognition from your man. This is why you don't trust your man. You've dealt with cheaters too many times in your life. This is why you're checking his cell phone, looking at his Instagram feed, checking his Google history, looking at his Google Map GPS location, putting trackers on his phone, putting iPod trackers in his car, because you dated men that ain't shit, that was going somewhere doing stuff they ain't had no business doing. Now you got a good man and you're mistreating him and putting him on eggshells because you dealt with men that wasn't valuable. Now that you're deciding because you wanted that back in the day, because I keep telling y'all ladies, y'all be dating men that's not y'all type. Or no, y'all be dating men that is your type. And your type ends up being a toxic relationship. And while y'all dating men that are y'all type, the man that is what you need is not the man that you want. You put that man in the friend zone. Now, once you put that man in the friend zone, the man that's in the friend zone that is your type, that is not your type, the man that's in the friend zone, that's the man that is not the one that you want, but is willing to take care of you, take care of your kids, deal with all your bullshit, deal with all your drama. And at the end of the day, you don't even have enough respect for that man. So now while we looking at how if every man that is your type ends up in a toxic relationship, you should be dating more men that is not your type. You should be looking at your type and saying, oh, like Usher, you remind me of somebody I once knew, so you know I can't date you, right? That I'm summing up that y'all know that song, but that's the attitude y'all should have, because truth is that if your type ends up in a toxic relationship, you've had 3 toxic relationships with your type. Your 4th person that you date should not be your type. You should be dating outside of your comfort zone. You should be finding some people that you don't find yourself attracted to and see if that relationship will work, because the ones that you attracted to is toxic. So just want to put that out there. She said, I don't care about men that much. Exactly. Selfish. Nah, I don't agree with that. That's a feminine trait. Exactly. Tell him again, Jocelyn. Gia, if you don't care, why are you complaining about men? Because she ain't got nothing better to do. It is Sunday night. The Lord went to sleep on her. She can't go back and confess what she did yesterday and the day before. So she here in the podcast trying to confess her sins to us. That's what's going on. Lord. Yeah, special shout out for another walker again. Carl and Broughton and Jocelyn speaking sense right now. She clearly cares if she's still here for 4 hours, 3 hours and 37 minutes. She care about something. Open chat. Anyone can comment. That's right, Nikki. Anybody can say whatever they want to say as long as they keep it reasonably appropriate up here. In my opinion, you attract what you are, not what you want. Ooh. Hold on. Got to sip on this Henny real quick. Yeah, I got all kind of drinks over here, y'all. Y'all thought I said I was going to be here for the long haul. I got like 2 more hours before I got to go somewhere. See what she just said, y'all? You attract what you are, not what you want. So if you dealing with a bunch of ain't shit men, what that say about you? Whoo! Jocelyn said it now. I'm here to watch this downfall. It ain't fail yet. We apparently went viral because y'all just in here going to town. You making it seem like you wait. Which part of this was supposed to go down? I'm going down. Which part of this was supposed to go down? Because I mean, y'all still here making it do what it do. I can't catch up with y'all. I'm 2 hours behind in the comments. Society is built on illusions. You are absolutely right, brother. Special shout out to Carl. Carl know what he's talking about. I'm good in every aspect. She lying. That's called denial. If she was good in every aspect, she would have clicked that link. Look, I'm going to do it for you again, girl. I'm going to do it for you again. If you so comfortable in your own skin, you'd have had 3 hours to fix your hair. Click that link, approve the mic, approve the camera. Come up onto the show and let me see what you look like for real, girl. Come up here and make us believers that you attend, girl. Dress appropriately before you get up here. He said, unfortunately, the fake eyelashes was made by a woman. Oh, it was called a cum catcher. Oh shit. I didn't think you was gonna I didn't think you was gonna research that. I didn't put that one on the show. The fingernails was made by the dudes though. The wax to get rid of the mustache off of face. This mentality is cratched by false guy man, no shade, has homosexuality. Well, your misappropriation of words and inability to produce a formulated significant sentence of context still never answering my question. What do you bring to the table? Because you have no value. You can't find value in yourself because I've asked you, what do you think a man will value in you besides your sex, your career, and your education? And you haven't put nothing on the table. Society is Diddy-fied. Well, yeah, that's true. I know you a Diddy fan. Actually, no, I was more of a Young Thug fan. Drake, not so much, because he's like past tense for me. I'm like more before his time, more like Dr. Dre kind of thing. You know, Snoop, Tupac, Omarion, Sammy, when Sammy was a kid, you know what I'm saying? You know, back in the day when self-control and self-restraint was a thing, not twerking upside down on a handstand in a doorway on a TikTok video. I don't think we was designed for that. No, y'all were not designed for self-respect and self-dignity. Apparently, in 2025, y'all designed for something else. Carl, I love it too, Carl. The men I deal with are very caring. The men you deal with are probably simps. That's why they're giving you all this money and not expecting you to do nothing to deserve it. Women are better than men. That is a misconception. Men will never know what it takes to be a female in a male-driven society that hands the blueprint out to men mostly. Hold on now. This is the same woman that said that women control everything. So wouldn't a woman have that blueprint? And why y'all not handing that blueprint out to each other? Why y'all letting the men hand the blueprint down to one another when y'all control everything? Don't start second guessing stuff, ladies, because we got comments that save. I can go back up in the comments and put your statement back up there. Making him work. You making me catch up with the comments, but you ain't putting me through too much work. Without females, this life would be dead, and that's a fact. Well, without females, we wouldn't have headaches. Men are providers. I don't have time to be an accountant. Well, that mentality is the reason why men are keeping their money away from their women, because when women used to be accountants, women used to be valuable enough to manage the money, and the men used to be able to trust the women to give them the money to take care of stuff and keep the change. Now women want an allowance and they're not doing nothing to deserve it. But if you was managing his budget, you could factor in enough money to give yourself spending money and keep the whole ship afloat. She said, no females, no live. Well, that's not true. My lives stay live without y'all. I didn't had a man-driven podcast plenty of times where all the men was up here in agreement with how the women need to behave better. But I mean, now that I kind of have like 4 or 5 of y'all up in here with 3 or 4 of the men backing me up right now, I mean, the men are still carrying the show. There's more men on this podcast as women right now, even in the comment section. No girls on here. This would be a Diddy party. Well, you know, if y'all had courage, y'all would have jumped into the comment section and y'all would have been not even the comment section. Y'all would have clicked the link and jumped up onto the live and showed yourselves. Show me that y'all not just trolling with your sister's picture. Baby bro trolling with your sister's picture. Show me that you're not just up here just trolling for the sake of. No, Gia has a point. Come on now, talk about it. God bless you, brother. All I can say is, all you women, please get into your Bibles. It's a key to life and a happy life for you and your husband. They keep saying happy life, happy wife, happy life. But all that means is that the man will be less miserable if the woman is satisfied. But that's also the same kind of environment where the woman is the only one. The man's taking care of her. The woman is taking care of herself, but the woman ain't doing nothing for the man. And women say that that is a good marriage. That is equality. That is an egalitarian relationship. That's just fucking selfish. Because if we flip the script and had the woman taking care of the man and the man taking care of himself, the women would say, oh, hell no. So you are so beautiful. How? Stay safe out here from men like these. Oh, yes, please, please. I really want y'all to make sure that y'all avoid men like me, because men like me are safer without women like y'all. Hands down, hands down. That's exactly what I expect. Right. ER forever, ladies. It's an evil world. At these points in times, we don't need men anymore, and that's what pisses most of us off. Y'all are pissed off because y'all are ungrateful and selfish, and because the men are giving y'all chores to do. Y'all have responsibilities now, and because y'all got responsibilities, y'all got to answer for y'all actions and shit now. Y'all can't just sit out there and bat y'all pretty fake eyelashes and put up a big puppy dog eyes and do the fishbowl lips and think that y'all just going to get a free handout. Y'all got to earn some stuff now. Now y'all mad. Y'all say y'all don't need no man, but the woman that was just up here talking about she can't find a man. She had y'all attitude until she was in her mid to late 20s. Special shout out to T-Love, first time up here. Eagles won, huh? Go ahead, Eagles. Trump wife was an escort. Trump's wife wasn't the woman that he paid the $135,000 to when he was the president between 2017 and 2021. So whether or not he married an escort, he paid a second one. But hold on now, while Trump's wife was an escort, according to you, his wife don't look like an escort right now. His wife looked like a $50+ million professional woman every time she walk out of the house. She ain't got no short skirt on. She ain't got no overly tight outfit on. She ain't got her chest hanging out. She ain't got a bunch of tattoos everywhere. You'd be lucky if you could see her kneecaps and her ankles. Y'all be sitting over here showing the crease between your cuckoo. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Yeah, I want to keep my paycheck and have the kids and be taken care of. Oh. Trap queen. What's wrong with that? All kind of stuff. That's our choice. Yep, that's a bad choice, though. Most men can't cook, clean, or even wash their own, but that's your job. Go ahead, cook, clean, and wash ass. Special shout out to Maya Lee. Maya Lee, say something sensible because these women been throwed off all night. Jocelyn was the one that was making sense earlier, so I want to be clear. Jocelyn was doing a good job of making sense. Women bring a different perspective that can nurture and encourage, as well as provide emotional regulation and spiritual protection. Okay. Now, please let Maya stay in the comment section and continue to talk sense. So that way we got 2 women talking sense or 2 women talking nonsense with 4 men talking sense. That's 7. Do the math now. All right. Carl said the trouble is you women support each other's bad, selfish ways of thinking, and you brainwash each other and gain each other's confirmation on bad ways. Now, special shout out again to Carl. I'm gonna have to tag him every time I do a show. He gonna have to co-host a show with me Thursday through Sunday, because when we get on these topics, this man is preaching the gospel right now. Y'all need to listen to. Didn't he tell y'all to get y'all Bibles? Corinthians 1 through 31. Now teach y'all how to behave as women, teach y'all how to act as adults, teach y'all how to treat people. Look now, nigga said having multiple wives is unhygienic and mentally draining. For who? What is unhygienic about having multiple wives? The difference between 12 women living in a house talking about some I don't need no man and 11 women living in a house with a man is the fact that there's a man in the house. What's unhygienic about it? The only thing mentally draining about women in a house full of women are the women. You know that if 12 men lived in a house, they would have an operation going. Probably have a 5-on-5 team for Call of Duty. Probably have a 5-on-5 for what was it, 2K, Madden. They probably have a 12-man team set up. Madden All-Stars. I'm just trying to tell y'all. This is crazy talk. Well, I lost Maya. Maya, I thought Maya was going to be speaking sense, but Maya only made one positive statement. It was downhill after that, unless she's talking about these women ahead of her that's talking nonsense. It's like these men don't have a mother. No, men had mothers. Men have dealt with toxicity their whole life. That's the reason why men are talking out against it. Men recognize negative behavior, and we say, this is not what you are supposed to do. Why do you care? Well, I mean, I'm just responding to you guys' comments because, truth be told, I actually had, I think, 8 or 10 people that had something that they were saying on the podcast, and I was going through those audio files and responding to their comments from previous comment sections, and y'all went on a tangent, so I told y'all I would respond to all y'all statements to the best of my ability, and I'm catching up to y'all. I'm an hour 30 minutes behind, but I'm gonna catch up to y'all. You called it, brother. Let's see. It's almost like it's all just social constructs or something. Well, some of it is social constructs, bro. Society is cold system based on illusion. Society is based off of the people that create the society based on their positive and negative behaviors. I do have a mother that took care of my dad amazingly. My mom took care of my dad for 14 years. I took care of my mom for 32 years. That goes to show you how old I am. She says, women are not fighting for the masculine role. That is not true. They just aren't taking the abuse and stepping out in exchange for keeping a man around. That is a misconception. That is a misconception. How are you not taking abuse and stepping out in exchange for keeping a man around? Y'all ladies are stepping out for the sake of stepping out. Y'all not keeping a man around. The man is paying for everything that you got. That's not keeping him around. You using him for what he got, and then you expect him for the exchange of sex to continue paying for your lifestyle. And if he decided he not gonna pay for that no more, you're gonna leave him. Here comes God, y'all. Special shout out to God. Look, now I might got more trolls trolling my podcast tonight than I got time to keep up with the feed. He said, man was made first before women were made. Amen, Father. Billionaires are thieves. Yes, they are. This is a direct attack on women. No, it's not, because the podcast really wasn't about y'all. The podcast was about social interactions and actual reactions to videos, well, audio files where people made comments, and I turned those comments into voice text. So we can listen to what people tell me on this podcast on a daily basis, and we can respond to them. And y'all took it south, and I'm just trying to catch up to y'all. Billionaires steal from society through fear and greed. Amen, brother. And then what makes you think you're that important? Well, that's a good question. What makes me think that I'm that important? Well, you know, three quarters of my life, I did everything I took to qualify for your expectations, because the expectations of women haven't changed over the years. It's just that men are standing on their non-negotiable expectations for behavior for women. So women have standards that they have to meet now, because men stopped having standards and started chasing sex back in the late 80s, early 90s. And now men have grown out of that. In 2024, 2025, men are starting to stand on their non-negotiable expectations for behavior, set standards that women must adhere to. And now women are not deemed valuable because they don't bring anything to the table. And men recognize that outside of sex and a pretty face, that women are not showing their value. There are women that are valuable that are still married, but the single women that are just out there throwing it against the wall for a smoke or a drink or free experience at the club, they're not showing their value. Y'all can't even profess your value with 4 or 5 women in the channel right now that's commenting on the thing right now. I still got to catch up to y'all. Y'all have yet to say. Special shout out to Dean Connor. I just seen you, brother. I'm gonna get to your comment in just a second. You girls, I have asked y'all, besides sex and your career choice and your education status, what do y'all bring to the table that is valuable to a man? I keep asking y'all that every 30 to 45 minutes. 3 hours and 4 hours and it has passed by. Y'all have not answered that question. Y'all just continue to try to devalue a man. What makes me think that I am so important is because I am valuable to you, because you want my 7 figures to take care of your standard of living. You want my leadership to guide you. You want my skill set to protect you. That is why I am important to you. I make myself stronger. I make myself more diligent of your surroundings. I make myself financially successful. I make myself financially capable of providing you with your wants, needs, and desires. And now I meet your expectations, which makes me important to you. Now, what the fuck are you doing that makes you important to me? Besides sex and a pretty face. I crossed off everything on your list. You don't even know what's on my list. That's why I'm important to you, and that's why you are not important to me. Now, she says men are really upset that women are holding them accountable for their communication skills and making the same money, if not more, and have raised the expectations of a man. No, we're not upset with that. We're proud of the women that are able to get their ass out there and finally apply themselves to some shit. Because if y'all make half the money that's going into the household, we could put our money together and buy a housekeeper and a nanny so that somebody can take care of the child while we both at work, and somebody can keep the house together while your ass ain't at home doing your half of the feminine roles. But you're going to be insecure because the only people who do that type of work are women that are usually attractive, that don't want to sell their bodies in a strip club. So you're going to have an attractive housekeeper and an attractive babysitter in your house with your husband while you at work, and you're going to swear to God that he's smashing one of them, if not both of them, until he do. Because y'all don't want to fulfill y'all roles as girlfriends and wives. You got a sexually and emotionally starved man that is working all day, all night, come home to 2 women that is not his wife, that's doing everything that he wishes his wife would do for him while she's gone, for the same price that he's paying his wife to ignore him while she chases her career. Keep in mind, this is the reason why first wives get divorced and the second wife is a secretary, because the second wife got paid by the hour to do what the first wife don't want to do and take care of the wife with full knowledge of the wife so that the man's marriage would stay together longer. Once that divorce happens, the man marries the secretary because she's everything that he wished his wife was: cooperative, assistive, partner. Nothing about being a servant, nothing about groveling at his feet, just being useful to keeping his life without chaos. So Dan said, can you have a talk with the ladies in my life? Oh, yeah. If you share a link to the podcast, like and subscribe, share a link to the podcast to the ladies that you know, because you got some folks that agree with what I got going on and you got some that disagree. I take the challenge. If they want to come up here and argue against me, we can argue against me until I got other things to do, because I do got a contract to fulfill in 3 hours. But up until then, we can argue all night. At the same time, those individuals, like if you got sons that want to get up here, I got Max Opposer, I got CPX, Noah Schaefer, HD He, I got Joe, Day Daddy, that put all of them up here, teaching the young ones how to learn some shit, how to care for themselves, care for their loved ones, have self-respect, expectations, make better decisions with their lives so that they don't ruin their future before they realize that the mistake that they're making as young adults can negatively impact their ability to be successful in the future. Your mom and daddy tell you as a child that you can be whatever you want to be in your future when you grow up if you don't fuck your future up as a child. Spray paint buildings, jumping fences, breaking into cars, getting teen pregnancies and all this other shit. You stop making bad choices as a child, you have an unlimited future. But your future is defined by the mistakes you made in the past. Carl says he's calling it like all men see it as. And you're right. She don't want to hear that part though, Carl. She don't want to hear that part. Men needed help. That's why women were created from a rib. And the women are not helping. Go ahead, God. Special shout out to God. Hour and 10 minutes. Why are you mixing the what is that? Quran with the Holy Bible? Oh, why am I mixing the Quran with the Holy Bible? Baby, they the same book. Did you know that? One book is going to talk about the journey of all these people, but they're going to tell you how to behave, how to treat your neighbor, how to treat your society, mutual respect, self-dignity. It's the same shit in the Quran. It's just different text. The message is still the same. Respect your elders, respect yourself, protect your children. Take care of the elderly and the innocent. Hold yourself accountable for your shit when you're knowledgeable. Be knowledgeable. Don't deceive other people, because you don't want that shit to happen to you. You treat people the way you want people to treat you. You respect people the way you want people to respect you, which is why I asked all the ladies on the channel that's been on here tonight to tell me what makes you valuable to a man besides sex. So we not sexualizing y'all. Besides sex, what do y'all bring to a table that is valuable to a man? Because your career and your education is not it. So I asked y'all that originally like 3 hours ago, and y'all haven't said nothing. Y'all been here 4 whole hours on the podcast, and y'all had 3 hours to respond with an hour delay, because I'm catching up to y'all comments, and y'all still have not said what make y'all valuable. He says, you do know that Muslims worship a different God than Christians and Jews. Oh, Lord, we in one of them topics. Look, now, it don't matter who you pray to. The moral and ethical concepts of the Bible and the Quran are exactly the same. That's what matters. He says, so to be fair, the Quran, Torah, and the Bible all built off each other. Damn, I said it, and then he wrote it. I caught up with that comment, bro. I appreciate that. That's not true. She don't know what's going on. What's going on, author or another? Old Testament is Torah. Then came Bible, the Quran came after, and then the New Testament that made it seem like all is forgiven if you can tramp around a club on Friday and Saturday and then ask for repentance on Sunday, and then thought it out on Ladies Night Wednesday, Latin Night Thursday, and throw it against the wall Friday. Uh-oh. He said, I am that one that knows who I am. Econ was the word. Third generation. Special shout out. We got a new one over here. Mega 2025. You called it, brother. Amen. Mega 2025. Here he is. She wants to be like Joyce Meyer with her man in the front row getting hit. That's what they looking for. They looking for them boys to get shot so that she could take the inheritance. So many contradictions. There's so many contradictions, bro. These females are sitting over here talking out the side of their neck, and they ain't making no sense uniformly at all. I have not once derailed from my original scenario, and these females have yet to come down and say, you know what, he right. Like we are ass backwards about what we're talking about. They won't even get in there and admit that shit. Christians should read Enoch book as it is the first book written. Look now, hey, y'all be sitting over here trying to run after that King James book. I'm gonna tell you right now, they got some books that are missing some of the scripture that y'all looking for. Y'all be talking about some, y'all know y'all saved, but y'all don't even got the whole word. Y'all got some of the message, and some of the message is being misconstrued by the person reading the book in the church on Sunday night. But look now, we can go down that path if y'all want to sit there and talk that. It's Monday right now, but you know, it's Sunday night, Monday morning. We can go down that path. Y'all want to go down that path. I'm telling y'all, this and that. We talk about this, that, and everything in between. Make sure y'all like and subscribe while y'all following the show tonight. All women seeking a man will sacrifice. Y'all gonna sacrifice the man. That's what y'all gonna do. But she said, will sacrifice, follow, and submit to a man when he is one man God has sent into her life. Until then, that man is just her lesson. But see, now, while I respect what Maya got going on right here, what I do not appreciate out of this fact is that how the hell you don't know that the man that stopped what he was doing to come over there and respectfully talk to you, ask you for your time, and offer to get to know you better ain't the man that God sent you. There's a Bible story. It's not like a Bible story kind of thing, but it's a biblical kind of scenario where a man was on a raft. He was drowning, and the man prayed for God to send somebody to save him. A boat came. He turned the little thing away, talking about he waiting for God to save him. A ship came, turned that one away, talking about he waiting for the God to save him. Then another one came and he turned away, said he waiting for God to save him. Then the man drowned. He went to heaven. He said, Lord, I thought you was going to save me. Man, God said, I sent you 3 goddamn boats. What the hell else you wanted? Nah. With that little story time, I just want you to understand, if you think about the fact that you say that a woman is supposed to follow, submit, and sacrifice for the man that is sent to her by God, when we understand that the work of the Lord is done through the acts of mankind, therefore, when somebody was compelled by Lord to come and talk to your ass, that was the man that God sent you. That's not the one you wanted, though, because that's not your type. Your type was the bad boy on the other side of the room that's going to beat your ass later. That's the one you chase. The man that God sent you, you put him in the friend zone. The man that God sent you, you said was creepy. The man that God sent you, you felt uncomfortable with. The man that God sent you, you had your homegirl turn him away. The man that God sent you, y'all shunned him in public, embarrassed him, humiliated him, disgraced him, disrespected him, devalued him, and threw him away. That is what y'all did to the man that God sent you. But you're saying that when God sends a man to you, you're supposed to follow that man, submit to that man, and sacrifice for that man. So why the fuck when a man is compelled to stop his day-to-day operations to turn around and come and talk to you when you're not dressing like a slut and say, you know what, you seem smart, you seem capable, you seem like you got a good head on your shoulders, I want to get to know you better, something other than I want to smash, that man, he ain't right for you. Make it make sense, ladies. Red, special shout out to Red Hunter. We got more men backing us up. The Topi antelope, the male is pursued. Oh, so she said way back when that all species that the female is being pursued. Red jumped in and was able to educate her on the fact that no, there are some species where the women chase the men. Critical Rick, special shout out to Critical Rick. So Red Hunter and Critical Rick jumped in and threw their 2 cents in. And Critical Rick said, women are supposed to pick a good man and follow him. Look, y'all got to understand that these women are not paying attention to the fact that they are supposed to put their 2 cents in when they're choosing their man. Instead of them choosing a man that is out there after their success, instead of choosing a man instead of choosing a man when she's out there after his success, looking for his money, looking for his fast car, looking for his big house, looking for the trips around the world, she's supposed to be looking for a man that respects her, that appreciates her, that values her, that'll put her agenda in line with his agenda so that he can be successful while she's successful with him. He is going to incorporate her into his life. The character of that man is what she's looking for. His financial responsibility is what she's looking for. She ain't chasing none of that shit. What she's doing is she's in this situation where she's getting a free ride of life. She's enjoying the pleasures of life at somebody else's expense. Most women go hang out at the expense of men that are chasing that tail. And because she can wear skimpy outfits to attract men to pay for her bill, she will flirt with those men, get free shit, have a good night out, and worst case scenario, she paid for the gas to get out there. Best case scenario, her boyfriend paid for the gas to get out there. But truth be told, what Maya said make a lot of sense now. If y'all was to respect the man that came for you, you would have a damn good relationship. Critical thinking, critical risk. Rick said, there's no kings or queens here, bro. Damn right. And women are supposed to pick a good man and follow him, right? So they're bad decision-making skills that these women have. Special shout out to A Shadow to Love. He said, the women are supposed to be picking the men that they're following. So when y'all select the man that's supposed to be y'all boyfriend, that's the man that y'all are supposed to be listening to. That's the man that y'all are supposed to love and respect. That is the man that when he say sit down and shut up, you sit down and shut up. If he tell you what type of situation you're supposed to not speak in, he shouldn't have to tell you to sit down and shut up. You should just sit down and shut up. He should be the one. And the reason why you're being quiet is not because you're being submissive to the man. Well, you being quiet because you watching and listening while he's negotiating the situation. If you see a problem, you could tip him off. But if your ass is running your mouth, you can't tell if there's a problem afoot for you to tap him on the shoulder so that he can regulate. You are supposed to be his eyes and ears, not his mouth. He's supposed to be your mouthpiece. You're supposed to be his eyes and ears. That's how y'all work together. He talk for you. He fight for you. You listen for him and you watch for him. That way he don't get ambushed because you saw it coming. Instead of paying attention to what they're talking about, you paying attention to what everybody's doing around him. That way when the shit get hot, just like when your boy Hitman Holler was out there getting gunned down, his girlfriend was out there getting gunned down with him. That's the kind of women that a man needs, is a woman that's gonna see that there's a problem that her man can't handle by himself, and she gonna get in there and help him with that shit. Not complain about, oh, you ain't shit, you ain't shooting the Glock right. Come on now. Y'all supposed to be able to be there for y'all, man. Y'all supposed to be the extension of y'all, man. And y'all sitting out here treating the man like the man ain't shit. Then y'all gonna say that y'all gonna teach y'all men to be, y'all gonna teach y'all sons to be ain't shit men. Then the women are gonna be upset with the men that's coming out for the next generation, because that's what y'all teaching. Now that I finally caught up with the comment section, let me get to this other audio, because we got like 6 more minutes of these.
To say it anyway. You are an absolute catch.
There you go.
If the world was a dating app, you'd be the top profile everyone's swiping right on. But here's the kicker. You've already got everything it takes to be amazing, even without the swipe. Seriously, you're a whole vibe. You are enough. Don't let anyone, including that annoying voice in your head, tell you otherwise. Whether you're slaying your goals or just making it through the day in style, you're doing so much better than you give yourself credit for. And even if you stumbled a little along the way, don't worry. You're still looking flawless doing it. Smirking face. Just so you know, confidence looks good on you. I mean, really good. Like, I'm about to take over the world and look cute doing it kind of good. Life may throw curveballs.
Uh-oh, hold on, y'all. I was sitting over here thinking that the thing was going and it ain't going. Hold on, let me get it to y'all.
She thanked me for being honest. It was a week ago and I regret it so much. I told my ex it was a mistake and we must end things. She understood. Is there any chance I could continue with the girl, or do you think I ruined it?
Don't think I'm attractive enough to find a good guy. I am a woman of color,
Hold
25
on,
years
y'all. Let
old.
me skip
And
that one because
right
that was
now,
when we was
because
doing a
if I
while back.
look differently, whether it's my race or just attractiveness, things would be different for me.
Nope, this is
I've
the
never
woman
had a
that was
guy like me
complaining
back
about how she
either.
couldn't find a
And
man
being
because
in your mid
she was
20s and
black.
having this issue, it's absolutely awful and really takes a toll on your self-esteem.
I
And
don't know
that's
who
actually
needs to
what
hear
led to the
this, but
spiral
I'm about to
in
say
the
it
comment
anyway.
section a little while
You
ago.
are an absolute catch. Like, if the world
This is
was
the
a
one that we
dating
were
app,
waiting on.
you'd be the top profile everyone's swiping right on. But here's the kicker. You've already got everything it takes to be amazing, even without the swipe. Seriously, you're a whole vibe. You are enough. Don't let anyone, including that annoying voice in your head, tell you otherwise. Whether you're slaying your goals or just making it through the day in style, you're doing so much better than you give yourself credit for. And even if you stumbled a little along the way, don't worry. You're still looking flawless doing it. Smirking face. Just so you know, confidence looks good on you. I mean, really good. Like, I'm about to take over the world and look cute doing it kind of good. Life may throw curveballs, but you've got the kind of charm that can turn any obstacle into a fun little detour on the way to greatness. So, don't stress. Keep being the charming, talented, irresistible human you are. The universe? Yeah, it's already crushing on you. Now go show em how it's done. You've got this, and a lot of people are very lucky to know it. Followed me home. I went out with someone, and on the second date, he tells me he followed me home after our first date.
That was the
He
first
said he
comment that a
forgot to
lot
get
of
my
people has
number and
heard
panicked
tonight.
then after he followed me to my street. He didn't want to creep me out, so he didn't turn down my street. This seems creepy AF to me. Thoughts?
Followed me home. I went out with someone, and on the second date, he tells me he followed me home after our first date. He said he forgot to get my number and panicked then after he followed me to my street. He didn't want to creep me out, so he didn't turn down my street. This seems creepy AF to me. Thoughts?
Okay, hold on a second. I missed that one. Okay, so okay, so look, she said that, and I think I got this one on here twice. She said that this dude was following her because he was trying to get her number and it was creepy as fuck. I'm trying to figure out like what. Well, if you saw her, if you thought she was cool and you wanted to get her number and she walked off, bro, that's it. Like you missed your chance. You're not supposed to try to follow her through like 13 dark alleys trying to get her number, because some of these females like to chase, but they don't always like to be chased. So at the same time, while they in that cat and mouse situation, they'll get your ass arrested for stalking. So if she walking away and she's ignoring you, bro, it wasn't meant to be. That's all I got to say about that.
I feel like I can't keep the
Let me
attention
see
for
what
the
else we
people
got.
I'm attracted to. I am 28, feel like I get a good amount of matches. I've started to get matches with people I'm very attracted to, but it seems like I never keep their attention. It feels like they just got bored or someone else wasn't texting back. So they would say, hey. I just don't really know what I'm doing wrong. I'm a good-looking guy. I have decent text game, and usually talk to them about something on their profile. No, hey, what is up, but it's still just depressing. I know a lot of people say that it's usually just someone better came along, but is it really that simple? Am I really just not attractive enough? What does this text mean? Breakup? What is this?
I'm sitting over here going on a whole speech without my mic on, y'all. I'm sitting. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, I just sat here. I had turned the mic off because I had the feedback in the background. I'm sitting over here like, why am I not hearing my echo real quick? And there it is. There it is right there. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So what I was telling y'all was that in this situation, like I'm sitting over here wondering why my sound went dead. So the what I was saying, I was talking about how the women are supposed to be looking for a man. They're supposed to be choosing a man that they need. So they're supposed, if you go out there and you introduce yourself to that man, you will find the right man. So instead of you just trying to find somebody on social media, instead of you trying to find a guy that is going to wow you, you should just go out and approach a dude and just tell the man that you appreciate him, that you value him in some way, shape, or form. Just tell him, hey, I think you're amazing. I want to get to know you better. And then he will give you his number, and then you'll be able to take him out. Instead of you waiting on him to approach you, just like Maya said earlier. Maya said that God will send a man to you if that's the man that you're supposed to have, right? So that's what Maya said. Truth be told, men approach women, but we in 2025. So y'all are supposed to be able to approach a man and tell a man that you appreciate and value his existence. And then you're going to watch that man, watch his character, watch his lifestyle, watch his decision-making process, and decide to keep that man. You should be able to put yourself in a position where you got the kind of man that is going to do what you would do in that situation, which also means that you can trust that man. So if you go over there and tell that man that you want him, I can guarantee you that more often than not, you're going to be in a situation where that man is never going to let you go. I tell you right now, ladies, if y'all go and find a man on his job and you find out that he's single and you tell him that you want to get to know him better, that you really value him, appreciate him, you ain't got to tell him that you like him, you love him, or nothing like that. You can just tell him, I just think that you're really amazing and I really want to get to know you better. That's enough. That is a massive A-class compliment for a man. You will lift his spirits on a hard day at work, just telling him that he is amazing at what he's doing right now, and you really appreciate him. But if you tell him you want to get to know him better when he has more time, he will give you his number. And if you contact him when he tell you that he getting off from work and you contact him later, he will clear his whole life for you. And if you treat him well from that first, I think you're amazing, he will dedicate the rest of his life to you. Now, the difference between men and women is that a man can tell a woman that he thinks that she's amazing and she will give him shit for that. A man will tell her that he thinks that she is important, that she is valuable, and she will, what you gonna do for me? I got a man. They devalue men so quickly. But if you was to treat that man that came up and told you that he valued you, then you would be in a position where you would have a man yet again dedicate the rest of his life to you. But this is what the women in the Philippines, Japan, Vietnam, Taiwan, Thailand, South Korea, Switzerland, Russia, Romania, Brazil, that's what the women are doing out there. They going out there and they telling the man, you are the one that I want. And the man's like, all right. And that man take over the whole situation and start protecting and providing this woman and dedicating his whole life to that woman, because that's the woman that wanted him, which is a big difference from those situations where a woman got a man because he picked her. If y'all change y'all mentality, if y'all change the way y'all do what y'all do, ladies, y'all would be able to find a good man. Y'all not finding a good man because y'all looking for a good man in the wrong spot. Good man ain't at the club, sweetheart. Good man ain't out there ball hopping, baby girl. Good man is at the house. Good man is at the job. Good man is at the grocery store. You might find a good man at the bookstore buying a book for his little girl. You might find a good man at the Lamaze class doing something for a baby mama or some shit. You're not gonna find no good man in places where single people hang out and get in trouble. A good man is not going to be places where other people is getting in trouble. The good man is a designated driver outside in the parking lot, standing by the car and don't feel comfortable going into the club. That's what a good man is at. The man that really not worth your time and effort is the man that's inside the club, making it rain, buying drinks on the house and all this other stuff. That man out there wasting money. That's not for you. It don't matter what kind of character he have. He financially wasteful. You don't want that. You want a financially successful man. So if he throwing money up in the air for the girls that's shaking their behind and he don't even know those girls, that's not a man for you. So if you really looking for a good man, ladies, y'all need to go where the good men are. Where are the good men? Not in crowded places. Good men are actually isolated for the most part. Truth is, good men out there by themselves somewhere, minding their own damn business, trying to find them some peace. And that's what we've been talking about all afternoon when we had that long stream conversation that I had to catch up on, y'all. I told y'all the men want peace. We done had 5 men on the show today, 4 women on the show today that commented in the comment section. None of the women could tell us what they bring to the table of value, but all the men said that they wanted peace and they wanted a partner that would cooperate with their efforts. All the men asked for the same thing. Now, why the women spent the rest of the night on the podcast? They spent 4 hours on the podcast tonight talking about how the men ain't shit. But all the men wanted was a partner. All the men wanted was cooperation. That's all the men wanted. And the women didn't want to give them that. The women just wanted to continue to devalue the men on the podcast all night tonight. But outside of we had Jocelyn and Maya that had some common sense up in here. So I got a special shout out to them. But the rest of the women was just talking trash about the men. They just made it seem like men ain't valuable at all. And how are you going to say that you're looking for a good man in your mid-20s, early 30s, late 30s, and you saying that none of the men are valuable, but you want to find you a good man? Sweetheart, if you don't have value in none of the men, how the fuck you gonna find you a good one? If all the men ain't shit, then how you gonna find one that is shit? Like how do you make that math? If everybody is a damaged product, how are you gonna find an undamaged product? You need to give them the benefit of the doubt. There is some quality out there, and look for the quality and stop looking for the entertainment. If you look for quality, you'll find it. But you got to look for quality where quantity is not located at. So guess what? You want to find a high quality man. The first place you're going to look is in an area where they don't have a lot of men. Because a large quantity of men or a large quantity of the young men that's out there trying to party, the young men that's out there with their bros, everybody's trying to have a good time. You got a large quantity of men in that area. Now you go somewhere, a man sitting out there by himself, one person surrounded by 5 empty tables. That man, one, I bet you if you go over there and talk to him, he might make sense. These women, y'all don't understand what y'all talking about. Y'all sitting over here trying to make it seem like y'all the best thing since sliced bread when men made sliced bread. It's wild. But we got a couple more left. Let me go ahead and get through these so that we can end the night.
This text sound like? I'm trying to figure out what to make of this text from a girl I've been seeing for about 2 months. We had a very intense first month, but she's in a master's program and has 2 daughters and a very Mormon ex who has been spending lots of money to get more than 50% custody. She's stressed. And as school got into full swing, I felt her pulling away. I completely get it and respect her priorities. But we have so many compatibilities and get along so well that it's very tough to just pull the plug. We've been exchanging 2 to 3 texts a day for the last 2 weeks, mostly just little check-ins. But we were texting constantly and seeing each other / sleeping over every 2 to 3 days. Does this sound like a breakup text or let's pause for a while? Hey, I need to cancel for tonight and probably in general for a bit. I'm feeling like I want a little more time and space with dating, which I'm trying to figure out. It's not you at all. I think it's everything in my life adding up, and I'm struggling to have emotional space. I'm so sorry. I've really enjoyed our time together and our ability to connect. I'm finding I'm feeling at max capacity and maybe need to cocoon a bit to recoup. Again, I'm so sorry. Edit. It was let's pause because I am overwhelmed. We're going to keep in touch and likely reconnect in a few months. She sent me a few messages over the last few days, making it quite clear that she's still interested. But she knows she can't just ask me to stop everything and wait for her. I had told her I'm still interested in her too, but she knows I'm going to continue dating. We'll see if I find anyone else I want to pursue.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Look, I was about to do it again. I'm about to go on a rant without my mic on. Okay, so look, she's telling you that she just started a child custody case, and with child custody cases are hard, and it's hard for women, but it's harder for men because men are the child custody cases are in favor of women, and the society has not found value in men to allow men to be fathers when the men do not have possession of the children already. So the fact is that a child custody case is hard on anybody, man or a woman. And if this person is about to start in a child custody case, there's going to be an emotional roller coaster. There's going to be a large quantity of tasks that they have to complete at the beginning of this child custody case. They got to jump through hoops for the State Department. They got to jump through hoops for the judge. They got to jump through hoops for their lawyers. They've got a lot of appearances that they have to have. And not a lot of people have the emotional ability to cater to a new relationship and deal with the chaos that's in their life right now with custody battle. There's also the issue that individuals do not feel like, because a custody battle is never short. Some custody battles are 5-10 years long, some longer than that, depending on how young the child is. And being able to get in a relationship with somebody right now, knowing that there's going to be another couple of years of chaos that they've got to go through in their personal life, they may not feel comfortable with putting somebody else through that. And then they don't want to be distracted by their new relationship while they're working on their child custody case. So again, yeah, that's going to be a situation where if you really value that person, then you'll hang out and you'll wait until they get their shit together. Because if you really like that person and that person really wants to be with you, but they can't really focus on the relationship with you right now because they're trying to focus on the situation that's involving their immediate family right now, because child custody, that's their child, and they're trying to prioritize their kid. So it's hard for them to start anew with you while focusing on their family. So you got to put yourself on the back burner and see if you can fit in somewhere. Now, that again was what I told y'all before is one of the red flags with single mothers. That there is one of the red flags that I told y'all before about divorced women, is not that the women themselves are bad women. It's just the fact that a single man has to deal with, or in this situation, a single woman, but a single person has to deal with your divorce and your children in order to have you in their life. And that might be too much drama and too much chaos for a single person to accept and deal with. And because of that, they may elect to not entertain that particular type of relationship, especially if they have not 100% committed to you yet. They're not going to be ready and willing to put themselves on the back burner until you are ready to entertain them. However, if they really value you and if they really want you to be that person, they will find a way to wiggle their way into your agenda and be the emotional support that you need until you have the availability to give them attention. Now, in return, if you're that person that's dating somebody and you're dealing with child custody case and the case ain't going well and this person is being your emotional rock, you're going to have to give that person the time of day at some point. You got to understand that visitation is certain days and court cases are certain days. And when you don't have visitation and you don't have court dates, you're going to have to give that person who's been your emotional rock the time of day that he or she needs to feel validated for supporting you while you're going through your child custody case, because you can't start a new life with someone else while juggling your past if you're not going to recognize your present and your future, because you're dwelling on your past. If you don't move on from your past, then you have no future, because your present will continuously be destroyed. And your past is going to be the fault of that. If you are trying to start a new future with someone else, you have to put some effort into your future. Even if your past, like your children, are priority, you have to find a way to factor in reasonable time for your future. This is why I keep telling you guys about investing in your future. I keep telling you guys about investing in your stocks and bonds and real estate to build you generational wealth in the forefront. That way that right now, while you live in check to check, dollar to dollar, you building up your wealth. 3, 5, 7 years from now, 10 years from now, that wealth becomes a lot of money. And when that wealth becomes a lot of money, you end up in a position where you will be able to take care of yourself. You will be able to take care of your kinfolk. You will be able to do what you need to do to not have to work on a day-to-day basis. Then when you live in a restful life, then when you're living a stress-free life, You have the ability to give your partner that was there with you when times was tough your undivided attention. But in order for your partner to be there when times is tough so that they can be there to enjoy the best sides of life, you've got to recognize the fact that you appreciate and value the fact that they sticking it out with you while you struggling through your shit, because they ain't got nothing to struggle through right now. And likewise, if you guys are both in situations where y'all both got something to struggle with, y'all got to alternate being emotional support for one another. Because if y'all don't alternate being emotional support for one another, y'all are going to end up finding yourselves in a situation where you're not reciprocating. They're aiding you when times is tough for you, but you're not aiding them when times is tough for them. That's not going to work out for them. Eventually, they're going to feel unappreciated and undervalued, and then they're going to leave. The same way this person is leaving because they don't feel like you got enough time for them. So if they don't find somebody else while you're going through your legal case, they might still be there for you. But if they find somebody else that's got more availability, they're going to block your number. Which is why dating right now on social media is tough to do, because it's all about availability. If you don't respond quick enough, if you don't see the text quick enough, if you don't have push notifications activated, you could lose connection like that, get ghosted like that, because they got so many other comments. They got more people. You seen how hard it was for me to keep up with the comments in the comment section tonight? I was an hour and 20 minutes behind on the comments by the time there was so many people commenting. And that was just like 10 people responding to one another in the conversations right now. Now, if you could imagine if I'm trying to hold a conversation with 10 people on a dating site and I'm trying to live my life at the same time, somebody is not going to get responded to. Some people are going to get ghosted, because I don't have enough time in my day to talk to all these people. If I didn't have nothing to do, half of y'all would not have got a chance to put y'all 2 cents in tonight, because I would have had to end the podcast 3 hours ago. But because I got a free night tonight for another 2 hours and some change, I had the ability to ride the podcast an extra 4 hours. But that gives y'all more time to talk to me on the podcast, which gave me more time to respond to each one of y'all's comments. But they got a lot of people who got a lot of podcasts that have so many people commenting on the comment section. Y'all got to pay to get y'all comment recognized, because they got so many of y'all commenting. Ain't nobody going to respond to 20,000 people that's commenting at the same time. That's too many damn comments. You're going to have to find the ones that are important and respond to them. And then everybody else hold their side conversation in the comment section. That's how it is. Let's go ahead and get a couple more of these in so I can make sure I get all these
Fiancé
comments
drunk
before the
texted
end
a
of the night.
coworker that he loves her, and then met up with her for a birthday celebration at a club. Also, I've caught him looking at her socials twice before. The other night, he was not responding to me after work when earlier some coworkers were there at the job celebrating her birthday. He ended up a club with the chick and coworkers without letting me know. When I called, he was drunk and insisted that I not come pick him up and wouldn't tell me anything and hung up on me. We have Find My connected, so I went to go get him while contacting the coworkers who just told me he's fine and not to worry. When I got there, I found him sitting with her side by side, so close they were touching and leaning into each other. They were all wasted. He looked very guilty when he saw me. We went outside to talk and he said he showed up to drive the other coworkers home, but they weren't ready to go. Obviously, I didn't believe that. Later on, I found in his deleted messages that he messaged another coworker saying he wanted to come, but it would be risky. BC, I know he likes that coworker. Prior to going to the club, he texted her that he doesn't want me to show up, that he loves her and has for a while, and that it doesn't have to be weird, she can still feel that way and keep it low-key. That he wants her to know regardless. He closed it by saying that if she ever needs anything, he's happy to help and to not respond. He claims that he said it to clear the air because there had been some indications to her that he felt that way before, but he wanted her to know that it doesn't have to affect their relationship as coworkers. He's also said that he cares about her just like all his other coworkers. I don't really understand that. Another layer of hurt is that my birthday was a week prior, but we didn't really celebrate at all because he worked all day. I feel like I was cheated on. He says it was not because he didn't mean it sexually, but that he is sexually attracted to her. He does feel love and care for her as much as anyone else. I've always been okay with him telling anyone he loves them in an appropriate context, so I don't understand why else he would hide it from me.
I had a weak moment and text my ex and he didn't reply. I feel so stupid. I've been struggling.
That's because your ass is going to be pissed off about it. And that's the reason why there was an issue. So here's the thing. You've got if you've got a lovable drunk for a boyfriend, then he's going to tell people how he feels about them. And then like the women are going to be okay with that, but it is emotional cheating. Women don't recognize emotional cheating when they do it, but when a man does it, you're like, oh, that's cheating. Yeah, I can tell you as a man that if he is able to express emotional connection to this woman the way he would express emotional connection to you, that's emotional cheating. But ladies, if we recognize that as emotional cheating, when y'all are able to bond with men at the Starbucks or the Barnes and Nobles or in the grocery store, y'all got work husbands and stuff like that. Y'all are formulating emotional bonds with men that are not in y'all relationship. That's emotional cheating. Y'all say that that's okay, but y'all have to understand that emotional cheating is not okay. It's not okay when a man does it. It's not okay when a woman does it. But when y'all emotionally cheat on your boyfriends and emotionally cheat on your husbands, and then you say that when a man physically cheats on you, that's not okay. It's a double standard. You're supposed to be exclusive to him. He's supposed to be exclusive to you. He's supposed to be appropriately not getting emotional attachments to other people while he's in an emotional relationship with you. He's not supposed to be having a physical relationship with other people because you don't want him to, when you are having a physical relationship with him, which means it's your responsibility to satisfy all of his physical needs, so he doesn't have a reason to satisfy his physical needs with someone else. And then you're not supposed to be getting into emotional relationships with anybody else, and you're not supposed to be getting into physical relationships with anybody else either. If your drive is higher than his drive, you're going to have to figure something out to make sure that you meet all of his needs, and try your best to make sure that he can aid you in meeting some of your needs. But the fact is that y'all got to open up a better line of communication, and y'all got to make sure that y'all put a little bit more effort into one another. And while y'all are putting a little effort into one another, a little bit more effort into one another, you guys have to recognize that a human being can fall in love 150 times. They can only be deeply in love with one person at a time, but they can have love for 150 people over a lifetime. Depending on the lifespan of a person, you could divide that up anywhere between 1 to 5 people a year or something to that effect over the course of a number of years. But however you look at that, the fact is that they can have an attraction to more than one person and still be in a relationship with you, which is one of the main reasons why women don't want men to look at other women, because they don't want those men to become attracted to other women. Women don't want to see competition. But there's a lot of competition, because the older that y'all get, ladies, the ratio of women to men become 2 women to every man, because men do not live as long as women. So more men die out at younger ages. So the older women are going to outweigh the older men. And the older men are going after younger women because the younger women are more cooperative to the men than the older women. So ultimately, the older women, being 2 to 1 to the older men, have to compete 3 to 1 to the younger women, which by default makes it harder for older women to find a good man, because the older men are looking for good women, and the good women are the undamaged women, and the undamaged women are the younger women, or at least the less damaged women. So it's a bigger issue than women really think and women really understand. But yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, that was emotional cheating, and he should not have done that. You do give him the freedom to get out there and go and behave like that. So you have to take full responsibility for the fact that you're giving him the approval to get out there and do it. But you have to understand, and he has to understand, that he didn't feel comfortable with the fact that you found out about it, because he understands that based on his upbringing, that his behavior is unacceptable. You're allowing it, but it's unacceptable. So that's why he's embarrassed by it. That's why he's not telling you about it. That's why he didn't want you to see him doing that. He may not act on his feelings, but the fact that he's expressing those feelings is inappropriate. And because that's inappropriate and it's disrespectful to your relationship, because that shows that he has the ability to be unfaithful to you, because he's able to formulate this bond with somebody else and declare it to that person, knowing that you're around, it's a bad thing. But again, notice she said that she had that tracker app on his cell phone. So she tracked his location and popped up on him. That's not okay. If you don't trust him, leave him. There is no reason why you need to be in a situation where you're going to track your husband or track your boyfriend. If he's in trouble, then you're supposed to go get him. You're supposed to back him up, road dog him, be his reinforcements. But if he said that he's somewhere and he all right, don't come out here, stay your ass at home. Truth be told, a lot of the times women be looking for problems in their relationship. They don't be having problems in their relationship. For some reason, their relationship is okay, even if it's not a normal relationship. It could be a complex situationship kind of relationship, but there's no problems there. They look for problems by going through his phone, going through his data history, going through his Google Maps history, and they stalk their boyfriends and their husbands because of their emotional insecurities, and then they find the problem that they're looking for, and because they were looking for that problem, that's why they find it. It wasn't a problem that arose that was brought to their attention. It's one that they had to hunt for. It's one that they had to private investigate for. It's one that they had to travel across town and peek through binoculars across the street to go see what he was doing, kind of shit. Then you found some stuff that you didn't want to see. Now you mad and upset and feel uncomfortable about your man. But if you would have stayed your ass at home and watched your movies like you was doing, if you would have mind your own damn business and talk on the phone with your homeboys, his coworker said he was fine. So he had 2 or 3 people that vouched for him that said that he was okay. He was okay. You should have trusted that he ain't gonna do nothing inappropriate. Whatever he did, you said that he was allowed to do, he did that. He know it's wrong though, because he feel guilty, even though you're okay with him doing that. But the fact of the matter is if he knew that what he was doing is wrong in his upbringing, he ain't doing nothing else, because he already know he crossed the line by saying what he said and doing what he did. That's why he felt embarrassed by the fact that you saw him over there. But truth of the matter is though, you got to be more responsible about your shit, because if he is not okay and he's telling that to somebody else, then you must have broke down the barriers between you and him, where he doesn't feel comfortable with telling you that he's not okay. Because if he can't trust you to tell you that he's feeling some kind of way, then y'all don't have the transparency that you want, which is why you're stalking him by tracking the app on his phone. You only supposed to come to him when he's missing in action. He's not answering the phone. The last time you heard him, he was screaming in the background. You heard some gunshots. You heard some tires screeching. It's all silent. Now you go into the last GPS location. That's when you coming for him. But if he told you, I'm fine, don't come here, stay your ass at home. You won't have to deal with all that drama. All right, we got one more up here. Let's go ahead and wrap this one down. We're going to see what's going on.
I had a weak moment and text my ex and he didn't reply. I feel so stupid. I've been struggling pretty badly with loneliness and I reached out to my ex in a moment of stress. He didn't respond. I feel so completely fucking stupid. We ended the relationship saying we would stay friends, but we are not friends. I know he's not my friend, but because I have literally nobody else to talk to, I text him and it was a huge mistake. What the fuck is wrong with me?
What's wrong with you is that you have an emotional attachment with this person and you haven't gotten over it yet. That's what's wrong. Uh-oh. Okay, there it is. I'm going to make sure that my mic was working. We had this moment where I went on a whole spiel and I couldn't hear myself. So, okay, look. A lot of times when we break up with each other, we have not detached our emotional attachment to that person. So we might still love our ex. We're still in love with our ex. And in a moment of weakness, we call it weakness, but it's not weakness. It's more like clarity, that you really recognize that you still have a connection with that person and you reach out to them and you tell them how much you still love them. The fact is that you have not changed the mistakes that you've made, which is what caused part of the relationship to fall apart. And your partner may not have done the same. So even though you still love your partner, y'all still do not belong together because y'all have not fixed the shit that caused y'all to break up. But if you were the type of person that was going to work on what you did wrong, and then you had the kind of person that was willing to work on what they did wrong, y'all should not be broken up. Y'all should have taken a breath apart, separate rooms kind of situation, and just calm down a little bit and then go back and work this out, negotiate this out, and stay together. 50-year marriages only last for 50 years if people don't give up on one another. These relationships that last in less than a year and a half is because don't nobody got no faith in each other. Don't nobody care to try to work it out. They figure it's either going to work or it's not, but they're not going to put any effort into it either way. You're not going to have a successful relationship if you don't put effort into it. And it takes a lot of effort. You put more effort into your relationship than you put onto your job. and your relationship is going to be there when your job is not. And at the end of the day, your relationship is going to be there when your family is not. You need to be able to find the type of effort and motivation to dedicate yourself successfully, holistically into the type of relationship that you want to last you 50 years. And then you want to pray to God that you have 50 years to live to make sure that you see that 50th anniversary. And you want to do everything you can to make sure that the person that stick with you for 50 years know year in and year out that they are important to you. It's not something that you only tell them on Valentine's Day coming up in 4 days. It's not something that you only tell them on a holiday, Mother's Day, Father's Day, birthdays, Christmas. It's something that you're supposed to remind them every day, every week out of the year. They're supposed to get tired of you telling them how important they are. I know I'm important. But once you start boring them with how you tell them that you're important, you start showing them different ways. Leave notes in the car, leave notes in their purse, leave notes in their wallet, leave notes in their pocket, in their vest, in their suit coat. Send notes to the job, send Hallmark cards, send a telegram. You want to make sure that you never let them forget how important they are to you. Cook them stuff at the house, make them their favorite meal, do the things that they like to do. And if you're as valuable to them as they are to you, they're going to do the same thing for you. And if you've got the kind of person that's going to dedicate themselves to you as the way that you're dedicating yourself to them, you're going to have one of the happiest relationships, and that relationship will last you 40, 50 years. You're not going to have to worry about being a divorce or a second marry or a second divorce, third marry. You will be a person that will either be a widow or a widower, because you're going to live with that person till one of y'all died, where y'all did not have to kill each other for that to happen. Y'all will have a happy life full of memories, because the American dream was to build a career that would pay for your standard of living so that you can build memories with the people that you love. It wasn't about working yourself to death. It wasn't about being used for your resources. It wasn't about being used for your body. It was about finding a person that you can spend the rest of your life growing with, so that y'all can both be successful, so that y'all can quit working and live. And that's what I be talking to y'all about on the show on a regular basis. Y'all don't put no effort into one another, where y'all can have the type of partnership where y'all can stop working for somebody else, start a family business, work for yourselves, and live together. That's what this is all about. And until y'all start changing y'all mentality and changing y'all mindset, y'all not going to find the person that's going to help y'all make that shit happen. And I'm going to be honest with you. We got women and men alike going to other countries, finding somebody else, because the young boys is being raised to be bad girls. And they're not what women are looking for. And then the women are looking for the good men. The good men are middle age right now. And the women are thinking that the good men are dirty old men. But the young girls are swooping up them dirty old men, because the young girls is looking for stability. The stability is in men over the age of 40. Financial stability is not in men under the age of 35. You're going to have less financially stable men under the age of 35 than what you would have men that are financially stable over the age of 40, which also means that women that are 18 to 27 are going to be dating men 40 to 50, because that's where the money is at, closest age gap that you can have, where she has a mature man that is financially stable and not too old at the same time. But you got some girls now, 18 years old, dating 60 because they don't want to work, and he got enough money to pay for her and half of her family. You got women right now that are 20 years old and date a 65-year-old man because she ain't got to work. All she got to do is cook and clean and follow his instructions. They'll do it. But at 35, 40 years old, ladies, y'all are going to have a huge problem if y'all do not have the capabilities to just cooperate. A man is not asking you to be his servant. He is asking you to cooperate with him. If 35, 40-year-old women was cooperating with 35, 40-year-old men, y'all will find y'all some damn husbands in your age group. But while y'all talking about men ain't shit, and y'all don't want to do nothing for a man, and y'all not going to submit to a man, and y'all not going to obey a man, and y'all not going to respect a man, and a man must bow down to that mentality right there, y'all going to have a hard time finding. The only men that'll do that is 18 to 25, because they're looking for sex and they don't care what they got to do to get it. But the men who have made themselves the financial success that you are looking for, those men are not trying to hear that from you. They're looking for a partner. They're not looking for a dictator. And if you're not trying to be a partner, these men ain't trying to have you. So y'all got to think about what y'all doing these days, because ladies, the game is getting hard out here. It's getting hard. And the reason why it's getting hard is because all of the good people are getting old, and all the people in the dating game is no longer valuable because there are so many out there playing the field and not many of them looking for longevity. You don't even have quality out there in the dating game no more. You just have quantity out there. In order for you to find the one that is right for you, you have to put effort into him. Because if you don't, the only man that's going to come approach you these days is going to be the kind of man that's trying to get laid, because these young boys is trying to sleep with as many girls as they can before they get old. And the girls is trying to beat the men out with the body count. And the problem is that while the girls is trying to beat the boys out with the body count, they out there missing out on the opportunity. I had a young man, Nico, that jumped up on the show last week and was talking about how he could pick all these girls. He was 17 picking girls that was 20 to 22. I said, but guess what, Nico? When you're 37, you're going to be picking girls that's 20 to 22, because that's the age where the women ain't damaged yet. And you got to understand that when these women is cooperating with the men, that's the women that is going to give you what you need. But the women that are not willing to cooperate with the men, those are going to be the women. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. The women that is not cooperating with the man, those are going to be the women that's going to have a hard time keeping a man, even if they find a man. Because I'm going to tell you something, you'll get a man that's thirsty for sex, and he'll stay with you and have an on again, off again sexual relationship with you. But you're not going to keep that man. You're not going to keep that man. He might cheat on you with a woman that treat him better than you. And y'all women get mad when a man cheat on you with a woman that is not as attractive as you. He didn't get with her because she looked physically more attractive than you do. He got with her because her attitude is better than yours. You got the body he want. She got the attitude that she want. Another woman might cook better than both of y'all put together, and he might have three of y'all to make the one woman that he wanted. If you was the one woman that he wanted and you did everything that man desired, that man ain't got no reason to go nowhere else. You got men that are going to want to have more than one woman because they're going to want to have a bunch of children, and you're only going to want to have one or two of them. He might want to have 7 or 10 of them. If you don't want to have more than 2 of them, you got to let him have 2 with somebody else. And don't bitch about that, because if you're going to give your man everything that he wants, he ain't going nowhere, but you going to keep all the goddamn money when he die. Because if you were the primary, he should have you at the top of the damn list, at the top of the trust, at the top of the will, at the leader of the estate. You supposed to be the power of attorney for him first and foremost before anything else happens. So if you take good care of your man gonna take good care of you if you pick the right man. But if y'all still out here playing the game and y'all throwing it up against the wall and y'all twerking for the first man that's gonna make a $5 bill rain out the sky, and y'all are gonna get out there and make it do what it do every weekend, thinking, "Oh, I'm a bad bitch. I'm a bad bitch." Bad bitches ain't classy women. Bad bitches is not girlfriend material. Bad bitches are not wife material. They're good divorcees though. They're good rebounds. They're good jump offs. They're good slump busters, but they're not quality. They're quantity. And they're low grade, low value. That mentality is low grade and low value. And the fact is that while that's all across all races and all across most financial statuses, the fact is that the women that don't value themselves, you can call yourself a queen and be lying to yourself, but you being a queen doesn't make you valuable to your king. You got to be the woman that's going to be able to protect the kingdom with the man. You got to be the woman that's going to keep everything stable. So while he out there going to war for you, that he got a peaceful kingdom to come back to. If you got your man out there in the street beating himself up and working himself to death, and then when he come back to the house, he got you fussing and fighting and yelling at him and hitting him in the back of the head and telling him he ain't shit and talking about his mama, all this other stuff, then he got to leave the house so that he don't beat your ass, and why he don't get no rest at home. Now he tired. Then when he get a day off, he got to go to sleep at a homeboy house, because if he come home, you gonna give him hell, and then we don't never spend no time together. Look now, if y'all don't start showing these men that they're valuable, they're gonna leave y'all for a woman that will. And these men that follow the podcast right now, like and subscribe, and we start talking about ways to make money, save money, invest money, and stack money. And I'm gonna be showing y'all coming soon stock options that's doubling and tripling in value, 20-30% interest dividend payments every month. When y'all start putting stocks and bonds away instead of wasting money on buying these women steak and lobster, y'all are going to start looking at $20, $30, $50,000 a year, paying y'all $15,000, $20,000 a year. And y'all going to be sitting over here wondering, well, how the hell did Xander on this and that go from nothing to something while he's sitting here talking on a podcast, and y'all still sitting over there flipping burgers at a McDonald's and don't know how to make an extra dollar out of y'all extra effort? And I'm gonna be sitting over here telling you, bro, you could have took your tips and did this shit. You could have took your play money and did this shit. You could have took your habit money and did this shit. You could have took your weed business on the sidelines and did this shit, and y'all could have made yourselves more money, bro. And then y'all could invest that money somewhere else. And when y'all invested, I'd talk to y'all about offshore investing. I'd talk to y'all about international investment, foreign national incentives, where they will pay you to go to another country and put your money in their country and live in a country and marry their wife, and they will pay you the child support to take care of the child. I done gave y'all 12 countries that'll pay you to take care of the child because they got population control problems in Asia. So just because they don't have 4 billion people anymore, they want to keep 4 billion people in their country, they will pay you for the child's birth. Met hospital bills for childbirth, $500 now because of that. They're gonna pay for the food, they're gonna pay for the education, they're gonna cover everything till the child is 18 years old. All you got to do is just go over there and get somebody pregnant. And you sitting over here telling me that here in America we got women treating us like shit. We can go to another country, get paid $23,000 US dollars to start up a business in that country, where $9,000 a year is a standard of living in that same country, where they're going to give you $23,000 to start up a business, to hire 2 people to work in the business for you. So you ain't even running the business. Somebody else is running the business. They're going to pay for your child care. And all you got to do is go over there and find you a woman that will respect you, value you, appreciate you, take care of you and the child, and you getting money from America. Come on now, y'all. They got a whole operation going on right now where we don't have to be sitting over here allowing ourselves to be treated like shit, men or women. But if y'all don't put y'all effort into y'all relationships, and ladies, if y'all don't put y'all effort into y'all men, y'all gonna lose y'all men to the Philippines. Y'all gonna lose y'all men to Vietnam, Taiwan, Tibet, Switzerland, Spain, Romania, Brazil, South Korea, Russia. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Hungarian women looking for American men. Y'all gonna be sad. And what can we say about that? What can we say about that? Because the modern 18 to 25-year-old female feel like that all men is garbage because they were taught by women in their late 20s, early 30s that was bitter that all men are garbage. The young girls that are saying all men are garbage haven't even experienced garbage men yet because they so busy sleeping around. They ain't even had an opportunity to find out what a man is like, because they're only hooking up with men for the sake of hooking up. Some of these women is hooking up with men for profit. So they're interacting with men as a job. They're not even interacting with men for a commitment, which means that you don't even know if men are garbage. But if you are a paid escort and you are having men pay you to be the kind of woman that they can't find, and you're doing that for a living, why couldn't you just do that shit for a relationship, and then you wouldn't have to be a goddamn escort? Answer that for me now. Kevin said facts. Kevin said truth, 100% truth. I just want y'all to understand this. If you could be an escort for 100 men to pretend like you're the kind of woman that a man wish he had for pay, you could just be a fucking girlfriend and not have to be the damn escort, and then just stop living the overly unrealistic expectations for a lifestyle and just settle down to a man that will treat you the way you deserve to be treated. And then you don't got all these problems. But y'all feel more comfortable using a man for his money and then renting out emotional affection. And then y'all wonder why when y'all 40 years old and y'all retired out of prostitution that don't nobody want you. Ex OnlyFans girls have a hard time finding a man to respect them after that. But a librarian ain't gonna have no problem with that. A nurse ain't gonna have no problem with that. A teacher ain't gonna have no problem with that. But I mean, y'all finna doing what y'all doing on Snapchat and Instagram, and you think social media got y'all messed up now. Y'all in an era right now where everything y'all do is public record forever. People right now can take y'all screen name and Google that shit and find all kind of dirt on y'all. People right now can take y'all government name out y'all profile and Google that shit and find out all kind of stuff about y'all right now. Y'all got so much stuff that's public record right now. You take your name, you can do it yourself. Do it today. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, do it today after the show. Y'all get there and ask the Google lady. Put your government name into Google search and see how much shit come up about it. All your social media channels, your address, your phone number, the last 5 places you live, the last 5 phone numbers you use, the people that you claim as your friends and family members, the income that you make, especially if you update your information on a regular basis, what kind of car you drive, whether or not you're a Democrat or a Republican, what's your fucking blood type. All this stuff is on the internet, and that's the free search, bro. That ain't even the goddamn paid search. That's the free search. You understand? You sitting over here talking about some like identity theft, like people know where your house is at because they could take the address that's on Google search, put that bitch in Google Map, and Google Map will show you what the house look like. Put that shit in Google Earth. Google Earth will give you a satellite view of the house. You take that address and you put that address into Google search, and Google search will give you a plot number. You take that plot number, you put that plot number into Google search, and Google search will tell you who owned the house. They're going to tell you how much that house costs. Tell you when the house was bought. Y'all tripping now. Now, with all that going down, y'all out here shaking y'all ass on social media, y'all twerking upside down in the crowd thinking ain't nobody looking at y'all, and then y'all think y'all gonna go get y'all a CEO job. Y'all think y'all gonna go get y'all a Fortune 500 job. And when they do that background check on you, they checking all your social media background, they checking all of your channels, they checking every name that you use, every nickname that you use, and see what pop up. Your face and your asshole is on the internet. And you got to understand that once they finish finding that, sometimes big business is not going to want to do business with you. And then you're going to be sitting over here and wondering why don't nobody want to fuck with you business wise. Now, if men start acting like a walking business and start doing background checks on their females and take the name that they give them and Google that shit and see what kind of thottish behavior that these women behave online and say, oh, no, I'm not associating myself with that. No. Then the ladies is going to be upset. Oh, you're an incel because you're devaluing me as a woman. Sweetheart, you did that to yourself by twerking on the show. You did that to yourself by acting a fool on the TikTok channel. That we ain't got to do nothing for you to make you look bad. You made yourself look bad. We just don't tolerate that. So when y'all understand that there are some things on this earth that y'all need to recognize, that y'all need to cut out, it's on y'all to either do right or do wrong. Now, I'm not saying that men are better than women on the face of the earth. Men got to make better choices. But if a man is looking for a woman that is going to be wife material and men start screening women by trolling their social media platforms the way women are trolling men's phones, I can tell you right now, ladies, y'all got too much embarrassing content online right now. Most of y'all got overly sexualized outfits y'all be modeling and stuff that's showing all your bare assets and stuff, and y'all think that y'all are a prize. Men want stuff that don't nobody know about. Y'all want stuff that everybody else want. A man don't want something that everybody else done had. So if you've been around, you got a high body count, you a used car, you ain't a new one. And men don't want something that everybody else done had. Men don't like to share. You understand? So if you for the streets, you're gonna stay in the streets. And then you 40, 50 years old, retired out the streets, telling the young bucks that the men ain't shit. It ain't the man that's the problem. Maya said it earlier tonight. No, Jocelyn said it earlier tonight, that you are the people you attract. So if you in a situation where you can't find nobody, that's the reason why you in the situation that you in. Special shout out to Selma. Look, I'm trying to tell y'all, look, this is what we get to. By the time we get to the bottom of the podcast, this is what we get to. But these people that jumped up here today, I would appreciate all of y'all that came to the podcast tonight. But these people that came to the podcast tonight that were going ham in the comment section a few hours ago, like y'all was going ham. It wasn't my fault, y'all. I was over here doing reactions to people's questions and comments in the podcast, and then y'all took me down the whole rabbit hole, and then I had to go from responding to some stuff that some folks told me to educate y'all on how y'all don't act right, and that's the reason why y'all have problems with finding men. Now y'all gonna tell me I'm a red pill podcast because I tell y'all that y'all don't behave correctly. I'm not a red pill podcast, sweetheart. I just tell y'all how it is. And I come from a man's perspective, but I also come from a uniform perspective as well. And when I come tell y'all from a uniform perspective that if y'all behave better, y'all get better results. That's the same thing I told the men this time last year. If the men hold themselves to a better standard, they can hold those standards to the women. So if the men stop acting like they thirsty for sex, then the men can start behaving like they are valuable instead of sacrificing themselves and their resources for sex. Then those men can find valuable women, because instead of just lowering their standards and accepting whoever will sleep with them, they will then be able to find a female that will be able to value them for who they are. And that's when things start getting better for them. So at the end of the day, I tell y'all on a regular basis, look, I got my clients starting to hit me up. It's 2 hours in the making, so I'm gonna have to wrap this up pretty soon. But I tell you guys on a regular basis, first person accountability is the first thing y'all got to deal with. You have to hold yourself to a higher standard. Then you hold your network to a higher standard. Then you hold the people that watching your network to a higher standard. And then any person that you associate yourself with or affiliate yourself with, you hold them to the same standard that you hold yourself. If any female want to be in your corner is not acting the way you expect them to act, your non-negotiable expectations for behavior, say, that's not going to work out. You're not going to stand on that. Any female that is not going to stand on your non-negotiable expectations for behavior is not worth your time. You will find a woman that has the same level of class that you expect her to have. You will find a woman that will cater to the things that you need so that you can cater to the things that she needs, and y'all will treat each other the way y'all are being treated by each other. That is equal. That is egalitarian. She's taking care of him while he's taking care of her. It's not about him taking care of her and she just take it. She's got to take care of him the way he needs to be taken care of so that he can take care of her the way she needs to be taken care of. If your husband and your boyfriend is not being taken care of, but you being kept, you a leech. That's how that is. Don't no woman want a man that needs to be taken care of. So why is she not taking care of her man, but she's going to get taken care of by him? I'm going to tell y'all one more thing before we walk off the show tonight. A man is like a walking stock option, sweetheart. If you don't invest in him, you ain't getting nothing out of the deal. You're not going to find a finished product. I can't get Apple stock if I ain't invest in it. You're not going to find a finished product if you don't invest in a startup. Donald Trump invested in startups. He invested in the WWE when it was cheaper than that. He invested in the pageants. Elon Musk invested in all kinds of technologies. They're billionaires right now because their investment became successful because they invested in it while it was struggling. Ladies, if y'all invest in a man while he's struggling and he becomes successful because y'all invested in him while he's struggling, everything he become after you invest in him, you're entitled to that. You find him after he make himself successful, you ain't entitled to nothing. So you can't smile at him, sleep with him, and get the benefits of his success because he made himself successful without you, and then you showed up and hung out after the fact. That's not how life works. I know that's how y'all thought it was going to work because y'all seen that happen in the late 80s, early 2000s, but here in 2025, the men will not talk to y'all at all before they waste their money on a surefire failed relationship. So I want y'all to understand that. Now I got to get things together. I got to start getting things ready for tomorrow night show. I got to get some stuff situated. I appreciate you guys coming to the podcast. What I'm going to tell y'all, ladies, like I tell y'all every night, ladies, I want y'all to know I'm live 7 nights a week. We started around 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, 11 o'clock Florida time, 7 o'clock California time. Ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking y'all to make it make sense. So ladies, please make it make sense. And fellas, I really appreciate y'all coming to the podcast. I told y'all these ladies was coming. They're about 30% of the podcast right now is the females, but the most of the podcast is about 70% of the men that are legitimately understanding what I'm trying to say and understanding the rationale that I have. And they've made it make sense. And we're starting to invest in this shit together. So I appreciate you guys for showing us the support. And I hope that y'all continue to do so. Again, I want to thank you guys for coming to tonight's show. If y'all want to start it over, it's a 5-hour show tonight, so it's a very long show, and there was a lot of conversation, so you might want to start this from the beginning. But if not, we're going to be here tomorrow night, but we're going to be talking about business, finance, and politics on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So if y'all want to learn about making money tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we can do that. But if y'all want to get back on some more of the social interaction and relationship topics and stuff to that effect, we're going to be doing those on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then Sunday is our members only show where we're doing reactions to the questions and comments that come to the show. So that's our lineup 7 nights a week. We don't take days off. The sun don't rise without us doing a podcast again. So thank you guys for coming to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I'm going to see you guys tomorrow night. Make sure that you guys like and subscribe. And before I sign out, I want you guys to know that the band from Switzerland with the Altino album, the Altino record label, they made the Higher Ground songs that is exclusive to This and That. There are links to the song in the podcast for the YouTube channel and links to the song to purchase on Amazon Prime in the comment section as well, in the description section as well. So you guys can listen to that on our way out. Let me know what you think tomorrow night when we come back to the show, because we have an intro and an outro song. We have like 3 other songs that are related to the podcast that was made to us by a live band in Switzerland. We really appreciate them. alanito.music.com. And Alan, the person who put it all together for us from Tune 2. So I wanted to give a special shout out to them. One more time, special shout out to Red Void and Omni81 from Twitch, and Reese Martinez, Max Opposer, Liberty Twitcher from also Light Blue from YouTube. And then special shout out to a few of y'all that's looking at us from Twitter as well. We have not touched on to TikTok yet because I don't have faith that TikTok's going to close that deal. But when they do, I'm going to try to get some stock out of that shit because I want to make my money. So again, I thank you guys for coming to tonight's show. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow night.
Higher ground. Used to chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting down upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. Standing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. I'm not landing on higher ground where